One Little Switch, Romeo Family Romance Book 3, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Baldini. Prologue. You're a gift. That's what Ava's adopted parents had told her from the time she could walk. There were times when Ava considered her adoption a gift. Other times, like now, she considered it a curse. She'd grown up an only child, doted on by her wealthy adoptive parents, who owned and operated a vineyard in Sonoma, California. From the outside looking in, it would seem that Ava Giles had the perfect life. She had access to the best hairstylists, all the designer clothes she wanted, a sleek red convertible sports car, a handsome best friend turned boyfriend who was fond of her. However, appearances were often deceiving. With all of the perks came a truckload of responsibility, and she wasn't ready for any of it. She wanted to be free from the constraints, free to live her life the way she wanted to live it, free to just simply be. Although Ava's parents would deny it to their dying breaths, they brought Ava into their world with the expectation that she would make them happy. After all, the reason her mom had adopted her in the first place was to stave off the depression she felt over not being able to have a child of her own. Her mom's face would soften with tender recollection as she told the story. Todd and I were at a low point. We'd even talked of getting a divorce. Then you came along, and everything changed. Ava became the budding hope of all the dreams her mom had failed to live out in her own life. When Ava was 5, she was enrolled in dance lessons. Then there was piano, guitar, and voice lessons. In high school, she'd wanted to learn more about art and join the debate team, but her mother insisted that she become a cheerleader instead. Her mother was picky about the clothes Ava wore and what friends she hung out with. The list went on and on. Things got better when Ava graduated high school and went off to college. She was free to make her own friends and choose her own leisure activities. Now, however, she was being pulled right back into her mother's web, and this time there didn't seem to be any hope of escaping it. As Ava turned into the parking lot of the cheap diner in a sketchy part of Atlanta, her phone buzzed. She pulled into a parking space and reached for her phone. She frowned. It was a text from her boyfriend, Hudson. "Where are you? Your mom's freaking out. Are you okay? Call me." She clutched the phone, her finger hovering over the screen. What should she say? That she'd caught a red-eye flight to Atlanta, Georgia, to meet up with her birth mother, whom she'd connected with on Facebook? She swallowed the high-pitched cackle rising in her throat. No, she couldn't tell Hudson that. He'd just go and blab it to her mother, who would blow her cork. She tried to think. What could she say? "I'm fine. I just need some space." Hudson would understand that, especially after the heated argument Ava and her mother had yesterday morning. "Where are you?" She held her breath, her thumping heartbeat keeping pace with the rat-a-tat-tat of the bass beat of the song playing on the radio. Hudson wasn't a bad guy. He was just caught up in the expectations of his family, same as Ava. Hudson didn't love Ava any more than she loved him. The two of them were lifelong friends, and that's all they'd ever be. The biggest difference was that Hudson was content to live out the life his parents had dictated for him, whereas Ava wasn't. "I need to let you go. I'll be back in touch when I can. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll be home soon. I promise." She clicked the side button to silence her phone as she stuffed it back into her purse and turned off the car engine. She surveyed her surroundings, a sense of uneasiness trickling down her spine, as her eye caught on a bearded homeless man in tattered clothes, pushing a rusty shopping cart loaded down with all of his personal belongings. This is where her birth mother, Norma, had suggested they meet. Was this diner indicative of the kind of life that Norma lived? When Norma first reached out to Ava through a private message on Facebook, Ava had been shocked. Her adoption had been closed, and while Ava had yearned to find out more about her birth mother when she was a teenager, she'd long since put all hopes of it aside. Then, out of the blue, Norma Kendrick contacted her, asking if they could meet. Maybe this was a bad idea. Ava didn't even know for sure if Norma Kendrick was indeed her birth mother. What if this was some sort of scam? Ava could simply drive out of this parking lot and go straight back to the airport. No one would be the wiser. She'd go back to Sonoma and live the life her mother wanted her to live. Wasn't that what Ava had been bred to do? Make things go smoothly for her parents, even if it meant giving up on what she wanted? No. Ava had come this far. She owed it to herself to see this through. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, taking a quick snapshot of her appearance, trying to see herself as her birth mother would. She winced at the half-moon shadows beneath her eyes, evidence that she'd hardly slept on the plane. She looked past the weariness, studying herself critically as she mentally ran through the list of her features. A creamy complexion, long hair that was naturally mid-toned blonde, but Ava wore it red to match her adopted mother. Deep dimples, even white teeth, a faint sprinkle of freckles across her nose, large violet eyes with long lashes. Many called Ava beautiful in an all-American girl sort of way, but Ava would have preferred olive-toned skin and glossy dark hair like her best friend Margot. Oh well, it wasn't like she'd gotten to choose her looks any more than she got to pick her birth mother or adoptive parents. She grunted at the absurdity of her thinking. No one got to pick their parents. Taking in a calming breath, she tucked her purse under her arm and got out of the rental car, making sure to lock the door. Her heart pounding like a jackhammer, she walked briskly into the diner. She stepped inside, the smell of coffee and lemon disinfectant invading her senses. It was 9 a.m., a time that would presumably be busy, but the diner was near empty. The reception stand was vacant. Ava surveyed the area. Her stomach tightened. Was Norma even here? A short-haired woman with tattoos and more body piercings than Dennis Rodman stepped from the kitchen and traipsed up to the stand. Beneath her orange apron, she wore ripped jeans that were cut off at the ankles and black high-top Converse tennis shoes. She blew a large pink bubble and popped it. "How many?" she asked in a disinterested tone as she retrieved a menu from the side rack. "Actually, I'm looking for someone," Ava began tentatively. The woman got a good look at Ava, her eyes bugging. "Wow, it's like seeing double." She looked Ava up and down. "I mean, the hair's different, and you're obviously the fashionista, but, man." "I beg your pardon?" "I know who you're here to see," the hostess said with a sly smile. "You do?" This was strange. "Yep." She waved a hand. "This way." She led Ava to the back of the diner. "Here you are." She slapped the menu down on the table as she moved away. Sitting on one side of the booth was a frail woman with stringy blonde hair streaked with silver. Her skin was loose and patchy atop her skeletal face. Hollow circles were carved beneath her eyes. The color of those eyes was hauntingly familiar, a striking violet. Ava's gaze moved to the other side of the booth, her breath freezing a hard ball in the back of her throat. The woman staring back at her through startled eyes was the mirror image of herself. The floor seemed to shift beneath her feet as Ava wobbled, then put her hand on the back of the booth to steady herself. "Oh, who are you?" she croaked. Rather than answering, the girl looked to the older woman sitting across from her for an explanation. It seemed to take forever for the broken-down woman to respond in a raspy smoker's voice. "Ava, meet your identical twin sister, Luna." Chapter 1. Dead. Cash kept turning the word over and over again in his mind, as if it were the head of a bad penny that he could erase the face off of and alter it into something else, something that he could live with. He picked up the glass of whiskey and swirled it once before swigging it down, appreciating the burn that seared down his throat. He slammed the glass on the table with a loud plunk as he glanced at the performers on stage. Two brothers who were tolerably decent. Of course, they, like everyone else who performed at the Muscadine Cafe, hoped to be discovered by an agent. He would have thought the roar of conversations going on around him, combined with the music and his exhaustion from flying all night to get to his mama's party, would buffer the accusing voices in his head. No luck. He tugged at his black hoodie, making sure it was staying over his head. So far it seemed to be doing the trick. No one had recognized him. He hunched his head deeper into his shoulders, his hands cupping the empty glass as he stared unseeingly into it. Even though the label execs had ramped up security, ultimately everything that occurred on Cash's tour was his responsibility. The buck stopped with him. He should have insisted that security detail be placed on Grace, even during her time off. The whole thing felt surreal. Had it only been a few short hours ago, when he was at the ranch with his family, celebrating his mama's birthday and his only sister's engagement, he'd planned to talk to Ramsey and get his take on the situation. He wanted to hire Ramsey to keep an eye on things, get him to do some digging to see if Cash was being targeted. Cash felt much more comfortable having his own brother at the helm of his security rather than the guys the record label had hired. Before he could so much as breathe a word to Ramsey at the party, he got the call from his manager Howie, telling him that the lead singer for his opening act had been killed by a hit-and-run driver as she left a friend's house. Grace died instantly, probably not even realizing what had happened. Now Cash knew with painful certainty that he was being targeted. Good people had been injured and died because of him. First Ginger, and now Grace. At least Ginger was still alive, but her recovery would be long and arduous. Out of the corner of his eye, Cash caught sight of his blonde server. He motioned for her. A second later, she approached the table.
"I'd like another, please,"
he said jubilantly as he held up his glass and swung it in the air. She perched a hand on her hip as she motioned with her other at the collection of empty glasses he was amassing. "I think you'd better quit while you're ahead, mister." The reprimand in her tone grated on his last nerve.
"Oh, yeah? And just who are you, my mama?"
"Not hardly," she scoffed. He looked her up and down with a hot glare.
"No, you're not,"
he muttered, trying not to notice how attractive she was with her long honey-blonde hair and lively eyes. Her apron molded well to her slim figure that curved in all the right places. "My face is up here, cowboy," she harumphed, giving him a steely look. His eyes moved to her face. For a second, her words didn't register. Then he realized that he'd been staring at her figure, maybe leering a little. A smile stole over his lips.
"You're easy on the eyes."
She laughed in surprise. "Thanks. So are you," she pointed. "Nice hoodie, by the way. I'm sure that came in handy considering it's 80 degrees outside."
"Ha ha," he slurred. "Is that supposed to be funny?"
Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion.
"Get me another whiskey," he demanded. "Now!"
He pounded the table with the flat of his hand. She looked at him in disappointment. "All right," she finally said. "But don't say that I didn't warn you."
"What are you, the drink police?"
he shot back, the volume of his voice rising. But she'd left before he could even get the full string of words out of his mouth. He watched her go, her hips swaying gently.
"Well, she's a good-looking drink cup," he murmured.
Cash welcomed the buzz that went through his head. He was starting to feel loose, his problems fading into the background. The server returned a few minutes later and placed the drink in front of him. He looked at her name tag.
"Luna,"
he pronounced, and then snorted out a derisive laugh.
"What kind of name is Luna?"
He sized her up.
"You don't look like a Luna."
"Oh, really?" Amusement curved her lips. "What do I look like?" His head lobbed from side to side as he scrutinized her, holding his hands like he was framing a camera.
I don't know. Something more sensible and classier, like Kate or Claire.
I'll have to take that up with the name police. His eyes rounded as laughter rose in his chest.
Ah, you did hear me earlier. Did anyone ever tell you that you're drop-dead gorgeous? A real man-killer?
Man-killer, huh? Well, that's a new one, she laughed. He leaned closer.
What color are your eyes? Blue or purple?
Violet.
Ah, violet.
The song being performed on stage penetrated Cash's consciousness as he scowled.
Great,
he muttered. It was his song, One Way Home, the duet he used to perform with Ginger. You don't like that song? Luna asked. He grunted in response. She looked at the stage and tipped her head, her hair falling softly down over her arm. I like it. It's one of the better Cash Romeo songs. He frowned. Was she dissing on him? He realized she was still speaking. I mean, they're not really doing it justice, she chuckled. The guy's doing a decent job, I suppose, but let's be honest, how hard is it, really, to match Cash Romeo's voice? The hair on the back of his neck rose.
You don't like Cash Romeo?
Luna shrugged. He's okay, I guess, if you're into bubblegum music. An incredulous laugh ripped through Cash's throat.
Bubblegum music?
Yeah, you know, the over-commercialized drivel that the masses can't get enough of. She looked at the stage. But that poor girl, she shook her head. Well, she'd better hone her vocals and tone down the pitch if she expects to go anywhere. I've heard cats with less screechiness. Cash was partially amused, but mostly ticked.
Well, aren't you just the little critic? He drawled.
You're the one who brought it up, she snipped. A reckless thought tumbled through his brain.
You think you could do better?
She rolled her eyes. Duh. It wouldn't be hard.
You certainly have a high opinion of yourself.
She lifted her chin, her eyes meeting his. I take that as a compliment. He reached for his drink and brought it to his lips. He took a sip, then spewed it out.
This is seltzer water.
Club soda, actually. His nostrils flared as he clutched the glass.
I asked you for a whiskey.
You did? She gave him a doe-eyed expression. I'm so sorry. I guess I got the order mixed up.
Sure you did, he smirked.
Hey! A man from a nearby table called as he waved his hand. Luna glanced over her shoulder and then back at Cash. Duty calls, she chimed.
I'm a paying customer, too,
Cash protested as she hurried away. He looked at the club soda in disdain before taking a drink. Now that he knew what to expect, it wasn't so bad. So she thought his music was bubblegum. That really rankled him. He watched the couple on stage. As much as he hated to admit it, Luna was right. The guy was pretty good. The woman was dreadful. He glanced around and saw a flash of blonde hair. Luna was taking care of people a few tables over. He held up his glass.
Hey!
He called loudly, much like the other guy had done. Luna threw him a partially amused glance and then turned her attention back to the other customers. She was ignoring him. He stewed over that for a couple of minutes.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, he said as he rose to his feet. Just as the couple was finishing their song, Cash trotted up the side steps and onto the stage. The announcer, a young guy, walked out holding out his hand. Hey, man, you can't just come up here. These slots book up weeks in advance.
Cash removed the hoodie. Gasps rippled through the audience as the announcer gaped.
Mr. Romeo, he stuttered. I didn't realize you were performing tonight.
Cash pushed a friendly smile over his lips.
If you don't mind, I'd like to. Well, of course.
He stepped up and removed the microphone from the stand.
"Anyone have a guitar I can borrow?" he asked glibly.
This brought a few laughs from the crowd. The man who'd just performed came hurrying out to hand Cash his guitar. Cash gave the guy an appreciative nod.
"Thanks."
He slid the strap over his shoulder as he pulled a stool close and sat down, perching his foot on the bottom rung. He slipped into performance mode as he placed the microphone back into the stand.
"I thought I'd follow up that wonderful performance we just heard with an encore."
A hearty applause sounded, along with a few whistles and cheering. He waited until it quieted down before speaking.
"I'm gonna need a little help, though."
He squinted as he scoped the room. It was a full house, all the better. Ah, there she was, standing near the bar, wearing a rigid expression.
"Beautiful Luna," he said ceremoniously, "keeper of the drinks and avid hater of all bubblegum music. Come on up here."
He made a wide sweep with his arm. She shook her head no and stayed rooted where she was. Cash could tell from the stubborn set of her jaw and the death glare she was aiming at him that she had no intention of coming up. But she'd change her mind once he got the crowd involved.
"Luna, Luna,"
he chanted as he pumped his fist. The audience joined in. Finally, Luna set her tray on the bar and marched up to the stage, her face flaming red.
"Jerk," she seethed.
"You should have told me who you were." She was so darn cute and so incredibly beautiful.
"And you should have quit while you were ahead,"
he tossed back, using similar words she'd said to him earlier. She shot him a dark look.
"Luna and I are gonna sing One Way Home."
Applause broke out as Cash began strumming to get a feel for the guitar. Luna was standing a good 2 feet from him.
"Come closer, darling, I don't bite."
"Oh, but I do," she countered saucily.
"I'm sure you do," he laughed.
She grabbed a stool and placed it beside him before sitting down. She was still a fraction too far away for them to sing together. With a quick movement, he pulled the stool closer. She yelped in surprise.
"That's better."
"You smell like a brewery," she muttered. "I'm surprised you can even play." His head was swimming. Cash wasn't a drinker. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had one drink, much less overloaded like he had tonight. He threw her a cavalier wink.
"Try and keep up."
Years of practice took over as Cash's fingers moved instinctively over the guitar strings as he played the intro. When he began singing, his voice was smooth, melodic. He felt, more than saw, Luna's surprise. When it was her time to sing, she hesitated for a fraction of a second, making him worry that she might choke. But then the lyrics flowed out of her mouth. It was his turn to be surprised. Her voice was unique, husky, haunting, the kind of voice that people took note of. They joined their voices on the chorus as renewed energy flowed through Cash's veins. They shared a look. She was so alive, so mesmerizing. All the light in the room seemed to be drawn to her as she smiled, her teeth sparkling. When the song was over, a hush came over the room the instant before people jumped to their feet, cheering wildly.
"Not bad," he said.
A pleased grin curved her lips as she lifted her chin, causing her lustrous hair to fall back. "Put that in your little book," she taunted.
"I just might," he said, a corner of his lip tugging up. "That is, if I had a little book."
He'd never heard that expression before. It was as unique as Luna. She smirked in response. He motioned.
"Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Luna."
This brought another round of applause. Cash heard murmurs and then saw movement. A second later, reporters pushed their way through the tables of people headed for the stage.
"Paparazzi,"
Cash growled.
"Cash, what do you think of the hit and run? Any guesses as to who it was?"
a man asked.
"This is the second singer on your tour that was either injured or killed. Do you feel responsible for Grace Queenland's death?"
a woman asserted. Cash turned to Luna.
"Help me out here."
Time seemed to stand still as he searched her face.
Please.
With a quick nod, she reached for his hand.
Come on, we can go out the back.
They jumped up as she led him off the stage. Cash only paused long enough to remove the strap from his shoulder and place the guitar down on a table. The whiskey was catching up to him, causing his stomach to roil. He stumbled and fell into her back. She turned.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
he said gruffly, trying to get his bearings. A large man stepped in front of Luna. She stopped in her tracks, causing Cash to barrel into her again.
Sorry, he grunted, fighting the urge to retch.
Hey, Steve.
She turned to Cash.
This is my boss and owner of the cafe.
That was quite the show,
Steve boomed in a commanding voice. He was heavy-set with thick, ripped muscles. He reached for Cash's hand and pumped it.
It was a pleasure having you in my place tonight.
He looked at Luna.
If I'd known this one could sing like that, I would have had her up performing a long time ago instead of waiting tables.
Cash's stomach churned. He felt acid rise in his throat as he swallowed. He didn't want to start blowing chunks. Luna cast him a worried look.
Steve, I'd better get Cash out of here before the paparazzi storms the place.
Good idea. Unfortunately, I heard them say they were going around back to head you off.
Cash ran his hands through his hair.
Oh, this is my fault. I shouldn't have gotten up on stage like that. I'm sorry I put you in a bad position.
Steve rumbled out a deep chuckle.
Are you kidding? This is the most excitement I've had in ages.
Darkness closed in around the edges of his eyes as Cash's knees buckled.
Oh, my gosh,
Luna said as she caught him. His weight caused her to sag as Steve reached to help. Cash regained consciousness with a hoarse chuckle. He felt like he was on a merry-go-round that was spinning out of control.
I'll handle the paparazzi,
he heard Steve say.
Don't you worry, dude. I'll take care of 'em,
Cash boasted loudly.
I'll knock every one of those flea bags into next week.
Careful, slugger, Luna chuckled. The first order of business is to get you out of here. Their voices came at Cash like echoes from far away. Cash caught bits and pieces of the conversation. Luna saying she needed to get her purse and keys. Steve telling her to take Cash somewhere safe.
I am safe, Cash slurred. And I dare the coward who went after Ginger and Grace to come after me. As a matter of fact, I welcome it,
he shouted and then groaned. His head was pounding as if it was being pulverized by a meat tenderizer. Dizziness rolled over Cash as he clutched his stomach.
I feel like I've been beat with a stick, he said with a shaky laugh, mostly to himself.
Cash allowed himself to be led outside, was vaguely aware of the warm, humid air that sank over his skin like a coat of armor as he was placed into the back seat of a car.
Where are you taking me?
He laughed. Chapter 2. She fought the urge to retch as she rolled down her window. The stench was unbearable.
Did you just puke in my car?
She scowled.
Oh!
Her statement was met with silence. She looked in her rearview mirror.
Cash, you okay?
No response.
She clutched the steering wheel, feeling a twinge of panic.
Was he choking?
Cash?
He groaned, then laughed.
Sorry about your car. I'll buy you another.
She chuckled darkly.
Sure, I'll just run down to the dealership and pick out my next BMW.
BMW, you got it,
he chimed with a raucous laugh. She rolled her eyes. Obviously, the superstar had more money than he knew what to do with.
Well, I hope you don't mind sleeping it off at my place. My sister's place, actually.
No response. A few minutes later, she heard snoring. If only the actual Luna could see her now, she would freak. As Ava drove, her mind ran through everything that had transpired over the past several weeks. When she walked into that greasy diner in Atlanta and met eyes with her twin sister, Ava had been floored. After collecting her wits, she sat down beside Luna, and the two of them listened as their birth mother, Norma, told them her life in halting sentences, cut short by her strangled coughs that racked her entire body. It was a sad story. Norma had gone to Nashville in the hope of hitting it big as a singer, but she fell in with the wrong people and became addicted to booze, cigarettes, and drugs. She got pregnant and decided to give up her twins for adoption. Norma had moved around from place to place, eventually landing in Atlanta. She'd been in and out of too many rehab facilities to count. According to Norma, she'd finally gotten clean 5 years ago and was holding down a steady job and rebuilding her life when she realized she was dying of lung cancer. She wanted to make peace with herself, so she scraped together what meager funds she had and hired a private detective to find her girls, as she called Ava and Luna. Norma had quietly passed away 1 week after the meeting at the diner. It had torn Ava up to finally meet her birth mother, only to have her snatched away so quickly. Yet Norma had given Ava a great gift, the knowledge that she had a sister. While Ava hadn't felt any connection with Norma, mostly just pity for the broken-down, regretful woman, she had an instant connection with Luna, even though the two of them had grown up so differently. Luna had been adopted by a pediatric dentist and his wife. When Luna was 6 years old, her dad fell madly in love with one of his dental hygienists, and her parents divorced. Luna was raised by her mother, who was a high school music teacher in Huntsville, Alabama. Luna's mother, Sylvia, was heartbroken by her husband's betrayal and never remarried. She passed away when Luna was 16. By this time, Luna's dad was married to the dental hygienist, and they had a house full of kids. Consequently, Luna opted to go and live with her grandma Peach, her grandmother through her adopted mother's line. After graduating from high school, Luna attended a community college for a while, but ultimately decided to move to Nashville in the hope that she could break into the country music business, not as a performer, but as a songwriter. It was when Ava and Luna were comparing notes about their lives that Ava hatched a plan for them to temporarily switch places. She could tell that Luna was enamored with her glitzy life in Northern Cal, and Ava sure as heck needed a break from her life. Unlike Ava, who was outgoing and unafraid to take risks, Luna was more reserved and hesitant to go along with the plan. Eventually, however, Ava talked her into it. Ava and Luna were 2 weeks into the switch, and everything was going surprisingly well, until now. She looked in the rear-view mirror again, but Cash was lying down in the seat, preventing her from seeing him. She grinned, thinking of how magical it had been to perform with Cash Romeo. When Ava first started waiting on his table, she hadn't realized who he was. Then one of the other servers pointed it out to her. That's why she'd razzed Cash about his music being bubblegum pop. She was trying to help him by cutting off the drinks. She could tell that something was weighing heavily on his mind, and that he was drinking himself into oblivion. The putrid stench of vomit stung her nostrils. After she got Cash settled on Luna's couch, she was going to have to clean up the vomit. It was so gross. She hoped she could keep from puking while cleaning it up. Would she be able to get the smell out of Luna's car? Probably not. Most likely she'd need to have it professionally cleaned. Well, if that were the case, then she would certainly let Wonder Boy pay for that. She grunted, a smile moving over her lips. Every Sunday afternoon, she and Luna called one another to check in. Tomorrow's conversation would be one for the books. Luna would be so jealous when she found out who'd spent the night on her couch. The Cash Romeo. And yep, he was just as easy on the eyes in person than on TV. With those startling green eyes and cocky grin, maybe more so. Cash sat up with a groan. He rubbed a hand across his head, which felt heavier than a box of bricks. He looked around, his surroundings slowly coming into focus. He was in a living room he didn't recognize. His heart skipped a beat as he tried to remember what happened. Had he slept here the night before? He looked down at his clothes, realizing he still had on the jeans and black hoodie. Hazy pieces began to reshape. Him getting the news about Grace's death, leaving his mama's birthday party in a huff, his head burning fire, him borrowing his brother Jackson's truck, going to his mansion to grab the hoodie so he wouldn't be recognized, heading to the Muscadine Cafe, and overloading on whiskey. He'd gotten up on stage and performed with the server. A grin stole over his lips. Man, she was something, with her playful smile and striking eyes. What was her name? Lunar, or something like that. "Good morning, sunshine," a cheery voice said. Startled, he turned. There she was, standing behind the kitchen island, sporting a Mona Lisa smile. She was just as beautiful as he remembered. Hey, he sputtered, a goofy grin spilling over his lips. He tried to piece everything together. "Did I sleep here last night?" He pointed at the couch. "Yep, you sure did." She wiped her hands on a dish towel before perching a hand on her hip. "Let me tell you, I had a time getting you up those stairs. When we got you inside, you collapsed on the couch. And that's where you've been ever since, snoring like a foghorn." His eyes rounded. "I don't snore," he countered, somewhat offended. A chiding laughter pealed from her lips. "I beg to differ. I'm surprised you didn't wake up the neighbors." He shook his head. "I'm so sorry. I was drunk." Disgust rattled his gut. He couldn't believe he'd gotten sloppy drunk and ended up here, in the apartment of some woman he'd only just met. This wasn't him. He didn't pull stunts like this. Cash was normally controlled and sensible. It was because of Grace. A blazing hot anger streaked through him, followed by a jolt of acute pain. The whole thing felt surreal. No wonder he'd gotten drunk. The harsh reality of the situation was too hard to come to grips with. Someone was targeting him and his tour. Would the killer strike again? He thought of his band members, his family. A cold fear spread through him. He needed to talk to Ramsey to get his take on the situation. He probably should have talked to Ramsey last night at Mama's party. That had been the plan, but then when Cash got the call from his manager Howie telling him about Grace's death, Cash had lost it. All he could think about was finding an escape from the anguish. "I know. I was there, remember?" There was a bowl of green grapes sitting on the island. She pulled 2 from the cluster and popped them into her mouth. Cash had gotten so consumed with his own thoughts that he'd lost the thread of the conversation. It must have shown on his face because she laughed. "I was referring to you being drunk. I know because I was there." "Oh, yeah, gotcha." Cash rubbed a hand over his neck. "Geez Louise, this was awkward." "I hope you're hungry. I made cranberry orange muffins. I'm about to make scrambled eggs to go with it." The mere mention of eggs made his stomach churn. If you don't mind, I think I'll just have a muffin." Hopefully he could manage to choke that down. She shrugged. "All right, no scrambled eggs. That's easier for me." He heard ringing. It was his phone. "You're a popular guy. That thing has been going nuts." He leaned back and fished it out of his pocket. It was Howie. He clicked the side to silence it. He scrolled through his phone. He'd missed calls from Jackson, Ramsey, his mama and daddy, Tandy, the CEO of the record label, and Howie. Howie had called 6 times and left several texts. Sucking in a quick breath, Cash stood. His head was pounding so profusely that it was hard to concentrate. "Do you have any Tylenol or ibuprofen?" "Yep, which do you prefer?" "Ibuprofen." He went to the island, pulled out a stool, and plopped down. He hated how sluggish he felt. "Remind me to never drink another drop," he grumbled as he propped his elbows on the island and rubbed his hands over his face. "I tried to get you to slow down, but you weren't too happy with me." He frowned. "I wasn't? That doesn't sound like me." Laughter simmered in her large, luminescent eyes. "Could have fooled me." He ran his mind back, trying to recall the details, but they were fuzzy. He watched as she went to the cupboard with nimble steps and retrieved a glass. His gaze ran the length of her shimmery blonde tresses that bounced softly on her shoulders with her every movement. She had a slim waist and hips with just the right amount of curve. And those legs! Wow! He blinked. pulling his eyes away from her so he wouldn't get caught ogling. Her movements were purposeful and graceful as she filled the glass with water from the tap and handed it to him. Next, she gave him 2 ibuprofen capsules. He swallowed them down with a few swigs of water.
Thanks.
The timer on the oven went off. She slid an oven mitt over her hand, retrieved the muffins, and placed them on the stove top.
You didn't have to do all this for me, he began.
Her eyes zinged laughter. I didn't. I was hungry, he chuckled.
I deserved that.
Shall we pray?
Sure.
Cash was impressed. I'll say it. Folding her arms, she offered the prayer, which consisted of a blessing on the food. She paused before adding, Please help Cash, the members of his band, Grace Queenland's family, and all those who have been affected by this tragedy. She closed the prayer with a hearty, Amen. Cash was stunned.
You know about the hit and run?
She nodded.
How?
He stuttered. Last night, when those 2 reporters stormed into the cafe and descended on you like vultures, they asked about Grace. After I got you situated, I Googled it. He balled his fist.
It's my fault. I should have made sure Grace had security detail on her around the clock.
She reached over and placed a hand over his. It's not your fault. There's no way you could have anticipated that. The conviction of her words both surprised and comforted him. Warmth from her skin flowed into him like a soft blanket. Their eyes met for one long moment. Cash was taken off guard by the strength he felt emanating from her. She was so strikingly beautiful, with her milky complexion and high cheekbones that gleamed like polished apples. The tip of her nose was slightly upturned, and she had a faint smattering of freckles. Those eyes! He couldn't get over the color. So rich, so brilliant. Thanks, he mumbled, breaking the connection by looking away. She meant well, but Cash did feel responsible. He needed to call Grace's parents, who lived in Philadelphia. The least he could do was tell them how sorry he was for their loss. It was so unfair that Grace's life was snuffed out in an instant, all because of her association with him. Cash had no idea who could be targeting him. Was it a stalker or disgruntled fan? Maybe one of his competitors? It could be anyone. He cleared his throat.
Do you mind if I use your restroom?
Not at all, she motioned. Down the hall, first door on the left. Cash looked at his appearance in the mirror. He was a wreck. Half of his hair was matted to his head, the other half sticking straight up. Sleep lines marred his right eye and jaw. Dark circles rimmed his bloodshot eyes. Turning on the faucet, he splashed cold water on his face, willing himself to get a grip. He was sure his parents had called, wondering why he wasn't at church. It was an unspoken rule that when Cash was in town, he attended church with the family. Also, they were probably worried about him after hearing the news of Grace getting killed. Jackson was likely calling to find out where in the devil his truck was. Cash would have to go and retrieve it from the parking lot of the cafe. Panic streaked through him. Had he lost the key? He felt in his pocket as swift relief pelted over him. It was still there. After eating a muffin, Cash would ask the girl. He could kick himself for not remembering her name. If she could give him a ride back to the cafe to grab Jackson's truck. What was her name? Lunar? No, surely it wasn't that. He racked his brain. Luna, maybe? That sounded somewhat correct, but it would be terrible to get it wrong. She'd been so kind to him. Now that the headache was subsiding a bit, memories were coming back. The 2 of them had sung together. She was good. No, great. Sparks had sizzled between them on stage. Cash knew what a rarity it was to find someone that he could really gel with, both on and off stage. But Luna, was that her name? Luna was something special. She'd saved him from the reporters. He'd been out of it last night, to the point where he could hardly stand up straight. Had Cash interacted with those shark reporters, it could have been disastrous. Luna had looked after him, gotten him to safety where he could sleep off the whiskey. Cash was interested in finding out more about her. The voice in his head chimed that it was the worst possible time for him to become infatuated with anyone. In addition to mourning Grace's death, he had to sort out everything with the tour. They were set to perform this coming Friday and Saturday in Germany, and they were now short an opening act. Cash was sure that was why Howie kept calling and texting. He was probably freaking out. A black wave of alarm rose inside of Cash. He took in a breath through his nose and exhaled slowly through his mouth as he gripped the sides of the porcelain sink. He had to remain calm, take things one step at a time. He needed to talk to Ramsey. If he could hire Ramsey to oversee his security team, then Cash would feel much better about the situation. His brother Ramsey was a retired Navy SEAL and worked for a private security group run by the billionaire philanthropist Sutton Smith. If anyone could figure out who was behind this, it was Ramsey. He pulled out his phone and sent Ramsey a text, asking if they could talk later this afternoon. When Cash stepped back into the combination living room and kitchen, he was starting to feel a bit more like himself. He still felt out of it, but at least his head was no longer throbbing. Luna was sitting at the small kitchen table tucked against the wall. She'd set the table for them both, complete with placemats, napkins, silverware, and glasses of orange juice. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from her as he looked at the plate she'd made for him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dig in. Gingerly, he pulled away the liner of the muffin and took a small bite.
This is really good.
It was light and flaky with just the right amount of tanginess. Don't sound so surprised, she chuckled.
Seriously.
He took a larger bite, grateful that it was sitting well in his stomach, at least so far. They ate in companionable silence before Cash spoke.
So, tell me about yourself. You're obviously not from here.
She blinked, color rising in her cheeks. Why do you say that?
Because you don't have a southern accent.
A furrow dented her brows.
I do so. I can say y'all with the best of them.
It was cute how quickly she put on a drawl, but it sounded off, like she was trying out a new pair of shoes that weren't quite her size.
Where are you from? Somewhere on the West Coast. California, maybe?
Cash was pretty good at pinpointing dialects. Her cheeks were flaming, enhancing her beauty.
I grew up in Alabama.
His eyes rounded.
Seriously?
Seriously, she said, sounding miffed.
You don't sound like you're from Alabama.
My mother didn't speak with a southern accent, she said stiffly. I guess it didn't stick for me either.
Okay.
That was a bit odd.
Have you lived lots of different places?
That could explain why she didn't sound more southern.
Nope, she said lightly. Just Huntsville, Alabama, and here in Nashville.
He placed a grape into his mouth, appreciating the tartness of the fruit as it burst on his tongue.
So what brought you to Nashville?
He figured from her top-notch performance that she'd come in the hope of getting discovered, like 90% of all the other people who migrated to Nashville.
I'm a songwriter.
Really?
Now he was intrigued.
I'd like to hear something.
Listening to her songs was the least he could do, considering how she'd looked after him. She tucked a blonde lock behind her ear and shifted in her seat as she blinked.
Really?
Really?
I don't know.
She bit her lower lip in consternation. Most people would jump at the chance for him to hear their work. Her caginess was puzzling.
Have you already gotten a publishing deal?
That would explain it. She was locked into a contract already. She moistened her lips.
No, I haven't.
Okay, then, what's the problem?
There's no problem,
she fired back, meeting his eyes. Cash was startled at the electricity building between them. His gaze went to her lips as he traced their fullness. He wondered if they would taste as good as they looked. He could almost see the wheels turning in her head, could tell she was doing some heavy thinking. He wished he could read her mind.
I guess I could show you the songs, she mused. What could it hurt, right?
A grin tugged at a corner of his lips.
I know a guy who might be interested.
She blinked. Oh, that could be helpful, he laughed.
Yeah, it could, providing that they're good.
They're good, she shot back. I can promise you that. He was amused by her boldness.
Someone has a high opinion of herself.
Something like that, she winked. Luna intrigued him. He couldn't quite figure her out. At any rate, he really liked her. Cash couldn't remember the last time he'd been this enamored with a woman. Luna was a breath of fresh air. She didn't seem the least bit fazed by his superstar status. Furthermore, even though he'd made a complete buffoon of himself the night before, she wasn't writing him off. His phone rang again. He pulled it out of his pocket, hoping it was Ramsay, but it was Howie. He silenced it.
Sorry about that. It's my manager.
She waved a hand. No worries. You can answer if you need to.
Nah, I'll get to it later.
He jumped back to the conversation at hand.
So, do you want to show me your songs after we finish eating?
Her eyes widened. Yeah, I guess I could do that, she said evasively. A sardonic grin slid over his lips.
Don't sound so excited.
She laughed in surprise. I am excited. He lifted an eyebrow.
This is you excited?
She didn't skip a beat.
This is me excited.
A large fake smile stretched over her lips, deepening her dimples as she tipped her head. See, I'm overjoyed. He caught the faint note of sarcasm in her voice as a memory trickled back. He held up a finger.
Ah, this is because you don't like my bubblegum music.
She giggled.
Yeah, about that.
She scrunched her nose. I have a confession. Her eyes danced with mischief. Her liveliness was infectious, causing a corner of his lips to quiver.
What's that?
I knew who you were when I said that. He blinked in surprise before a grin spread over his lips.
Ah, you got me good.
Yes, sir, she hooted. It was fun to watch you get so hot around the collar. Cash liked how she wasn't afraid to tease him. Many of the women he met acted like they were afraid to say 2 words to him because they were so starstruck. She, dang it, he needed to confirm her name. Well, she took everything in stride. He sat back, fingering his napkin.
So, how did you end up with such an unusual name?
He'd been razzing her about it the night before. That much he remembered. My mother was a throwback from the hippie era.
It's so unusual.
There had to be a way to get her to say her name. It is, I suppose. She gave him a speculative look. You don't remember what it is. Heat crept up his neck.
Sure I do,
he asserted. She arched an eyebrow. Okay, then, what is it? He didn't skip a beat.
Lunar,
he blurted. Her face fell. Lunar? She huffed. Seriously? He grinned.
Luna?
A smile curved her lips. Ha, you got me. So it was Luna. His shoulders relaxed. He finished off the last bite of the muffin.
Where did you learn to cook like that?
It's my mother's recipe, she said, and then jerked like she'd misspoken. Color rushed to her cheeks.
So your mother was a hippie and a chef?
She let out a nervous laugh. Yep, something like that. Cash sat back in his seat and stretched his legs underneath the table. Soon enough, he'd have to get in touch with Howie so they could figure out where to go from here. But for now, it was nice to take a breather and simply enjoy the company of this fascinating woman.
How long have you lived in Nashville?
She pursed her lips, thinking. A couple years.
How do you like it?
It's great. The people are friendly. Her eyes lit with laughter. Occasionally, I get to meet interesting people at my work. She reached for her glass of orange juice and circled it around before taking a sip. You know, rescue a superstar from the paparazzi, have him vomit in my car. A hot shame covered him.
I did that?
He winced. She scrunched her nose in disgust. Yep, you did.
I am so sorry.
I'll pay to have it cleaned.
Amusement sparked in her eyes. What? I don't get the BMW? He had no clue what she was talking about. Laughter sounded in her throat. You promised to buy me a BMW last night. His head swung back and forth.
Oh, you must think I'm a complete moron.
A moron, she countered lightly, but not a complete moron.
Ouch.
A grin ruffled his lips. He liked that she was teasing him. His phone went off again. He pulled it out. It was a text from Howie. He'd sent Cash a link to a video. You've got to see this. Cash's insides froze. Was it more bad news?
Do you mind?
Not at all. Luna stood and reached for his plate, stacking it on top of hers as she carried the dishes into the kitchen. Cash tapped the link. It took a second for his brain to click, registering what he was seeing. Hearing the music, Luna turned and looked at him in surprise. Is that us singing?
Yes.
He thought Luna was good last night, even when he was half out of it. Watching her now, well, she was incredible. A corner of his mouth quirked up. What? Luna asked cautiously.
You're not half bad,
she grunted. I was about to say the same about you, she responded tartly. You did pretty well for a guy who was 2 sheets to the wind. His eyebrows slid up.
Oh, you're not going to let me forget that, are you?
Nope, not any time soon. Howie sent another text. This has been viewed over 500,000 times. Cash's eyes bugged as he reread the text again. What? Luna left the kitchen and came over to stand beside him as she peered over his shoulder at the screen. Another text pinged in. You and this girl are magic. You've got to find her. I have an idea. Chapter 3. Who's the text from? Ava, or rather Luna, asked, swallowing hard. She kept trying to pound it into her brain that she was supposed to be Luna. It was imperative that she keep her guard up at all times. She'd slipped when she mentioned that the cranberry orange muffins were her mother's recipe, and her attempt to talk with a southern accent was obviously a dismal failure. Interestingly enough, no one except Cash had noticed. Maybe he was just good at picking up on details. I'm Luna, her mind shouted.
It's from my manager, Howie,
Cash answered. What idea is he talking about? Cash sat back in his seat and rubbed his jaw.
I'm not sure,
he answered, but Ava suspected that Cash had a pretty good idea. 500,000 people had viewed the video since last night. Ava couldn't wrap her brain around those numbers. How did the video get posted to YouTube? She sputtered.
One of the people in the audience must have recorded it.
Cash's phone rang. It was Howie. He and Ava looked at one another. Maybe you should get it, she said, wide-eyed. Nodding, he stood and answered with an abrupt, Hey. He moved into the living room and began pacing as he talked. Ava stood beside the table, watching him carefully, her mind spinning. This whole thing was spiraling out of control. How would Luna react when she realized that Cash Romeo was interested in her songs? Ava figured she'd be ecstatic. After all, how many people got a break like that? Luna's songs were fantastic, soulful, searching, the kind of songs that could only be born out of much heartache and disappointment. Cash was bound to love them. But then what? Luna was no performer. That was Ava's department, and yet Ava couldn't write a decent song to save her life. It was like the two sisters combined made up the perfect whole. A hysterical laugh tickled Ava's throat as she swallowed to squelch it. This was insane. When Cash called her up to sing the night before and he prompted the audience to start shouting her name, she'd been backed in a corner. So she just got up and did it. She had no idea a video of the two of them would be blasted over the entire universe. Yet, she should have realized Cash was a public figure. He couldn't so much as go to the store without it being big news. Of course, someone would video them. But 500,000 views since last night? That was mind-boggling.
No, Cash exploded. "I won't put another person in danger, especially not her." He glanced toward Ava. She could tell he was talking about her. What was his manager asking him to do? "I've got to let you go," he huffed and then ended the call. Ava hugged her arms. "What's going on?" Cash shoved his phone into his front pocket before jamming a hand through his hair. He rattled out a humorless laugh. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you." Her eyes met his. "Try me." His shoulders sagged as he motioned to the couch. "Care to join me?" They both sat down. As Ava took in Cash's rock-hard jaw and the tortured expression in his emerald eyes, her heartstrings tugged. What was it about Cash Romeo that made her feel such a connection with him? Forget that he was easy to look at, with his lithe, muscled body, quick smile, and startling eyes. Hudson Davenport was equally good-looking, but Ava had never felt anything other than friendship for the man her parents were counting on her to marry. From the moment Ava saw Cash in the cafe, she'd felt some inexplicable draw to him, even when he was drowning his sorrows in whiskey. This very minute, she got the distinct impression that their lives would be intertwined. Maybe it was wishful thinking, because she could easily become smitten with Cash. At any rate, that's how she felt. She touched his arm, a zing rippling through her. "What is it?" she prompted. "Howie wants me to track you down, offer you the opportunity to come on tour with me and sing a few songs at each concert." Her jaw hit the floor as her hand went to her chest. "Me?" He nodded grimly. High-pitched laughter tickled her throat. "That's crazy." "It's not only crazy, but also dangerous. As much as I would enjoy having you on tour with me, it could make you a target." The idea of going on tour with Cash Romeo thrilled her to the core, and it would pay well. One of the reasons Ava had switched places with Luna was in the hope that it would buy Ava time to sort through her family's financial difficulties. Her parents' vineyard was floundering, which is why her mom and dad were so adamant about her marrying Hudson Davenport. The Davenports were high society with very deep pockets. Joining the two families together would create a powerful dynasty in the wine industry. However, if Ava could earn a large enough sum, then a marriage to Hudson would no longer be necessary. She spoke aloud, talking mostly to herself. "Ginger Blakely fell off the stage in Italy. Then Grace Quinlan was killed in a hit-and-run. Are you sure the two are connected?" He grunted, giving her a disbelieving look. "Well, yeah. Doesn't it seem connected to you?" "Ginger could have simply fallen." His head swung back and forth. "No, her medication was switched. She took a pill right before she went on stage. It made her dizzy, and that's why she fell. She broke her leg and 2 vertebrae. "Oh, wow." She gave him a searching look. "Do you have any idea who could be doing this?" "It could be a jealous fan, a competitor who has an axe to grind. The list goes on and on." He blew out a long breath. "I just don't know." His eyes deepened to a deep hunter green, a pained expression overtaking his features. "The video of you and me is getting so much attention. There's speculation that the two of us are an item. For all we know, you could now become a target." Her breath caught as invisible bands squeezed her chest. "Are you serious?" Ava had the feeling that none of this was real. It was a dream or nightmare that she'd soon wake up from, only to discover that she was back in Northern Cal, back to the superficial life of social gatherings and parties that she'd been so sick of. Now, however, her old life wasn't looking too bad. "Sadly, yes. At least that's Howie's assertion, anyway." Tremors ran through her body as she clasped her hands in her lap. He placed a hand over hers. "I don't think that's the case." He offered a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I suspect that Howie's just saying that to get you to come on the tour." "I don't understand. How would that prompt me to go on your tour?" "Well, when Howie brought it up, I told him no way would I get you on the tour because I don't want to make you a target.
Howie came back with,
For all you know, you've already made her a target, especially if a jealous fan is behind this. According to Howie, you would be safer on the tour with security personnel looking after you than back here in Nashville alone.
A shiver snaked down her spine. Do you really think I'm in danger?
He gave her a long look. I'm not sure, he admitted. I'm so sorry I got you into this. When I called you up to sing, I wasn't thinking clearly. I had no idea. His voice trailed off.
A second later, he continued.
There's a chance that the video of us will just die out. He grimaced. Sorry, poor choice of words. After the video loses steam, you could be in the clear. However, were you to go on tour with me,
he paused, locking eyes with her,
the chances of you becoming a target substantially increases.
Her mind ran through the alternatives. She got the feeling that Cash was right. If they parted ways now, she probably wouldn't be in any danger. From what she could tell, someone was targeting Cash's tour. Both Ginger Blakely and Grace Queenland were opening acts. You're not asking me to open for you, are you? He laughed in surprise.
No, that might be a little much, even for you.
Yes, it would. While it would be great to bring Luna's songs into the limelight, it would take weeks, months maybe, for Ava to learn all of them. That was assuming that Cash even liked Luna's songs, or that Luna would agree to having her songs performed. Also, Ava had no band. Who will you get to open for you? She looked down, realizing that his hand was still over hers. She liked the feel of Cash's skin against hers. A shadow crossed his handsome face.
That was the first part of my conversation with Howie. Hartley Raines has offered to step in and open.
Wow, that would be good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would give us an opening act.
But, she prompted.
But I don't want to put Hartley in danger.
She nodded in understanding.
Also, Hartley and I, we have a history together.
A muscle twitched in his jaw as he removed his hand from hers.
I just don't know that I want to open up that can of worms.
The hot arrow of jealousy that ran through Ava took her by surprise. Were you and Hartley a couple? His lips pressed together in hard lines as he nodded in the affirmative. That's all it took for Ava to make her decision. Okay, I'll do it. He looked at her like she'd sprouted another head.
What?
I'll go on tour with you. She held up a finger. But I do want your word that you'll give my songs some consideration. If Ava could get a publishing deal for Luna on top of making herself a tidy sum, then everyone would come out on top, providing that she wasn't targeted by some psychomaniac killer.
Are you listening to yourself?
His voice rose.
Grace was killed. Ginger was severely injured. Are you seriously willing to put yourself in jeopardy just so you can go on tour and sing a few songs with me? You're a natural at performing. You don't need me to make it in this industry, he grunted. For that matter, I can put you in touch with plenty of people who would give you a shot.
Really? She squeaked. You'd do that for me? His eyes caressed hers as he gave her a tender smile.
Of course, you saved me last night. It's the least I can do.
Ava's heart melted. The sparks between them were hot enough to burn rubber. Now that she'd met Cash Romeo, knew what it was like to bask in his presence, everything else would pale in comparison. She wanted to go on tour, mostly so she could be with him. She squared her jaw. What if Howie's right? What if I'm already in danger? Wouldn't I be safer with you? Surprise flicked in his jade eyes.
With me?
Color flamed her cheeks. I mean on your tour with security personnel.
I could always hire a bodyguard to watch over you here in Nashville.
It was crazy how fast Ava's heart dropped. No, she blurted. She wanted to be with Cash, and she wanted a chance to go on tour. This was big, bigger than anything she could have ever dreamed of. I came to Nashville in the hopes of getting my songs discovered. She winced inwardly at the lie.
That was Luna's dream. But Ava was Luna, sort of. "I want to go on tour with you." He took in a breath, assessing her. "Come on," she taunted playfully. "Surely with all of your resources, you can keep me safe." It was the wrong thing to say. His features went rigid.
"I'm sure Ginger and Grace thought the same thing,"
he said quietly. Ava could feel a wall going up between them. She fought past it as she touched his jaw. She could feel his surprise. Figured he also felt the same tingles that had run through her. "Just give me a chance," she urged. "You won't regret it." Time seemed to stand still as she waited for him to answer.
"Okay,"
he finally said. "Okay?" A large smile filled her face. A ghost of a smile touched his features.
"I guess we're doing this."
Ava wanted to jump up and punch a victory fist in the air. Instead, she stood.
"Where are you going?"
Cash asked. "To get my notebook." Ava was glad that Luna had written the sheet music to go along with her lyrics. Otherwise, they'd be sunk. He chuckled.
"You don't waste any time, do you?"
"Nope," she chimed. "I don't." Her feet barely touched the floor as she sailed to the bedroom. She was going on tour with Cash Romeo, and he was about to hear Luna's songs. Ava could hardly wait to talk to Luna on the phone this afternoon. Her sister was going to freak. Chapter 4. "Well, what do you think?" Ava asked after she'd spilled her guts to Luna. Silence. Ava tightened her hold on the phone. "Are you there?" "Yeah, I'm here." "What do you think?" Ava repeated impatiently. "With your songs and my performance, we'll be unstoppable." "It sounds like an incredible opportunity, and it's super generous of you to offer to give me half the proceeds from the tour." "Well, I figure that's the least I can do. After all, I am pretending to be you. If you end up selling any of my songs, I'll split that with you as well." Ava's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yeah, of course. It's the least I can do, considering you're the one who's getting them noticed." "That's true," Ava conceded. "Are you not worried about the danger you could be putting yourself in?" Ava's stomach tightened. "Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a concern, but I have full confidence that Cash will do everything in his power to keep me safe." "You like him, don't you?" Ava flinched, surprised by Luna's intuition. "I suppose I do, a little." Her cheeks flushed, thinking about how his hand had felt over hers. She felt so alive when she was with him, like anything was possible. Luna chuckled. "You like him a lot." "He's Cash Romeo. How could I not like him?" Ava snipped. "I don't know." "You don't like Hudson, and he's amazing." Ava caught the note of tenderness in Luna's voice as a knowing smile formed over her lips. "Aha! The truth becomes apparent. You like Hudson." Luna laughed nervously. "I'm just trying to hold down the fort while you're gone." "For the record, I like Hudson just fine. I just don't want to marry him," she muttered, scrunching her brows. A few beats passed before Ava spoke. "How are things in sunny Cal?" "Great," Luna gushed. "Your mom and I are planning a surprise birthday party for your dad. I don't know why your mom gets on your nerves. I think she's amazing." Ava rolled her eyes. "Yeah, she's great if your whole life revolves around the country club and the next social event." "Well, I'm enjoying spending time with her," Luna said defensively. "I'm glad, truly." Ava felt a pang as she thought of her parents. She was sad that she would miss her dad's 63rd birthday. She missed her parents, but it was nice to have some freedom. "Has anyone suspected that you're not me?" "I don't think so. I mean, your mom and Hudson both said something about me acting a little strange initially, but things seem to have settled down." Ava grinned. "How are you liking the red hair?" When she and Luna decided to make the switch, they had to color their hair. Ava went blonde and Luna went red. Their natural color was a dirty blonde, making it easier for them to transition to either red or blonde.
You know, it's not half bad. How about you with the blonde? Ava trilled out a laugh. I'm beginning to think that blondes really do have more fun. I never had that much fun living my life, Luna sulked. In all the time I worked at the Muscadine Cafe, I never rubbed shoulders with anyone as exciting as Cash Romeo. It must be fate. This will help both of us. Yes, it will, Luna agreed. Hey, this is changing the subject, but what's the deal with your friend Margot? I thought you said the two of you were close. We're the best of friends. Why do you ask? I don't know. There's just something about her that rubs me the wrong way. A grin played over Ava's lips. Is it because she used to have the hots for Hudson? Luna's voice rose. Really? I suspected that might be the case, but it was just a hunch. Well, your hunch was right on the money. Margot and Hudson dated one summer, but then broke up. There was some sort of trouble over Margot's former boyfriend. I'm not sure what happened exactly because Hudson's pretty tight-lipped about it. Does Margot resent that you and Hudson are soon to be engaged? I don't think so. I believe she got over Hudson a long time ago. I'm not so sure. I think it's hard for Margot to see you and Hudson together. Ava giggled. You mean you and Hudson? Yeah, I guess so. She paused. So you're really doing this? Touring with Cash Romeo? Yep, wish me luck. Good luck, Luna chuckled. Now I'll get to read all about myself in the tabloids, she said drolly. Ava made a face. I hope not. Be careful. Thanks, I will. Hey, in all your spare time, do you think you could write some more songs? Cash loved the ones you have. I think it would be nice to have more on hand, just in case. Well, that's fantastic. I'll see what I can do. Hearing the enthusiasm in Luna's voice made Ava smile. I'm glad your songs are getting some attention. They are really good. I feel guilty taking credit for them. They had so much heart, so much feeling. Well, you should, Luna said, but there was no bite in her voice. I'm just glad you sing them like they should be sung. You've never heard me sing. Nope, I haven't, but you're obviously good enough for Cash to ask you to go on tour with him, so there. A smile tipped Ava's lips as she glanced at her fingernails, thinking how she was overdue for a manicure. You'll have to watch the video. I'll do that, Luna paused. Hey, how long are we going to keep this up? The switch? Yeah. Ava twisted her hair around her finger. I'm not sure. How long do you want to do it? She held her breath, waiting for her sister to respond. Ava wasn't ready to go back to her old life. In many ways, she felt like she was just now really starting to live. That maybe the life she was living now was real, and the other had been false. Still, it wasn't fair to force her wishes on Luna. She had to think of her well-being, too. Luna had been great to go along with all this, and she seemed to be excited about getting a taste of Ava's life. Still, considering how the whole thing had been Ava's idea, she felt responsible. I'm not sure. Well, the tour will last until November. Luna squeaked out a high-pitched laugh. November? That's 4 months away. Yeah, sorry. I guess this raises the stakes a little. A little? Do you think we can keep up the charade that long? Sure, why not? We just keep going along as we are. No one will be the wiser. A velvety chuckle rumbled in her throat. And in the meantime, we rack up a whole lot of money for us both. What about your impending engagement to Hudson? What about it? Ava flung back. Your mother's pretty adamant about the wedding taking place before Christmas. The hair on the back of Ava's neck bristled as she barked out a laugh. Sheesh, we're not even engaged yet. If I can earn enough money, then a marriage to Hudson Davenport won't be necessary. Yeah, you make a good point. In the meantime, just stall. Easier said than done, Luna quipped. You can do it, sis. I have full confidence in you, Ava urged. She liked being able to call Luna sis. I'm glad someone does. The doorbell rang, causing Ava's heart to leap. I've got to let you go. Cash is here to pick me up. Where are you going? We fly to Germany on Thursday. Until then, Cash wants me to stay at his house to make sure I stay safe. That's smart. Luna hesitated. Just be careful. Don't get yourself into any trouble. You know, staying with Cash." Ava laughed. "Don't worry, I'm a good girl. I'll mind my P's and Q's." "I'm sure you will," Luna chuckled. "Talk to you next Sunday, if not before," Ava chimed as she ended the call. A second later, she went to answer the door. Her heart was pounding so profusely, she felt like she could scarcely breathe. She forced herself to calm down. All of this felt like a wonderful dream that she never wanted to wake up from. She couldn't believe she was spending the next few days at Cash's house, and then flying to Germany with him in his private jet, where she could participate in his concert. Well, that part was a bit intimidating. She only had a few short days to get ready, but she could do it. Ava sure hoped Luna was enjoying being in Northern Cal, because if all of this kept up, Ava might not ever want to return to her old life. A feeling of awe settled over Ava as Cash's melodic voice flowed through the lyrics of Luna's song. He had such a rich, clear sound, but it wasn't just his voice that drew Ava in. It was everything about him. She traced the length of his cut biceps and muscular forearms, noting how his long fingers strummed the guitar so effortlessly. The outline of his pecs and ab muscles were visible beneath his form-fitting black T-shirt. He was wearing jeans, and his feet were bare, reminding Ava of the intimate nature of the situation. She was here, in Cash's home. The knowledge sent thrills racing through her. She took in his chiseled features and strong jaw that had the beginnings of 5 o'clock shadow. She could tell that Cash could easily grow a beard if he wanted, and it would look good on him, especially if he kept it short and tapered. His expressive eyes flashed like polished stones as he sang. Cash put everything into his music, and it showed. He launched into the second verse. Tattered dreams and intermittent screams filled the chamber of my searching heart. You say you want a fresh start, but trusting you, well, that's just not smart. I see your lying smile and hope you'll stay for a while. My heart knows what my head will refuse. It's no use because there's always another excuse. Don't mind me because I'm free to go back to my lonely moon. Ava joined in on the chorus, her voice blending seamlessly with Cash's as they harmonized. Lonely moon, forever in my room, always there, always plays fair. My lonely moon, I won't leave you so soon. They finished the song, and the last chords on the guitar faded into silence. A hush settled over them as Cash turned to Ava. "That was incredible," he murmured, his brilliant jade eyes flickering with admiration. Her entire body thrilled with awareness of being here with him. His every look and touch evoked tingles through her. "Thank you." The two of them were in the state-of-the-art music room recording studio in Cash's home, where they'd been for the past 2 hours, going over the songs they would perform at the upcoming concert on Friday. Ava was pleased with how quickly she was picking everything up. Cash chuckled. "Howie's gonna wet his pants when he hears that. I have a feeling this will shoot straight to the top of the charts. Where did you learn to write like that?" She shrugged. "It just came." Her words rang high-pitched and false in her own ears. While Ava appreciated his praise, it cut at her. How would Cash react when he learned the truth? She was a fraud. She hated taking credit for Luna's work, and yet doing so would help them both. Her brain scrambled to rationalize that she'd never intended to deceive Cash. The events were put into motion so quickly. What else could she have done? Cash wouldn't care if she was Ava or Luna, would he? Well, he'd certainly care that she wasn't the one who'd written the songs. And now she was lying to him. Still, she hadn't meant for things to go down this way. "What was the inspiration behind the song, Lonely Moon, Forever in My Room?" Her eyes bugged a little as she swallowed. "Well, I'd have to say it came from—" The sound of the doorbell ringing piped through the entire house. "Hold that thought," Cash said as he removed the strap from his shoulder and placed his guitar on the stand. Ava blinked, relief trickling through her at getting off the hook. "Are you expecting company?" It was 8 o'clock on a Sunday night. Cash's eyes sparkled.
"Yep, my ace in the hole for ensuring that you, along with the other members of my tour, remain safe."
She had no idea what he was talking about, so she felt it best to not respond. He got to the door before glancing back over his shoulder.
"Come down with me. I want you to meet Ramsey."
Ava arose from the stool. "Is he part of your security team?" Cash chuckled.
"Not yet, but I hope he will be. Ramsey's my older brother."
"Your older brother?"
"Yep,"
he said proudly.
"If anyone can find out who's trying to sabotage my tour, it's Ramsey. He's a human lie detector. Nothing gets past him."
1,000 hot prickles pelted Ava like needles. "Oh," she said, trying to keep her voice neutral. She could feel her cheeks burning and hoped Cash wouldn't notice, but Ramsey would. Her stomach knotted. Would Ramsey peg her as an imposter? Ava had tried to adopt a Southern accent, but as Cash so aptly pointed out over breakfast this morning, she was terrible at it. Her heart was pounding 100 miles a minute as she followed Cash down the stairs and into the foyer. Would Ramsey sense her fear? Probably. He would be able to tell she was hiding something. Ava was so looking forward to going on tour, and being here with Cash was heaven. She didn't want to have it all ripped away as suddenly as the blessings had come into her life. She sucked in a quick breath. Her only chance of pulling this off was to remain calm. He opened the door.
"Hey, bro,"
Cash said as he thrust out his hand. The brothers gave each other a partial shake, partial hug, with hearty slaps on the shoulders.
"Thanks for coming."
Cash stepped back so Ramsey could enter. Ava took a quick glance at Ramsey, noting the familial resemblance. But before she could absorb the details of Ramsey's appearance, an older man with temples brushed in silver stepped in behind him and closed the door.
"Daddy,"
Cash said in surprise.
"I didn't realize you were coming over too." "Hey, son,"
the older man responded in a booming, confident voice that had Southern highborn culture written all over it. He embraced Cash in a tight hug.
"I figured I'd better tag along and get the scoop of what's happening. I'm so sorry to hear about Grace Queenland." "Me too,"
Cash said with a note of sorrow. It was then that Ramsey and Cash's dad seemed to realize that Ava was in the foyer. Their expressions radiated both surprise and interest as they looked at her with candor.
"We didn't realize you had company,"
Cash's dad said, a cordial smile touching his lips. Cash spoke.
"This is Luna Ellison. She's going on tour with me and will be staying here until we fly to Germany on Thursday."
The shocked looks on the men's faces sucked the air out of the room. Cash rushed to explain.
"I figured the best way to keep Luna safe is to keep her with me."
Amusement sparked in Ramsey's eyes.
"Is that right, little brother?"
His voice held a faint edge of teasing. He extended his hand.
"Nice to meet you, Luna."
"Nice to meet you, too," she said as she reached for his hand. No surprise, he had a firm grip, and she could tell that he was giving her a thorough assessment. As they released hands, she had to fight the urge to run a self-conscious hand over her hair. She was being weighed and measured. Would she make the cut?
"Luna,"
Cash's dad mused.
"is that a stage name?"
Ava laughed easily as color rose in her cheeks. "No, that's my actual name."
"Well, it's unique,"
he said with a broad smile. Cash piped in.
"Luna, this is my daddy, Knox."
"Nice to meet you, Knox." They shook hands, but when she went to pull away, Knox kept hold of her hand, placing his other hand over hers.
"Well, you're certainly a beauty. I can see why my son wants to keep you safe."
"Thank you," Ava said. At this rate, her cheeks would be perpetually red. Knox released her hand as he tipped his head.
"Where are you from?"
"Alabama," she answered with as much twang as she could without sounding cheesy.
"What part?"
"Huntsville."
"Ah, one of my buddies used to work at the Redstone Arsenal up until he retired. He was in charge of the Black Hawk helicopters."
Ava had no idea what the Redstone Arsenal was, but she nodded like she knew exactly what he was talking about. Ramsey looked thoughtful.
Was that Dewey Potterfield? Yep.
Knox shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked forward on the balls of his feet. Cash motioned.
Let's go in the den.
Ava felt a swell of relief as they walked that direction. Knox hadn't batted an eye when she said she was from Alabama. Maybe she'd added just the right amount of drawl to her speech. Luna had coached her by telling her to draw out her eyes rather than cutting them off with a lilt. She'd have to remember to do that while sprinkling in plenty of y'alls. Ava sat down in one of the overstuffed chairs instead of next to Cash on the leather couch. She didn't want to do anything to give his family the wrong impression of the two of them, even though she certainly wouldn't mind having a romantic relationship with Cash. Ramsey opened the conversation.
Do you have any idea who killed Grace?
A chill ran down Ava's spine. This was murder they were talking about here. Would she become a target? Had she run straight into the line of fire? Cash shook his head.
No, I don't.
His features tensed. Ava marveled at how tuned in she was to Cash's feelings. She wanted to spring to her feet and throw her arms around him so she could comfort him.
What do the police say?
Knox asked. Cash's jaw tightened.
All I know is that Grace was hit by a car as she left a friend's house. The car sped away. Were there any witnesses? Video surveillance from the nearby houses?
Ramsey asked.
I'm not sure.
Cash looked at Ramsey.
I know you're busy with the demands of your work, but I was hoping I could convince you to come and work for me temporarily, find out who's behind this.
Ramsey's posture was relaxed, his hands resting in his lap, his ankle crossed over his thigh in a wide stance. The only evidence that he was listening intently came from the slight tilt of his head. With his stylish haircut, dress shirt, and slacks, Ramsey reminded Ava of a GQ model. Like Cash, Ramsey was very handsome, with his strong features and blue-gray intelligent eyes. He was around the same height as Cash, but not quite as muscular. Still, Ava could tell that he was physically fit. Was Ramsey a detective, police officer? She made a mental note to ask Cash the details. Her gaze moved to Knox. It wasn't hard to see where the Romeo men had gotten their good looks. With his olive complexion, rugged features, and teal eyes, Knox was a very striking man. He oozed confidence and had a tough, manly edge to him, a Clint Eastwood type. Ramsey drummed his fingers on his thigh.
Let me check with my boss. I'm sure once he understands the situation, he won't mind me taking a leave of absence to help. I'll need a couple of days to wrap up the project I'm working on. I'll pay you for your services, Cash inserted. I'll even pay your security firm if that would help.
Ramsey waved a hand.
I don't think Sutton will mind me taking some time off, but I'll run it by him.
A grin flitted over his lips.
I'm sure we can work something out. Give us a run-through of everything that has happened, Knox said.
Cash explained that Ginger Blakely's anxiety medication was replaced with high-powered muscle relaxers that had made her dizzy, causing her to fall off the stage.
At first, we weren't sure if Ginger was being targeted or if it was the tour. So when Ginger was down for the count, you got Grace Queenland to fill in.
Knox stroked his chin, looking thoughtful as he spoke.
Yes, that's correct,
Cash said. Silence settled over the group until Knox spoke.
What will you do now with no opening act? Hartley Raines has offered to fill in,
Cash answered. A startled look passed between Knox and Ramsey.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Knox asked, pinning Cash with probing eyes. Cash's expression grew grim.
I didn't really have much of a choice. Hartley's people reached out to Howie after Ginger was out of commission, saying they wanted to work out something so that Hartley and I could tour together.
He grunted out a humorless laugh.
I told them no way.
His head swung back and forth.
But now, well, I'm in between a rock and a hard place.
Questions began percolating in Ava's mind. Why did Cash and Hartley break up?
Cash said he didn't want to open that can of worms by having Hartley on his tour. Did he still have feelings for Hartley? Ramsey glanced at Ava.
Where does she come in?
Ava tensed. Something in the intonation of Ramsey's tone pricked at her. Cash flashed a dazzling smile at Ava that had the power to immediately put her at ease.
Should I show them our video?
Sure. He pulled out his phone and held it out as Knox and Ramsey moved next to him. Ava remained seated where she was, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. When the video was finished, Knox looked at her as if seeing her for the first time.
Wow, you're really good.
I know, Cash beamed.
And that was an impromptu performance.
He looked at his dad.
You should hear Luna's songs. They'll make you want to cry, they're so good.
Ava blushed. Thanks, she murmured softly, even though she knew the song part was intended for Luna, not her.
When was this video taken?
Ramsey asked.
Last night,
Cash answered.
It now has close to 1 million views. Fans are going gaga over it.
Ramsey looked back and forth between Cash and Ava.
Did y'all know each other before the performance?
It was interesting how Ramsey seemed to be able to pick out the weak links of the situation. Ava looked at Cash, could tell from his wide eyes that he wasn't sure how to answer. She certainly didn't know what to say.
We met last night,
Cash said evenly.
At the Muscadine Cafe.
Ava rushed to help him. I was Cash's server, and we ended up singing together. She didn't feel the need to go into the part where Cash got drunk and how she'd taken him back to her place to sleep it off. No sense in shaming Cash in front of his family. Ava's heart dropped when she saw Ramsey and Knox exchange a concerned look. Knox rubbed his jaw.
In light of everything that's happening, do you think it's a good idea to take someone you don't know very well on tour with you?
He gave Ava an apologetic look.
No offense.
She was somewhat offended. She sat up straight in her seat. I can assure you, she snipped, I have only the best of intentions here.
Well, I'm sure you do, Knox answered easily. But still.
He looked expectantly at Cash, waiting for him to answer. Cash cleared his throat.
I know this is unorthodox, but Howie thinks it's a great idea, and so do I, he said, his jaw clenching. Aren't you worried about putting Luna in danger? Ramsey asked. For all we know, this could be some jealous stalker who's trying to eliminate all the women in your life to take out the competition. I wasn't romantically involved with Ginger or Grace, Cash countered, his face going a shade darker. No, but you were involved with Hartley Raines, Ramsey cut in. A hot poker of jealousy stabbed through Ava. Not only was Hartley Raines a talented performer, but she was a beauty with her long curly red hair and model-thin figure. Hartley was opening for Cash, meaning she'd be traveling with him. What does that have to do with anything? Cash spouted. Hartley and I were through a long time ago. Ramsey held up a finger. But now she's opening for you. Cash's brows bunched together. So, maybe Hartley's behind the accident and the murder. You said that her people contacted Howie after Ginger Blakely's accident. Yes, that's right, Cash said reluctantly. You weren't willing to let Hartley open for you then, but now that Grace has been killed, you're in a pickle. Cash's eyes were larger than silver dollars. Oh, that's absurd, he scoffed. Hartley's not a murderer. Ramsey fired back a question. What has been the status of Hartley's career over the past several years? Cash blinked. Hartley's been floundering a bit. He leveled a glare at Ramsey. But that doesn't mean she would kill to get back on top. I'm just looking at all the options, Ramsey countered, in the tempered tone of one used to dealing with life or death matters on a daily basis. All I'm saying here is that Grace Queenland's death is giving Hartley the opportunity to open for you. It will be a tremendous boost to her career. No one is above suspicion. Heat blasted over Ava before she went frigidly cold. Even though Ramsey wasn't looking her direction, she knew he was referring to her. She and Luna had been so careful to cover their tracks. Still, no plan was foolproof.
Ava couldn't have known what was coming down the pike with Cash or the tour. All she'd been concerned about at the time was escaping her life for a while until she could figure out how to get out of marrying Hudson Davenport while keeping her parents happy. Also, she didn't want her parents to lose the vineyard, which is why she needed the money this tour and song sales would bring.
"I'll need to turn over every stone," Ramsey said. His eyes met Cash's. "If I agree to do this, then you have to let me have full control to investigate how I please. There may come a time when I'll need to take drastic measures to keep you safe."
Measures? What measures? Ava's heart began to race. She felt like her head was on the chopping block. Cash ran a hand through his hair.
"Okay, you've got my permission to do whatever you need. We've got to find out who's behind this before someone else gets hurt or killed." "Agreed," Ramsey said, his jaw set in stone. "Thanks, bro." Gratitude shone in Cash's eyes. "I hope you know how much this means to me." He coughed to cover the tremble in his voice. Moisture rose in Ava's eyes as she blinked. The closeness between Cash, his brother, and Dad was touching. Even though Ramsey was hard-nosed and suspicious, it was good that he was here. Cash needed him. So did she, for that matter. Ava didn't want to be targeted by a killer. The very thought of it turned her insides green with dread. Knox looked at Ava. "You know what I miss about Huntsville?"
"Oh no, please, let this be something I know." "What?" she asked, keeping her expression pleasant.
"Rosie's."
Her throat squeezed. She had no idea what he was talking about.
"Their meat and 3 is tasty."
Tasty. Her brain connected the dots. "Yes, it is," she laughed. She wasn't exactly sure what a meat and 3 was, but it had to be food. Cash smiled affectionately.
"Daddy loves those meat and 3 vegetable restaurants."
Ramsey winced.
"Ugh, not me. I'll take sushi any day over that." "That's blasphemy, boy," Knox hooted. "Come on," he prodded. "You know you love some down-home cooking."
He looked at Ava.
"Isn't that right?"
"Yep." Knox's gaze caught hers.
"So, have you been to Rosie's Southern Restaurant? I believe there are a couple of locations now. One is right off the Parkway, if my memory serves me correctly."
She nodded. "Yes, I've been there." A comfortable silence settled over them. A minute later, Knox brought his hands together as he looked around the room.
"Well, I'd like to hear this young lady sing one of those songs that will make a man cry."
He threw a wink at Ava. Cash grinned.
"Daddy's a huge music buff. My love of music came from him. In fact, he'd never tell you this, but he was on his way to becoming a star, but turned down the opportunity to tour because he didn't want to leave my mama and the 2 kids they had at the time at home alone."
It was cute to watch color creep into Knox's face as he waved a hand.
"Ah, you're just biased." "Nope, it's the truth," Ramsey added in a practical tone.
Something Cash said jumped out at Ava. "How many siblings do y'all have?" There, she'd said y'all. Amusement flashed between Cash and Ramsey.
"Not too many,"
Ramsey answered casually.
"Only 6 of us."
Ava's mouth gaped. 6?
Cash laughed. "Yep, 5 boys and 1 sister who's mean enough to take us all in a fight."
"Wow!"
"How many siblings do you have?" Knox asked.
"I'm an only child," Ava said, wincing inwardly at the lie. Ironic that a short while ago she would have thought she was speaking the truth with that answer.
"I can't even imagine how that would be," Cash said.
"Lonely," Ava chuckled dryly. How many times had she wished for a sister when she was growing up? Now she had one, and she couldn't even take claim to Luna. Interest simmered in Knox's teal eyes.
"Tell me about your family."
Ava told him Luna's story, how her parents divorced when she was young, how her mother taught high school music. When she got to the part where her mother passed away, she could feel the sympathy coloring the air, making her feel like a complete louse. What would they think if they knew that her parents were alive and well? Ava had grown up living a cushy life as far as worldly comforts went. Part of the reason her parents were freaking out now was that the vineyard was floundering.
"I'm sorry," Cash said. "That must have been hard."
"Yes," she uttered as she looked at the floor. She was a miserable liar. Would they all hate her if the truth ever came out?
"Let's go hear the girls sing,"
Knox said as everyone stood. Ava was glad the Inquisition was over. Now, singing, on the other hand, that was something she could do well. Chapter 5. Cash could tell that Daddy was impressed with Luna, especially after hearing her sing. Earlier, when Cash announced that Luna would be staying with him until they flew to Germany on Thursday, Daddy and Ramsey had been shocked. Their reactions rattled Cash a bit. His family was old-fashioned. Cash didn't want them to think anything inappropriate was going on between him and Luna. More than that, he didn't want his family to think poorly of Luna because he really liked her. He could definitely see something developing between them. It had been a long time since a woman had turned Cash's eye, and Luna certainly had. He left Luna in the music room practicing while he walked Daddy and Ramsey to the door.
"Thanks again for stepping up to help," he said to Ramsey. "Let me know what you find out from your boss. I'm willing to either pay you directly or your firm."
A cheeky grin played over Ramsey's lips.
I could really milk this one. How much am I worth to you?" he joked.
Cash gave him a light shove.
"A lot, but don't let it go to your head."
He was glad that Ramsey was lightening the mood. It helped to ease some of the stress that was piled on top of him. Ramsey's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket.
"Speaking of my boss, here's a call from Sutton now. I'll go on out to the car to take this. See you soon, bro," he said with a jaunty salute as he sauntered out.
Cash turned to Daddy.
"What do you think of Luna?"
he asked quietly.
"Well, she's got the voice of an angel, and she's a rare beauty. That girl has superstar stamped all over her. Highcliffe Republic Records had better sign her before somebody else does. I'm going to take her in on Wednesday to meet Tandy Phillips, the new CEO of the label," Cash explained. "That's right. She replaced Alton Collier last year."
Cash was impressed that Daddy kept a pulse on the label. Then again, it was Daddy. He kept up with most things, especially those surrounding the music industry.
"Back to Luna."
Cash couldn't stop a mile-wide grin from spilling over his lips.
"I can't wait to get her on stage. The fans are going to go nuts over her."
Knox gave him an astute look.
"The fans aren't the only ones going nuts over her."
Cash chuckled as he shoved his hands in his pockets.
"All right, you got me. I like her a lot."
A flicker of concern touched Knox's features.
"I'd go slow if I were you. Y'all just met." "Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Luna seems like a nice girl."
He paused, giving Cash a pointed look.
"But something about her doesn't add up."
Cash's stomach tightened.
"What do you mean?" "You know that Meat and Three restaurant I was talking about?" "Yeah, Rosie's." "Well, it ain't a Meat and Three. It's a Mexican restaurant. And anyone who grew up in Huntsville, Alabama would know that."
Cash frowned.
"So she wasn't familiar with the restaurant. That doesn't mean anything."
There was also the part about Luna not having a southern accent, but Cash didn't want to point that out to Daddy. Come to think of it, Luna had sounded a bit more southern tonight when talking to Daddy and Ramsey. Was that intentional? Or maybe she was talking like always, and Cash's senses had been off this morning. After all, he was severely hungover.
"It's not just the restaurant. When she was talking about her family,"
Knox made a face.
"I don't know. It sounded kind of forced or rehearsed. Know what I mean?"
Cash rewound the conversation through his mind.
"It sounded normal to me. You could tell Luna didn't much want to talk about it, which is understandable."
Knox pressed his lips together.
"You just need to be careful, especially right now."
Even though Cash knew Daddy was right, hearing it rose his hackles. Everything in him wanted to rush to Luna's defense.
"My gut tells me that she's a good person. I hope you're right, son, I really do."
Knox put a hand on his shoulder.
But it can't hurt to have her checked out. Luna's getting the chance of a lifetime because of her association with you. That, in and of itself, is motivation to try and pull the wool over a person's eyes. But our meeting was purely happenstance, and I'm the one who insisted that Luna come up on stage and sing with me.
For so long, Cash had been disillusioned with his career and how it was taking over his life. He needed to believe in Luna. Cash wanted to believe that there were people who had no hidden agenda. Sure, he knew that Luna wanted to make it in this business. He respected that. A talent like hers deserved recognition. Cash was happy to give her a helping hand. After all, it was thanks to Daddy's connections in the business that gave Cash his start. But even more than all that, Cash felt something when he was with Luna. Something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Was it possible to find someone he could build a life with? He wanted to settle down with the right person and start a family. While he wasn't sure how he could balance his career and family, he was willing to try. Daddy gave him the look, the one that had the power to strip away all of Cash's arguments.
You thought Jetty Hollister was the real deal, and we both know how that turned out.
Cash grimaced.
You had to bring that up. I'm just trying to paint you a clear picture.
Jetty Hollister had come highly recommended from a trusted friend. She was talented, gritty, professional, and beautiful. Cash hired her as his band leader, and it wasn't long before the two of them got close. When Jetty suggested that she'd like to oversee the payroll for the band members, Cash didn't think twice about it. The next thing he knew, she ran off with $400,000. Not wanting a scandal, Cash was reluctant to get the police involved. However, Daddy talked him into it, saying Cash couldn't allow Jetty to get away with robbing him blind. Eventually, the police tracked Jetty down. She was living it up in Cancun, Mexico, with her boyfriend, who was none other than Cash's trusted friend who'd recommended her. Cash felt Daddy watching him.
You're probably right, he conceded. I should have Luna checked out.
He narrowed his eyes.
But not by Ramsey.
Knox's brows darted together.
Why not Ramsey? You saw how quick he was to jump the gun about Hartley. I don't want him doing the same with Luna. Ramsey gets paid to be suspicious. That's what makes him so good at what he does. I know that, Cash huffed, which is why I'm hiring him to check things out.
He paused, collecting his thoughts.
It's just that...
A wise light flickered in Knox's eyes.
I get it. You like Luna and don't want Ramsey casting a negative light on her, especially where our family is concerned. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Cash rubbed a hand over his neck. He was surprised that his daddy could read him so accurately. He wanted his family to be as impressed with Luna as he was. The two of them had a connection, and Cash had a good feeling about her.
I know a guy I can call. He can look into the situation. Can he do it discreetly?
Cash asked, glancing toward the stairwell, relieved that Luna was still in the music room.
Sure,
Knox said with a casual shrug.
It shouldn't be too difficult to verify Luna's story. Then we'll know.
Cash chewed on his lower lip before reaching a decision.
All right, let's do it.
He looked Daddy in the eye.
But can you please keep this under wraps?
Daddy wasn't the greatest at keeping things on the down low when it came to family. He'd go to his grave before divulging sensitive information to an outsider, but he was an open book when it came to his ex-wife Bertie and all the kids.
I can do that. Don't even tell Mama,
Cash warned.
Okay, I won't.
Daddy turned to leave, but paused.
Hey, what are your plans for tomorrow?
Cash thought for a minute.
I've got to get Luna up to speed with the songs, although she's a fast learner.
He was contemplating asking Howie to come over and hear Luna's songs, get his take on the best way to present them to Tandy Phillips and the other execs at the label.
Why don't you and Luna spend the day at the ranch? You could take her horseback riding. I'll ask Gina to make us a nice dinner, maybe invite your mama to come over. Of course, Zoe and her kids will be there, and I'm sure Briggs will come.
Knox grinned.
He doesn't get too far from Zoe these days. Jax will be there, of course. I'm not sure if Ramsey will be there. I guess it depends on his work schedule. Noah and Piper left this morning for a shoot, and Mason's back at school. Anyway, everyone who's in town would come. I'm sure they'd all like to meet Luna."
Cash winced. As much as he'd love some of Gina's cooking, he didn't know if he was ready for this. Gina had been the family housekeeper and cook for as long as Cash could remember. She and her husband Hank were practically family.
"Don't you think it's a little soon to be introducing Luna to the family? Like you said, we've only just met, and,
He lowered his voice and leaned in.
"Considering that you're having her investigated, it might not be wise."
An easy grin slid over Knox's lips as he brushed Cash's objections aside with a wave of his hand.
"Your mama and Zoe are good judges of character, especially when it comes to other women."
Daddy was right about his mama being a good judge of character. Cash had thought Zoe was too. But then she'd married that doofus Carl, who had an affair with Zoe's best friend. Zoe hadn't realized that her best friend was not who she was cracked up to be. Then again, no one, himself included, as was evidenced from his past, was a perfect judge of character. At least Zoe had the good sense to get together with Briggs, and now the two of them were engaged to be married. What Zoe and Briggs had, that's what Cash wanted. Could he have that with Luna? He jerked slightly, realizing the direction his thoughts were taking. It was way too soon to be going down that road, his common sense shouted. First, he had to make sure Luna was everything she appeared to be. He felt Daddy's eyes on him, realized he was waiting for an answer.
"It would be nice to have somewhere private to take Luna tomorrow," he mused.
While Cash would have loved to take Luna out for a nice quiet dinner, that was tough in Nashville with Cash being so recognizable. They could always fly somewhere in his jet, but even that wasn't foolproof. The press was always bad. But now, with Grace's death and the video of him and Luna that had gone viral, the paparazzi would be watching his every move. He was surprised they weren't camped outside of his front gate.
"Okay, let's do it."
Knox's light eyes twinkled with part amusement and part anticipation.
"Does Luna know how to ride a horse?"
In Daddy's opinion, riding a horse was akin to riding a bike. It was something that everybody should know how to do. Cash grinned.
"I guess we're about to find out."
Exhilaration pushed through Ava's veins as she tightened her hold on the reins and leaned into the horse, urging it to go faster. The rapid pounding of the hooves kept time with the rhythm of her jubilant heart. She welcomed the balmy breeze that cooled her moist skin. The heat had been oppressive earlier in the day, but now that evening was approaching, it was mercifully starting to cool down. Ava thought she knew what heat was, but nothing she'd experienced in northern Cal could compare to the stifling humidity of the South in July. The sweet scent of grass and a sour vine or flower she didn't recognize mingled in the air. She could hear Cash right behind her, trying to keep up. The two of them were racing across the pasture. Being here on the ranch reminded Ava of the vineyard. The terrain was different, of course. When Ava mentioned how green everything was, Cash came back with,
"You should have seen it in the spring. Now everything's looking wilted because of the heat."
Ava supposed that everything was relative because the landscape certainly looked green and lush to her. Any area that hadn't been cleared was choked with weeds and thick ground cover, much like a subtropical area, whereas the vineyard was more arid. She grinned, thinking of Knox and his surprised reaction when he realized that not only could she ride a horse, but she was quite proficient at it. He'd asked where she learned to ride. Ava passed off her skill to having a close friend in high school whose family owned horses. Her explanation seemed to appease him. The only thing that prompted Ava to slow the horse was the fact that she was nearing the end of the pasture, lined by a thick barrier of trees. She pulled up on the reins, slowing the horse to a stop. It had been nice to ride full force and rest her mind, which was teeming with song lyrics and rhythms. After eating a quick breakfast this morning of cereal and bananas, Ava and Cash had gone straight up to his studio and worked solidly for 5 hours before stopping to eat lunch. They worked for another 5 hours before coming to the ranch. Cash wanted to make sure that Ava was prepped for her performance tomorrow for the CEO of the music label. Also, they went over the songs they would be singing together at Cash's concert.
Cash demanded perfection in every aspect. It wasn't hard to see why Cash was at the top of his game. By the time they finished, Ava's head was spinning. Cash soon reached her side, giving her an appraising look. A crooked smile tugged at a corner of his lips.
"That was some riding."
He patted his horse's neck.
"I don't think Millie has had a ride this vigorous in a long time."
Ava's heart skipped a beat as warmth glowed through her. Sheesh, he was handsome, with his strong, lean jaw. Those eyes, they were the stuff dreams were made of. The green was so distinct, so vivid. And that smile. She could live a week on Cash's smile. It was cocky, confident, and playful, all rolled into one. There were lots of good-looking men in the world, but Cash's appeal went beyond mere looks. She sensed that beneath his quick smile and charm, that he was a complex person. Maybe, like her, he was searching for his purpose. Ava got the feeling that Cash was the kind of man who would race full force into the unknown just to see what lay on the other side. Simply being around him was like having 24/7 access to an IV of adrenaline flowing through her veins. He nudged his horse closer to hers.
"You write songs that people would kill for. Perform them with enough torque to light a stadium on fire. You cook."
His voice took on a low, husky murmur that stoked heat through her stomach.
"Is there anything you can't do?"
He made a point of looking at her lips, his intent crystal clear. Anticipation pinged through Ava. Had she not been on a horse, she would have been sorely tempted to rub her fingers over the definition of the cut muscles on his arms before moving up to his broad shoulders. Then she'd fling her arms around his neck and kiss him long and hard to see if the reality of having his lips on hers would measure up to the fantasies she'd been having for the past 24 hours. Ava rather liked the heat simmering through her body as she chuckled. "Well, I have been accused of leaping before I look." His eyebrows slid up in amusement.
"I gathered that when you took a drunk guy home."
"I figured letting you sleep it off at my place was better than having your bones picked dry by those vultures." Irritation prickled up her spine as she bunched her brows. She hated how those reporters had hounded Cash. It must be tough to be in the limelight all the time. He scoffed.
"You have no idea."
He tilted his head, looking thoughtful.
"Actually, you're about to find out exactly what it's like."
An equal combination of anticipation and apprehension trickled over her. "Do you really think I have what it takes to make it in the business?" She'd held her own today, but it had been tough. She still couldn't believe she was getting the opportunity to perform for the CEO of a top record label tomorrow, and then she and Cash would jet off to Germany for the concert. Was all of this just a beautiful dream? Would she wake up to realize that she was back home in Northern Cal, with no solution to save the vineyard other than marrying Hudson Davenport? He threw her an admiring grin.
"I know talent when I see it. I have no doubt that you have what it takes to make it."
The corners of his mouth turned down as he searched her face.
"It's not too late to turn and run."
An incredulous laugh rose in her throat. "Are you serious?" He nodded, a somber expression overtaking his handsome features.
"Yeah, I am."
She went cold all over as she gripped the reins tighter. Was Cash having second thoughts about taking her on the tour? He continued.
"Being on stage is heaven, but this lifestyle is not for the faint-hearted."
He paused.
"And that's when things are normal. Now that there's the possibility of a killer on the loose,"
his head swung back and forth,
"I just don't want you to get hurt, or worse."
A chill ran through her. "Do you think Ramsey will be able to find out who's behind Grace's murder?" Her voice sounded small in her ears. "Before it happens again?"
"If anyone can get to the bottom of this, it's Ramsey."
The confidence in Cash's tone was like balm to Ava's nerves. He studied her.
"So, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna press forward, or run for the hills?"
There was a light-hearted lilt in his voice, but his eyes were serious. She lifted her chin. "What do you think I should do?" He blinked in surprise before a semi-amused smile pushed across his lips.
Well, that's a loaded question.
Is it? She pinned him with a look. I want to hear your opinion.
What do I think you should do, or what do I want you to do? There's a difference.
His penetrating eyes had the power to spritz warmth through her entire body. What do you want me to do? She murmured. When he spoke, his voice was so soft that she had to lean in to catch his every word, yet the fervor of his tone settled deep in her core.
I want you to go with me.
Her heart leapt, especially when she saw the flicker of yearning in his eyes. Whatever was happening between them was more than a casual flirtation. A pleased smile broke over her lips, dispelling any residual melancholy. I want that too. A silent understanding passed between them. They were in this together. Ava realized with a jolt that as tantalizing as the potential fame or money was, there was something she wanted much more than all of that. Cash. Even to herself, that sounded crazy, because she and Cash had only just met. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that their lives were irrevocably interconnected. Cash rewarded her with a smile so brilliant that she could swear that he'd captured a spark of the sunset that was fast retreating below the horizon.
Well, now that we've got that settled, there's something I want to show you.
I'm game, she quipped. He grinned.
You're a stick of dynamite is what you are, he said admirably.
She laughed in surprise. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult.
Definitely a compliment,
he replied, his jade eyes sparkling with mirth. He climbed off his horse, then looked at her, a boyish grin sliding over his lips.
Your turn.
She quirked an eyebrow. What do you want to show me?
You'll see,
he said. Nimbly, she hopped down. Cash took the reins of both their horses and tied them to a nearby tree. A dart of electricity shot through Ava when Cash reached for her hand and laced his fingers through hers. She'd had plenty of romantic relationships in her past, enough to know that the electricity buzzing between her and Cash didn't come along every day. This was rare, noteworthy.
It's this way,
he said, leading them into the thick grove of trees.
Be sure and watch for snakes, he warned.
Ava looked down at the thick undergrowth of vines and grass they were wading through. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. A shiver sloughed down her spine. I hate snakes, she muttered.
Just stay close to me and you'll be fine,
he said with all the confidence in the world. Ava didn't have to be told twice. She moved closer to him, trying not to notice the thrilling effect his strong, muscular body had on her. In the thick cover of the trees it was darker and a little eerie. As if by unspoken agreement, their talking ceased. The only sounds were an occasional bird chirping and their steady footsteps as they trudged through the thick vegetation.
Here we are,
Cash announced.
What do you think?
For a split second, Ava wasn't sure what he was talking about. But then they took another step, and they were in a clearing, or rather standing near the side of a cliff. Ava's breath caught as her eyes swept over the feathery green caps of the trees below. Then her gaze swung upward as she soaked in the vivid pinks and oranges pushing ribbons across the evening sky. Awe trickled through her. It's incredible.
Yes, it is,
he murmured, and she realized he was talking about her. A ripple of pleasure ran through her as she smiled up at him.
Coming out here at sunset is one of my favorite things to do,
Cash said in a hushed tone of reverence. I can see why. There was nothing but leafy trees stretching as far as the eye could see. It's so peaceful and serene, she said quietly.
Yes,
Cash agreed. It struck Ava that Cash was showing her one of his favorite places. That had to mean something, didn't it? Her awareness of Cash was overwhelming. Heat from his hand was seeping into hers. She felt her own breath, her heart picking up its pace as blood pumped a fast beat against her temples. She turned to face him, raising her chin to peer into his eyes. She felt both his vulnerability and his strength as their gazes locked. She reached up and touched his smooth jaw. He'd shaved this morning. She liked him both ways,
with the hint of scruff and clean-shaven. "Thank you for bringing me here." A smile tipped his lips.
"I'm the one who should be thanking you."
A shadow of regret passed over his features.
"I'm sorry that I got so drunk and that you had to save me."
"I'm not." He chuckled in surprise.
"Oh, yeah? Why's that?"
She shrugged. "If you hadn't gotten drunk, then I never would have taken you back to my place."
"And we wouldn't be here now,"
Cash finished for her.
"I see where this is going."
"Exactly." His eyes deepened with regret.
"I don't normally drink."
"I know." He rocked back.
"How could you possibly know that?"
he retorted. She wrinkled her nose. "Well, for starters, no offense, but you don't handle your liquor very well." He grunted, but a grin played over his lips.
"Is that right?"
"Yep," she chimed. Her breath hitched when his arm encircled her waist. He pulled her closer, his body pressing against hers. He was all muscle, the kind of man that filled many a girl's dreams. It didn't take a brainiac to see why Cash was such a heartthrob. Ava's heart was fluttering with anticipation, making her feel like she was on the top peak of a roller coaster, about to zoom down into the thrilling unknown.
"So, you know a lot about drinking?"
The light dancing in his eyes made them look like sparkling emeralds. Her cells swirled to a mad beat at being so close to him, as she laughed lightly. "Think about where I worked. Sheesh, it was hard to concentrate on talking right now." She looked at his lips, wondering how they would feel against hers.
"You make a good point,"
he acknowledged. Truthfully, Ava's knowledge of alcohol revolved around mostly wine from growing up in a vineyard.
"So, Luna Ellison,"
he mused in a husky drawl that circled delicious shivers down her spine.
"You do everything else so well. How are you at the finer things in life?"
She arched an eyebrow. "Finer things? I'm not sure what you mean," she said lightly.
"I think you do,"
he murmured, the intent in his voice letting her know exactly what he had in mind. Her breath came faster. Ava couldn't remember the last time, if ever, she'd felt so exquisitely alive. He leaned closer, his warm breath tickling her skin. He smelled faintly of the clean, fresh air around them, mingled with the chocolate mints they'd shared earlier.
"Is it wise for us to go here, considering how closely we'll be working together?"
The longing in Cash's eyes was tempered with concern. "I don't know." Ava sighed as her fingers slid around his neck and up into the hair on his nape.
"Here's to leaping before we look,"
Cash uttered as his lips took hers. Desire seared a slow, sizzling path down Ava, stretching through to her toes as she gave herself freely to the demands of Cash's insistent mouth. She clung to him, her heart singing with so many delicious sensations that she couldn't process them all. Her spirit was too busy tumbling and then soaring through the big wide sky above them. She felt so wrapped up in him. This moment, this kiss, it was different from anything she'd ever experienced. Cash was touching some part of her heart that had never been touched before. Before meeting Cash, she'd been so worried that she'd never find anyone who lit her on fire the way it happened in romantic movies. When they pulled back to catch their breath, a trace of a smile touched Cash's lips.
"Well, I guess it's official."
"Oh, yeah? What's that?" She rested her hands on his broad shoulders as she committed his strong, bold features to memory. His eyes were so piercing and expressive. Her gaze traced the faint network of laugh lines around his eyes and mouth. The burn of his touch still lingered on her lips. Her limbs were trembling and weak, yet her heart was invigorated.
"You're good at the finer things, too,"
he uttered in a husky tone. Her delicate laughter floated on the air. "You're not so bad yourself." Had the kiss meant as much to Cash as it did to Ava? She could only hope. The irrational part of her wanted to question him, make sure he was feeling the same way she was. However, she knew how ridiculous and needy that would come across. Normally, Ava was on the other end of the spectrum and hesitant to commit to any one person for fear of being pinned down. It was disconcerting to be getting so invested in Cash this quickly, but there didn't seem to be much she could do to change her feelings. The only thing they could do was get to know one another, let the relationship play out. But Cash was a superstar. He could have any woman he wanted. Why would he want Ava? An unbidden fear seized her. What would happen when Cash learned the truth? Her heart began to pound. Should she tell him now, before things went any further? Cash was so impressed with Ava's songs, Luna's songs. Switching places with her sister had seemed like such a great idea. Harmless, really. Now, however, the stakes were much higher than Ava could have anticipated. Cash's brows furrowed as he searched her face.
"What's wrong?"
She offered a reassuring smile. "Nothing."
"I don't believe that," he countered.
She took in a breath. "I was just thinking about tomorrow and the tour, wondering if I'll measure up." He tightened his hold on her waist, pulling her closer.
"Oh, you'll measure up,"
he uttered, his voice a low thrum against her chest.
"I can guarantee you that."
He dipped his mouth to hers and gave her another drugging kiss that sent shivers of desire circling through her, making her forget all of her misgivings and fears. Right here and now, there was only Cash. Chapter 6. "Dinner was excellent," Luna said, touching her stomach, "although I should have stopped at my first helping."
"It's hard to eat just one helping of Gina's food," Knox piped in.
"Amen," Jax boomed, "especially when she makes chicken fingers and biscuits."
"It's too bad Gina and Hank couldn't join us, especially after Gina slaved over the food."
Cash had been looking forward to seeing the older couple. As crusty as Gina was, she was like a grandmother to Cash. Hank was as easygoing and mild-mannered as Gina was high-strung.
"Gina and Hank's kids were going over to their house tonight to eat dinner,"
Knox explained. With a gleam in his eye, he added,
"Gina made sure to leave us detailed instructions on how to put the food away and clean up. Apparently, we didn't do it the right way last time."
Bertie shook her head as she grinned.
"She's a character."
Now that Cash had a full stomach, he felt the mellowness of the evening settle over him. He looked around the dining room table at his family members who'd been able to come to tonight's dinner. Ramsey was in New Orleans wrapping up a job. The plan was for him to join Cash on the tour on Thursday in Germany. Thankfully, Ramsey had been able to work out the details with his boss. Rather than paying the security firm, Cash was going to hire Ramsey directly. It was a huge relief to know that Ramsey was taking over Cash's security team. Hopefully, Ramsey could get to the bottom of the situation and prevent anyone else from getting hurt. Knox scooted back from the table and stood as he pumped his eyebrows.
"Okay, it's taste testing time."
Bertie's eyes rounded. "You sure you want to do that?" She cast a hesitant glance in Luna's direction. Cash and Jax looked at one another in amusement, both knowing what was coming. Luna turned to Cash. "What sort of taste test?" she asked, her blonde hair slipping gracefully down her arm as she tipped her head. A grin slid over his lips as he shook his head.
"You'll just have to wait and see,"
he said mysteriously. "Okay." She gave him a speculative look before homing in on Jax. "What's going on?" A partial smile touched her lips, causing the dimple in her cheek to deepen. Jax made a zipping motion over his lips. Cash had the impression that Luna was drawing all the light in the room. He couldn't keep his eyes off her. A couple minutes later, Knox returned to the table and placed a glass full of milk in front of Luna.
"Drink up,"
he encouraged. Luna looked puzzled. "You want me to drink milk?"
"Yep."
Knox sat back down beside Bertie and slung his arm around her shoulder. He winked at Cash.
"As an Alabama girl, this is right up Luna's alley."
Earlier when they were eating dinner, Luna whispered to Cash that his parents made a great couple. When Cash responded that they were divorced, Luna's jaw about hit the floor. Cash understood Luna's perplexity. Mama and Daddy's relationship was complicated, to say the least. Sure, the two of them had problems in the past, but they'd long since worked those out, or at least that was the impression Cash got. All the kids wondered why the two of them didn't just get back together. They were the best of friends and spent the majority of their time together. Everyone at the table watched as Luna picked up the glass and tentatively raised it to her lips. She took a sip, her eyes bugging.
"Well, what do you think?"
Knox asked as he watched Luna carefully. "It's buttermilk?" she asked.
"Yep."
Knox's grin was a mile wide.
"That right there's the drink of angels."
Bertie grimaced.
"It's disgusting." "Hush your mouth, woman, that's blasphemy,"
Knox countered, giving Bertie a playful grin. She just shook her head and swatted his arm.
"I'm sure you're a big buttermilk fan, being from Alabama,"
Knox said hopefully. Cash turned to Luna. It was cute how hard Luna was working to keep a placid expression while trying not to gag. "It's not bad," she said casually. A hearty laugh rumbled in Jackson's throat.
"It's okay, darling. None of us likes buttermilk either. Daddy used to make us drink it when we were kids. Said it would put hair on our chest."
His dark eyes sparked with mischief as he looked at Cash.
"Unfortunately, that didn't work so well for Mr. Johnny Cash." "Hey now," Cash countered with a laugh. "I have plenty of hair on my chest."
Jax hooted.
"Yeah, like what, 2? That's better than being a hairy beast,"
Cash shot back. Jax flashed a cocky grin.
"I haven't had any complaints yet."
"Gross," Zoe guffawed. Cash turned to Luna.
"Jax is the player in the family."
Zoe chortled. "I'm sure she gathered that earlier when Jax told her she was easy on the eyes." Laughter burst out around the table from all the adults. That is, all the adults except for Cash. He leveled a look at Jax, whose face had turned 10 shades of red.
"Are you seriously hitting on my woman?"
Cash growled. He glanced at Luna, who looked surprised that he'd staked a claim. Jax gave Zoe an exasperated look.
"Are you seriously ratting me out right now?"
"I'm just keeping you in line, little brother," she said, giving him a superior look.
"Well, I guess I do need to respect my elders,"
Jax taunted. He made a face at Zoe before continuing.
"Growing up, Zoe was always bragging about how she was the oldest."
His eyes danced with teasing. "I figured it's only fitting that I remind her now that she's the oldest."
"Whatever,"
Zoe smirked with an eye roll.
"Am I going to have to referee you turkeys?"
Knox piped in, grinning.
"Y'all are supposed to be on your best behavior for our guest, Cash's woman."
Cash went rigid, heat rising like a blowtorch up his neck. Daddy's faintly censoring tone might not have stood out to Luna, but it spoke volumes to Cash. Daddy probably thought Cash had lost his mind, especially after last night's conversation, where Daddy cautioned him to take things slow. Yep, that had been the plan. But in the heat of the moment, with Luna looking at him with those incredible violet eyes, and her tantalizing lips parted just right for kissing, well, it just hadn't worked out that way. A Kenny Rogers song, The Gambler, circled through Cash's mind. "'Cause every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser, and the best that you can hope for is to die in your sleep." The best that Cash could hope for now was that Luna was everything she appeared to be, because he was falling fast. He threw a glare at Jax, letting him know he didn't appreciate him trying to move in on Luna. For Jax, flirting with the opposite sex was something that came as easily to him as breathing. Cash, on the other hand, wasn't one to throw around compliments lightly, nor did he go around kissing random women for the sheer sport of it.
"I'm sorry," Jax said meekly. "I didn't realize the two of y'all were together that way."
He looked at Luna.
"But whether I tell her she's pretty or not, everyone can see it."
"Thanks," Luna said with a nervous chuckle, as color brushed across her prominent cheekbones, further enhancing her beauty. "Now, children," Zoe inserted, clucking her tongue,
Am I going to have to tan your hides?" Milo and Madison looked at one another and giggled. Cash was glad to note that his nephew and niece seemed like they were settling well into life on the ranch.
"I'm sure she could do it,"
Knox said.
"You're probably right,"
Cash agreed. As the only girl in the family, Zoe could certainly hold her own with her brothers. She needed a strong, tough guy like Briggs who worshipped the ground she walked on, as opposed to her weasel ex-husband who tried and nearly succeeded to strip away her confidence. A playful glint lit Jax's eyes as he jutted his thumb at Zoe.
"Speaking of hair on the chest, Zoe has drunk her fair share of buttermilk, if you know what I mean."
Cash tried to fight the chortle rising in his throat, but it was no use. He started sniggering. Even Luna was trying hard not to laugh. Cash knew Jax's angle. He was picking on Zoe to deflect attention away from his shameless flirting. The tactic worked like a charm, as Zoe was always one to rise to the bait when being tormented by her brothers. Fire flashed in Zoe's eyes as she shot Jax a death glare. "Watch it, little brother," she warned. Briggs draped an arm around Zoe's shoulders, pulling her close.
"You'd better tread lightly, Jax. You don't want to get her on your bad side."
Zoe turned to Briggs as the two shared an adoring look. It was good to see Zoe so happy. Cash slid his arm around Luna's chair and leaned in to explain.
"Zoe and Briggs just got engaged."
"Congratulations," Luna said with a smile so brilliant it could have lit up a concert hall. Cash's heart went soft around the edges. What a woman! She carried herself with such grace and class. It could be daunting to get thrown into a Romeo family dinner, but Luna was taking it all in stride. Her posture was relaxed, and she didn't mind the bantering taking place between the siblings or Daddy giving her buttermilk. The only indication that Cash had of her being somewhat nervous was that every once in a while she'd twist her hair around her finger. The gesture was rather endearing. He grinned thinking about those kisses. They'd been incredible. Yes, Cash was being reckless for allowing things to move so quickly between them, but so help him, Luna was hard to resist.
"Have you two lovebirds set a date?"
Jackson asked.
"We're thinking late fall after the opening of Zoe's gallery,"
Briggs answered. "I'm going to be the flower girl," Madison announced with an eager grin. "Yes, you are, Toots." Zoe smiled as she ruffled Madison's dark hair. "You'll be the most beautiful flower girl this town has ever seen," Madison beamed. Zoe's divorce and the move from Utah to Tennessee had been rough on Zoe's kids. Milo especially had a hard time. Cash was glad to see that Milo was sitting beside Briggs and had been talking animatedly to him throughout dinner. The two of them seemed to be getting along well. From what Zoe had told Cash, everything changed quickly when Briggs rescued Milo from the side of the cliff, a mere 10 feet from where Cash had taken Luna today. Cash intended to point that out to Luna, but then they were otherwise occupied. "Madison will make a beautiful flower girl," Bertie answered, giving Madison an adoring grin. Milo and Madison were the apples of Mama's eye. She and Daddy were both thrilled to have their grandkids close. "What type of gallery are you opening?" Luna asked, her voice tinged with interest. "I'm a sculptor," Zoe answered. "She's one of the best," Bertie piped in with a look of pride. "Thanks, Mama," Zoe responded appreciatively. Luna looked at Cash and Zoe. "Wow, there's a lot of talent in this family."
"Darn tootin' there is," Knox said. "I'm proud of all my kids."
He sat back, going through the list.
"Zoe's a sculptor. Jax is a whiz with business and runs the ranch. Ramsey's a former Navy SEAL and works for a private security firm. Noah's a well-known photographer."
"Oh, wow, I love art and photography," Luna mused. "I'll have to look for Noah's work."
"Ever hear of Nolan Vant?"
Cash asked Luna. The astonished look on her face answered his question. "The Nolan Vant?" Her words rushed out as she talked with her hands. "My mother loves Nolan Vant. She has several of his prints." Her eyes widened. She had several of his prints. Her voice trailed off as she looked down at her empty plate.
"You lost your mother?"
Bertie asked, sympathy coating her voice. "I'm so sorry." "Thanks," Luna acknowledged softly. Cash placed an arm around Luna, feeling the need to comfort her. He couldn't imagine how lonely it must be for Luna to have lost her mother, especially considering that she had no siblings. Being here, enjoying the comfort of good food with family, was one of the things that he missed most when he was on the road. Family was everything to Cash. "Who's next in the line of siblings?" Luna prompted. Knox propped his elbows on the table, clasping his hands. "Next is Cash," he winked at Luna. "I won't bore you with all the details on him because you already know them." Luna's eyes sparkled as she grinned at Cash. "I know some details, like how dedicated Cash is to his music and how hard he works to get the songs right. I look forward to learning much, much more." "You've sure got her snowed," Jackson chortled. "You just wish you had a woman like her who would look at you like that," Zoe taunted. Cash's heart swelled. Even Zoe had noticed the sparks zinging between him and Luna. "Mason is the baby of the family," Knox finished. "He's a student at UTK, the University of Tennessee in Knoxville," Cash expounded. "Luna's from Alabama," Jax inserted with a know-it-all taunt. "I'm sure she knows what UTK means." "I plead the fifth," Luna said with a chuckle as she flicked her wrist. Cash was impressed with how quick on her feet Luna was. Her response was the perfect way to diffuse the argument. Luna certainly had no problem holding her own in this family. Cash rewarded her with a large smile. Everyone and everything around them seemed to vanish in the background as Luna smiled back. "Cash is in love," Jax taunted. Luna's face flamed and Cash felt heat seep into his cheeks. He wanted to throttle his brother. "You're just jealous," Zoe said before turning a bright smile at Cash and Luna. "I think it's wonderful that y'all have each other." She gave Cash a meaningful look. "Finding the right person is everything." She looked at Briggs before turning her attention back to Cash. "You deserve to be happy." Her eyes misted. "There's only one way home, and it looks like we both found it." The emotion that rose in Cash's throat caught him by surprise as he coughed to cover it. He glanced at Luna, who was baffled. "Is she talking about your song?" "I'll explain later," he assured her. "Hopefully you'll be able to meet the rest of the family before long," Bertie said to Luna with a warm smile. "I'd like that," Luna said as she reached for Cash's hand underneath the table and linked her fingers through his. The gesture was simple, yet it spoke volumes. A warm certainty swept over Cash, giving him the distinct feeling that even though there were plenty of crucial aspects of his life that were in shambles, at least in one area where it counted most, he was on the right track. Chapter 7. The music queued up. Ava's legs wobbled like jello as she stepped up to the microphone stand. Her gaze swept over the enormous Mercedes-Benz arena where she and Cash would perform in a few short hours. She felt like a minuscule speck in the center of a vast empty space. Her throat closed off, a wave of dizziness assaulting her. She closed her eyes and sucked in a ragged breath. Trying to compose herself, sheesh, this was merely practice. What would happen to her tonight when the arena was packed with people? She was sure the band members could see her shaking. While they'd been coolly polite, Ava could read the thoughts behind their guarded expressions. They were all wondering why in the heck Cash had brought her on tour. People waited their entire lives for a break like this, a break she'd gotten purely by accident. It wasn't fair. Ava knew it, and so did they. Still, it was the blessing she'd been given, and she intended to do her best to make a go of it. Stage fright was not something that Ava usually dealt with, but she was so far out of her league here. The mere notion of speaking to so many people, much less singing, left Ava quaking in her shoes. In Ava's defense, everything was happening so fast that she'd hardly had time to process any of it. Was it just the day before yesterday that Cash had taken Ava to the studio where the two of them had performed for Tandy Phillips and her team of executives?
Ava had been nervous then, too, but Cash had been by her side, his confident jade eyes offering encouragement, which infused Ava with a strength that made her feel like she could conquer the world. Tandy and the execs loved Lonely Moon and had offered Ava a $10,000 advance for the song on the spot. Also, she'd get on average a 9-cent royalty every time the song was purchased. According to Cash, the royalty was where the bulk of the money would be made. Tandy asked Ava to put together a demo for her other songs, telling her that if they were anything like Lonely Moon, the label would most likely want those too. Ava was to be paid $46,000 for finishing up the tour with Cash, as well as $1,500 per performance. The opportunity of getting to tour with Cash was unprecedented. While the money was good, it wasn't near enough to help her parents' vineyard, especially considering that Ava was splitting all of the earnings with Luna. While Ava wasn't privy to all of the inner workings, finances of the vineyard, she knew that her parents would need upwards of $500,000 or more to get the vineyard back on its feet. Ava got the feeling from her meeting with Tandy Phillips that the label was watching her closely to see if they might want to sign her as an independent artist. If that happened, Ava and Luna would be set financially. First, however, she needed to prove herself on Cash's tour, and the best way to start was by getting a grip. Everything felt so surreal. The day after their meeting with Tandy Phillips, she and Cash, along with Cash's manager Howie and his driver Jeremy, boarded Cash's jet and flew to Germany, arriving at the hotel in the wee hours of the morning. Ava had gotten a few hours of sleep on the plane, and she'd slept some in her hotel room. However, she was still exhausted and running on fumes. She, Cash, and Howie had arrived at the arena an hour ago. Cash called a meeting with all of the tour members after expressing his deep regret over Grace's death. He assured them he would do everything in his power to find out who murdered her. He introduced them to Ramsey, who, having flown into Germany the day before, had been pacing the floor and waiting for Cash to arrive. Cash announced that Ramsey was taking over security and would be interviewing each of them. Then, reaching for Ava's hand and lacing his fingers through hers, he introduced her. Ava wasn't sure which shocked them more, that she was performing or that she and Cash were together. Cash then explained that Hartley Raines would take Grace Queenland's place and open for him. Immediately after the briefing, Cash and Howie got pulled into a meeting with Ramsey, who wanted to get up to speed on everything Cash needed him to do. Cash told Ava and the band members to go on stage and practice until he got there. "Is everything okay?" Moody, the band leader, asked. Ava looked to her side, offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I guess I missed my cue." His eyebrow slid up. "Twice." She caught the note of reproof in his voice as she nodded, swallowing hard. "I'll get it right this time." "All right, folks, let's take it from the top," Moody said as they played the intro again. This time Ava came in half a beat too soon. Realizing what she'd done, she stumbled over the lyrics before stopping altogether. "I'm sorry," she lamented. She twisted her hair as sweat beads popped a string over her nose. Tears pressed against Ava's eyes. She didn't know if she could do this. One of the backup singers, a pretty blonde with a short cap of bouncy hair, left her microphone and approached Ava. "Hey," she said, her dark eyes simmering with pity as she touched Ava's arm. "Are you okay?" Ava forced a smile. "Yeah," she blinked, fighting back the tears. If she fell apart now, she'd lose all credibility. "This was so much easier with Cash," she said with a shaky laugh as she knotted her fists. The blonde nodded in understanding as she smiled. "I get it. This is a lot to take in, huh?" "Just a bit," Ava said dryly. She searched her brain. What was the girl's name? Paulette. "I'll take you through the song," Paulette said. "Just follow my lead. Here we go, guys." Paulette tapped the palm of her hand on her thigh as the music started. Ava felt a little envious at how relaxed and composed she was. When Paulette began singing, Ava joined in. As they went along, Ava gained her confidence. By the end of the song, Ava felt much better about the situation. Paulette smiled broadly.
See, you did it. With your help, Ava said. Okay, you ready to try it on your own? Paulette asked. I think so, Ava responded. She touched her earpiece. I'm getting a slight echo. Is that normal? One of the sound guys trotted up to her and held out his hand. Mind if I take a look? Ava removed them from her ears and handed them over. He adjusted them before giving them back. They should be good now. Thanks, Ava said as she put them back in her ears. I'll stay here and can jump in if you need me, Paulette offered. This go-around, Ava came in right on time. Without the echo, it was much easier to sing. As the song progressed, she got more into it. Her performance training took over as she started moving on stage and doing hand movements. Cash stepped on stage just as the song was ending. A jolt of awareness raced through Ava as she met his gaze. He started clapping, a large, pleased smile stretching over his lips. Bravo! You're a natural. Thanks. It was amazing how much Cash's approval meant to her, how alive he made her feel. Even with all the pressures of the tour, she felt like she was walking on air when she was with him. She grunted out a self-deprecating laugh. You wouldn't say that if you'd been here earlier. I froze and Paulette had to come to my rescue. You were doing fine, Paulette said offhandedly, deflecting the compliment. I'm just glad I could help. Thank you, Cash said to Paulette. I can always count on you to step in. Paulette's cheeks flushed as she smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. You're welcome. A dart of jealousy went through Ava. Did Paulette have a crush on Cash? Paulette turned to Ava. He's right. You're a natural. You'll do great tonight, she encouraged. Thank you. Ava chided herself for being jealous of Paulette. There were undoubtedly scores of girls with crushes on Cash. Ava couldn't be jealous of them all. Paulette had gone out of her way to help Ava. She needed to cut the girl some slack. Cash retrieved his guitar from the stand and slipped the strap over his shoulder. You ready to do this? His eyes brimmed such an intoxicating anticipation that Ava felt excitement simmer through her veins. Laughter rose in her throat. I am, she said exuberantly. As long as I have you by my side, she added to herself. After Cash and Ava went through their songs, Cash ran through his. He was a consummate professional. Ava watched from the wing of the stage, marveling at how much energy and vitality Cash exuded. No wonder the fans loved him. She heard movement from off to the side and turned to see Hartley Raines and her entourage approaching. The redhead was even more beautiful in person than on TV, with her thick mane of curly hair and flawless skin. She was pencil-thin with a terrific figure. Her high-heeled sandals gave the illusion that she was nearly 6 feet tall, but she was probably closer to 5'8". Hearing the commotion, Cash and the band stopped mid-song. A welcoming smile stretched over Cash's lips. Hey, he said, but something about the set of Cash's shoulders told Ava that he was uncomfortable with Hartley being here. Hello, darling, Hartley said, as she breezed right past Ava without so much as a look, her hair bouncing jauntily against her shoulders and back. With the carriage of a queen, she strode over to Cash and kissed him square on the lips. A startled gasp caught in Ava's throat, her fingers splaying over her neck. This time her jealousy was a white-hot poker that stabbed straight through the center of her heart. Cash drew back from Hartley with a hesitant laugh as he glanced toward Ava. Hartley followed his gaze, her sculpted brow arching as she assessed Ava. Ava instinctively lifted her chin as she caught eyes with Hartley. While Ava might be new to this industry, she was no stranger to the nuances between females. Ava wanted it known here and now that regardless of how beautiful Hartley Raines was, or what she and Cash had shared in the past, Cash was with Ava now. Ava wasn't sure, but thought she caught a slight flicker of admiration in Hartley's eyes. I guess the rumors are true, Hartley asked, a coy smile tugging at her lips. Cash tipped his head in faint amusement. What rumor would that be? Hartley motioned with her head toward Ava. You found a new partner? Cash threw such a dazzling grin at Ava that it would have made the sun jealous. I guess you could call it that. He motioned for Ava to join them.
Ava walked across the stage, trying to appear as confident as Hartley had. When she got next to Cash, he slid an arm around her shoulders. Ava felt a burst of pride that he was making no bones about the two of them being together.
"I saw your video," Hartley began. "You're quite the singer."
"Thanks," Ava responded. "So are you." Hartley smiled.
"Thanks, sugar."
On someone else, the phrase sugar could have come across as condescending, but it flowed so effortlessly out of Hartley's mouth that Ava wondered if the word was simply a natural part of her speech.
"Thanks for filling in," Cash said.
Hartley's expression grew solemn.
"No problem." She paused. "I'm so sorry about Grace. She was not only a wonderful artist, but also a good friend."
Cash looked surprised.
"I didn't realize that you and Grace were close."
Hartley's light eyes sparked.
"I'm sure there's a lot you don't know about me." "I'm sure you're right," Cash said evenly.
Ava moved closer to Cash. Yep, there was lots of history here, much more than Ava would have liked. Then again, of course Cash had a past. It didn't matter as much what happened before, but where Cash was going in the future. Whatever the destination, Ava wanted it to be with him. Before switching places with Luna, Ava felt like her life was adrift. She was concerned about herself because she never felt fully invested in anything. While Hudson Davenport was everything a girl could ever want in a man, Ava had felt curiously detached from him. Now that she was in Cash's world, Ava was all in. Maybe the issue was that Ava had been living the wrong life before. Hartley glanced around at the band members.
"How much longer y'all gonna need the stage?"
Cash looked at his band members.
"We were just finishing up. You can have it now."
"Good," Hartley chirped.
"One more thing," Cash said. "My brother Ramsey is heading up my security. He'll need to meet with you to go over the protocol for keeping you and your people safe."
Hartley's eyes widened.
"Ramsey's in charge of your security?" She made a face. "I would think that you'd be better off hiring a professional, especially considering the situation."
Ava felt Cash tense.
"Ramsey's a professional," he countered, an edge in his voice. "He's the best of the best."
"All righty then," Hartley said with a light laugh.
"Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers. I was just asking."
She looked back at the group of people waiting for her to give them instructions.
"All right, folks," she said brusquely. "The stage is now ours. Let's get to work."
The pulse of the bass reverberated through Cash's chest like a second heartbeat. The roar of the crowd was invigorating. A fevered anticipation raced through Cash's veins. Few things could compare to the rush he felt just before taking the stage. Kudos to Hartley. She had the crowd eating out of the palm of her hand. On Wednesday, when Cash and Luna were at High Cliff Records, Tandy was going on about how perfect it was to have Hartley opening for him. "The two of y'all together will be gold," Tandy predicted, and she was right. As much as Cash hated to admit it, Hartley was head and shoulders above his other opening acts. Whereas Cash's career was soaring to new heights, Hartley's career had been floundering. That's why her people had reached out so many times, asking if Hartley could join the tour. Cash had been resistant to the idea because he didn't want to reopen old wounds. Hartley's rejection had nearly destroyed him. Cash felt like he was in a good place now and didn't want to go down that dark path again. Deep down, he'd been afraid to bring Hartley on the tour, worried that he might still have feelings for her. Now, however, he realized with a liberating clarity that while he still found Hartley stunningly beautiful, she no longer had a hold over him. His affections had officially transferred elsewhere. Speaking of whom, he turned to Luna, searching her face.
"You ready for this?"
"You bet," Luna boomed with a wide smile, but her nervous vibes were screaming otherwise. He reached for her hands and cupped them in his.
"You're cold as ice."
Her smile fell a notch. "I guess the hands don't lie, huh?"
"You'll do great."
She nodded, uncertainty flickering in her expressive eyes. Tonight they were more of an indigo blue than violet. Cash looked her up and down.
"Well, if it's any consolation, you look amazing." A smile pulled at his lips as he murmured, "I ought to kiss you right now, the way you deserve to be kissed." Being this close to Luna stoked a simmering fire in Cash's stomach. She laughed in surprise, a fraction of her tension ebbing. "You'll smudge my lipstick," she protested. His hand went to her hair, trailing the length of a silky tress, "and run my hands through that glorious hair. You smell terrific, by the way."
"Thanks."
"What is it?"
"My perfume. It's called Destiny's Dream."
A grin touched his lips. "That's fitting, seeing as how destiny brought us together."
"Yes, it did. Everything's happening so fast it feels like a dream, so I guess that part is appropriate too."
His gaze moved down to her dress. "Remind me to give the wardrobe and makeup folks a raise." The blue sequin dress fit Luna's figure so well that it might have been made for her. It hit her above the knees, showcasing her shapely legs. Her blonde hair framed her heart-shaped face in soft waves and gleamed like shimmering gold beneath the lights. His fingers went up to caress her cheek before moving to her dangly diamond earrings. He rubbed his thumb over them. "Maybe after the show we can have a little one-on-one time." Ever since they'd arrived in Germany, they'd been running at a sprint to keep up with the demands of the tour, which on a normal basis were rigid. However, due to Grace's death and the change of Hartley joining the tour, everything was in upheaval. "Tomorrow morning I was thinking we could play tourists for a few hours. What do you say?" A large smile spread over her lips.
"I'd like that."
The clearing of a throat caused Cash to turn. Ramsey was standing behind him. Cash stepped away from Luna. "Hey, bro," he began. "What's up?" "Sorry to interrupt," Ramsey said, his watchful eyes moving between Cash and Luna. Earlier today, when Cash and Ramsey had their meeting, Ramsey expressed concern that Cash was being reckless by jumping into a relationship with Luna, especially right now with a murderer on the loose. "You need to put all of your attention on the tour and keeping everyone safe," Ramsey cautioned. "Luna's a distraction. She came into your life so quickly you hardly know anything about her." Cash hadn't heard anything from Daddy about the investigator he'd hired to look into Luna's past. Hopefully, Cash would hear something soon. However, the more time he spent around Luna, the more he felt like an investigation was unnecessary. Luna was true blue, he was sure of it. "All of the security guards are in place, keeping a close watch over Hartley. They'll be doing the same with you." "That's good to know. If you don't mind, I'd like to go over a few last-minute details before you take the stage." "Sure." Cash figured Hartley had another 30 minutes or more to go before it would be time for him to go on. He touched Luna's arm. "This won't take long." She smiled in understanding as he moved over to have a private conversation with Ramsey.
Chapter 8. "She's incredible, isn't she?"
Ava turned as Paulette stepped up beside her.
"Yes, she is,"
Ava agreed. Hartley Raines was everything a performer should be and more. While Ava knew that no good could come from her comparing herself to Hartley, watching the confident redhead was dang intimidating. Heck, it even made a part of Ava wish she had her red hair back. She laughed inwardly, realizing how ridiculous that was. She was Luna, blonde hair and all, and the sooner she embraced that, the better. The same prayer kept running through her head, "Please help me not to freeze up." She felt guilty even offering a prayer, since she was being deceitful by passing herself off as Luna. However, her intentions were good. If she could pull this off, it would help Luna, herself, and her family, and even Hudson Davenport. Hudson was one of Ava's closest friends, and while it was chivalric of him to offer to marry her to save the vineyard, Hudson deserved to find his true love. Ava could never be that person, especially now that she'd met Cash. Eventually, Ava would have to come clean to Cash about who she was. She didn't want their relationship to be built on a lie. How would Cash react when he found out? A cold knot settled in her stomach as she took in a breath. She couldn't think about that right now. She had to concentrate on delivering a good performance. No, not just good. She needed to be spectacular. The good news was that Cash would be on stage with her the entire time. "She broke his heart," Paulette said, breaking into Ava's thoughts. She jerked. "Huh?" Paulette's expression hardened. "Cash was madly in love with Hartley, but she didn't want him," she grunted. "Imagine that, a woman not wanting Cash Romeo." The comments were like a bucket of ice water thrown down her back. Ava turned her full focus to Paulette. "Are you in love with Cash?" Paulette was a pretty girl. She'd no doubt turned many heads in her lifetime. It wasn't a stretch to think that she'd set her cap for Cash. Paulette blinked, a startled laugh issuing from her throat. "Oh, goodness, no. Whatever gave you that idea?" "The way you blushed when he complimented you earlier. What you just said about Hartley Raines." She eyed Paulette, waiting for an answer. Paulette chuckled. "You're certainly direct." "It makes things easier." Paulette's words pinged through her head. Cash was madly in love with Hartley, but she didn't want him. Was Cash still in love with Hartley? The thought gutted Ava's insides. A few minutes ago, Ava had watched Cash as he observed Hartley. She could tell he was doing some deep thinking and would have given anything to be able to read his mind. Then he'd turned to Ava and was so warm and open that her fears had been put to rest. Now, however, the fears were back with a vengeance. "This is a lot to take in, huh?" Paulette observed with a sympathetic expression. Ava just looked at her. "To answer your question, I do care about Cash, but not in the way you're suggesting. Moody and I are together." A glowing smile lit Paulette's face. "We've been going steady for 6 months." She leaned in. "Between you and me, I'm hoping he'll put a rock on my finger soon." "Oh, wow, congratulations." Warmth seeped into Ava's cheeks. "Sorry, I misread the situation." "No worries," Paulette said easily. "I'm sure it's hard for you coming into all of this so suddenly." "Yeah, it's been a bit stressful." "You'll get the hang of it," Paulette assured her. Ava hugged her arms. "I hope you're right." "The band, we're all a big family. Cash is a good man," Paulette continued. "He's been like a brother to me." She paused. "First there was Hartley, then Jetty Hollister." Ava's brows tugged together. "Who's Jetty Hollister?" "She was the band leader before Moody came on board. She was witty, beautiful, in-your-face confident. Cash fell hard for Jetty." She shook her head. "The next thing Cash knew, Jetty left, taking $400,000 of Cash's money with her. It broke Cash's heart." Paulette gave Ava a pointed look. "I just don't want to see him get hurt again." "I would never intentionally hurt Cash," Ava shot back. Paulette gave her a long look before her features softened. "You know what? I believe you." She touched Ava's arm, a smile touching her lips. "You seem like a good person. It's refreshing to see Cash with someone who actually cares about him." Ava blinked. "I do care about him, very much so." "I can see that." She paused. "Well, good luck tonight," Paulette chirped. "Break a leg." "Thanks, you too," Ava said as Paulette went to join the 2 other backup singers. Ava turned back to the concert, her mind running through the conversation that had just taken place. She could understand why the band members would be leery of her. Heck, she'd probably be leery of herself had she been observing the situation from afar. Her mind listed the events as others would see it. A stranger swoops in and gets the chance to go on tour with Cash Romeo. Cash and the girl immediately jump into a relationship. It didn't help that Cash had been burned twice before. Sheesh. This was going to complicate matters. Cash would understandably have trust issues. Once he learned the truth about Ava, her gut churned. Surely Cash would understand that Ava had never meant to deceive him. She was already pretending to be Luna when she met him. Circumstances dictated that she stay the course. Maybe with the passage of time, the band members would come to trust her. Even more than the band members,
Ava wanted to earn the respect of Cash's family. Dinner at the ranch had gone blissfully well. Ava felt an instant kinship with Zoe and Cash's mom, Bertie. Knox was a hoot, the father everyone wished they had. However, Ava could tell that Ramsay disapproved of her. Was it because he had a sixth sense that let him know Ava was hiding something? Howie interrupted her thoughts.
"How are you holding up?"
Ava fixed a smile over her face. "Great." Excitement shimmered in his eyes.
"Tonight we'll launch the live track of Lonely Moon."
He rubbed his hands together.
"If the song goes over like I think it will, Tandy will be chomping at the bit to get you and Cash to do a recording."
"I hope you're right." Ava sucked in a long breath, trying to fill her lungs with blessed air. She needed to remember to do proper breathing techniques on stage. That way her voice would sound full and rich like it should. By the time Hartley sang her encore song, Ava's heart felt like it might pound out of her chest. The plan was for Cash to go on stage first and sing a handful of songs before introducing her. Cash trotted up to her, his expression radiating breathless excitement.
"All right, here we go."
He flashed her a dazzling grin as he tipped his brown leather cowboy hat and winked.
"You got this."
She could only hope he was right. Cash and the band members took their spots. The crowd roared with anticipation. The stadium was bursting with an excitement so alive that it was electric. Machines pushed out smoke as Ben, the drummer, began playing a fast cadence. Spotlights caught the smoke, adding to the allure. When the lights came on, Cash began singing Long Time Gone. He controlled the audience with an invisible string that drew all eyes to him. Cash was wearing a black t-shirt, faded jeans, and cowboy boots. His lithe body moved effortlessly to the music as the lyrics smoothly rolled out of him. His biceps flexed as he strummed the guitar. Even now, in her semi-panicked state, Ava couldn't help but think, wow, he really was incredible. He sang the other songs on the docket. Ava's lungs squeezed. She put a hand to her chest. If she could just get a good breath. "I can't do this," her mind screeched. No amount of praying seemed to help. A wave of dizziness engulfed her. Why did she think she could just up and decide to be a country music singer? People trained a lifetime for this. She stumbled back, about to flee when taunting laughter stopped her. Ava whirled around, surprised to see none other than Hartley Raines standing beside her. "You look terrible, pale as a dish rag," Hartley observed. "Breathe, girl." She gave Ava a swift hit on the back. Ava straightened to her full height as she leveled a glare. "I beg your pardon?" Hartley's eyebrow raised. "Am I going to have to go out there and show 'em how it's done?" Her eyes flicked over Ava. "Because you sure as heck don't seem capable of getting the job done." The nerve! Anger boiled through Ava's veins, replacing the fear. "Oh, I'm perfectly capable, I guarantee you that," she torpedoed back, her nostrils flaring. Hartley grunted in amusement. "You know," she mused, "rumor has it that Cash wrote One Way Home about me." A smug grin wormed over her lips. "Something to think about when you're out there with Casanova singing it." Fury burned through Ava. She was about to put Miss High and Mighty in her place, but then stopped cold when she realized Cash was announcing her. "If you'll excuse me, I have a performance to do," she snipped. "Good luck, sugar. You can thank me for the pep talk later." Startled laughter gurgled in Ava's throat as she realized what Hartley had just done. "You were trying to help me?" Hartley winked. "Just don't tell anyone, okay?" She shooed Ava. "Now go." Her head held high, Ava strode out on stage, a large smile adorning her face. She took her seat next to Cash, trying not to think about the bright lights and the crowd. She just had to keep her focus on Cash. He started singing One Way Home. Whistles of approval came from the audience, followed by applause when they realized what song it was. When it was her turn to join in, Ava did so, relieved at how smooth and polished she sounded. She did everything just as they'd practiced, grateful for the chemistry flowing between her and Cash. This connection that they had, it was pure magic. As the last notes of the song died away, they were rewarded with feverish clapping. Cash threw her a pleased grin as they launched into their next song. By the time they got to Lonely Moon, Ava was so caught up in the thrill of the experience that she felt like she was flying. Chapter 9. It was early enough in the day that it wasn't too hot. Ava and Cash were strolling hand in hand through central Berlin, or what the Germans called Mitte, meaning the middle. They'd started their tour at Checkpoint Charlie and were headed to the Brandenburg Gate, one of the most notable monuments in Berlin. Ava felt like everything around her was cast in a golden filter. She'd still not fully come back down to earth since last night's concert. Howie and the band members had congratulated her on a job well done. But it was Cash's praise that meant the most, and now they were here in this fascinating place, soaking in the sights of history. The best part, they were together. It thrilled her to be walking beside Cash. She still had a hard time believing that this handsome, awe-inspiring man wanted her. They stopped. Ava's gaze took in the large stone structure with its rows of columns. "Wow," she uttered. "It's so impressive."
"Yes," Cash agreed. "It was built in the 18th century by the Prussian King Frederick William II.
Why is it called a gate?"
Originally, the neoclassic structure was built on the site of a gate. During the Cold War, it served as a divider between East and West Berlin. Visitors would go up to the top of the building and get a peek into life behind the Iron Curtain. Cash continued. Technically, the only thing people could see was the death strip, which separated East from West Berlin.
She wrinkled her nose. What exactly was the death strip?
A section in between the walls that contained watchtowers, anti-vehicle trenches, floodlights, landmines, tripwire machine guns, and everything else known to keep people out.
A shiver ran down her spine. It's hard to think about all that those poor people went through. We take so much for granted in our country.
Yes, we do, Cash agreed heartily. Thankfully, the Berlin Wall is no more. On June 12, 1987, on this very spot, Ronald Reagan gave the famous command, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Today, the monument symbolizes unity and peace.
That's so interesting. Ava couldn't help but grin. You're quite the history buff. Cash chuckled.
Yeah, my head's chock full of all sorts of meaningless facts. It drives my siblings crazy when I start going on about it. Feel free to tell me to stop any time before I bore you senseless.
She gave him a censoring look. I think it's great that you know so much about history. You and my dad would get along beautifully. He cocked his head.
He's the doctor, right?
She tensed. Crap. Her cheeks burned. Yep, she said lightly. She was getting deeper and deeper into her web of lies. A longing rose inside her, making her realize that she was starting to miss her parents. Fearing Cash would ask her more about Luna's father, whom Ava knew very little about, she pointed to the top of the structure. Tell me about the statue.
It's known as the Quadriga, Cash continued in a warm, mellow tone. The goddess of victory driving a chariot, pulled by 4 horses.
2 guys in their mid-20s stepped up to them. Hello, one said with a tentative smile. You're Cash Romeo. The man sounded German, but his English was perfect.
Guilty as charged, Cash said pleasantly.
We were at your concert last night, the other guy said with a wide grin as he looked at Cash and Ava. You guys were great. Thank you, Cash and Ava said simultaneously. The first guy who'd spoken held out a notebook and pen to Cash. Can I get your autograph?
Sure.
Cash scribbled on the notebook and was handing it back when the guy turned to Ava. And yours too? She blinked. You want my autograph? He nodded. Ava looked at Cash, whose expression was one of amusement. Sure. She signed her name, or rather, Luna's name. They chatted with the guys for a few minutes, took a selfie, and then continued on their way.
"Well," Cash began with a cheeky grin, "it's official."
"What's that?" She slid her arm through his.
"You're famous."
She chuckled, grinning. "I'm only guilty by association," Cash hooted.
"Yes, you are, darling. Yes, you are."
Ava beamed, loving how the word darling had sounded on his lips. She'd be his darling any day. The hot water from the shower felt good against Ava's shoulders. The tension was starting to loosen a bit. She'd knocked it out of the park last night. Could she do it again? She wondered how long it would take before she got used to performing in front of thousands of people. She just needed to keep her focus on Cash. She grinned. That wouldn't be hard to do, considering her focus had been on little else. Sightseeing this morning had been the perfect medicine for Ava to unwind. After leaving the Brandenburg Gate, she and Cash had visited the Holocaust Memorial, which was a somber experience. Then they grabbed lunch at a food stand that served delicious bratwursts and sauerkraut. When they got back to the hotel, Cash had pulled her into his room and gave her several long, drugging kisses that turned her knees to mush. Her finger went to her lips. She could still feel the tingle of Cash's mouth against hers. She sighed in contentment. Ava had never felt like this before. She'd always thought of herself as more of a realist rather than fanciful. Yet with Cash, she felt fanciful, like a princess. A giggle rose in her throat. Sheesh, that sounded cheesy. "Come back down to earth, Ava," she commanded herself. They'd each retired to their rooms to get ready for the concert. Ava reached for the bottle of shampoo and squirted it into her hand before rubbing it on her hair. She was lathering it up when she heard a noise. She went still, her pulse ratcheting up several notches as she cocked her head. She turned off the water. She heard something else, the subtle sound of movement. Her throat tightened, and she felt frozen. Her brain reeled, quickly coming to the realization that someone was in her room. Was it housekeeping? She'd put a Do Not Disturb sign on her door. Furthermore, the room had already been cleaned when she got back from sightseeing. What should she do? Her heart hammered against her rib cage. She couldn't just stand here like a sitting duck. A sickening fear seized her. Would the person attack? Panic blazed a hot, suffocating trail through her blood. Her body seemed to act of its own accord as she turned the water back on. Hastily, she rinsed the shampoo out of her hair and stepped out of the shower, leaving the water running. Shakes rattled her as she wrapped a towel around her head and another around her body. Blood was pounding so profusely against Ava's temples that it pulsed her brain. She eased to the door and silently prayed as she slowly opened it. Her eyes darted around the room, feeling a swift jab of relief when she realized the coast was clear. Had she only imagined hearing the noises? She looked toward the door, her heart leaping into her throat. The door was partially open, signaling that someone had left in a hurry. Terror clawed at the base of Ava's skull. She looked at her purse on the bed. It was gaping wide open. Her eyes snapped to the nightstand, her hand instinctively going to her neck. The drawer was open. Oh, no! She rushed over and looked inside the drawer. Tears rushed to her eyes, a cry rising in her throat. Luna's song notebook was gone.
"I want you to start at the beginning and tell us everything that happened,"
Ramsey prompted in a crisp, professional tone. Luna nodded as she bit her lower lip, clasping her hands together tightly in her lap. Her hair was wet and tangled, and she was wearing sweats and a t-shirt. She had black smudges beneath her eyes from her mascara. Seeing Luna so shaken and vulnerable sent equal parts of anger and fear coursing through Cash. Things had been going so smoothly, too smoothly. He'd been waiting for the shoe to drop, and it had, just when Cash let his guard down. When he got the call from Luna and heard the note of hysteria in her voice as she told him what happened in rushed, tearful segments, a cold terror had spread through him. Then he felt a heady relief at hearing that she was okay. Cash then called Ramsey. The two of them immediately went to Luna's room to check on her. Cash was sitting beside Luna on the couch with Ramsey in a swivel office chair. He placed a hand over hers. Cash could feel Luna's fear, filling the space around them. It made him so fighting mad he couldn't think clearly. He looked at Ramsay, who was as cool as a cucumber.
"Whenever you're ready,"
Ramsay said as he leaned forward slightly, his face a mask of concentration. Luna sucked in a quick breath. "I was in the shower when I heard a noise. I turned off the water to listen. I heard the sound again." Ramsay tipped his head.
"What sort of sound?"
"Like things being shuffled around, drawers opening."
"Go on."
Ramsay motioned with his hand. "I quickly rinsed the shampoo out of my hair, but left the water running. I wrapped a towel around my hair and one around me." Luna's voice picked up speed. "I opened the door and looked around, and no one was there, but the door was partially open. My purse was on the bed. I could tell that someone had rifled through it. I then saw that the drawer of the nightstand was open. I went to it and realized that Luna's book was missing." Cash and Ramsay looked at each other. Cash could tell that Ramsay was thinking the same thing. It was odd that Luna was referring to herself in third person.
"You mean your book was missing?"
Ramsay corrected. Luna blinked in confusion. "That's what I said." Her voice held a trace of annoyance. Ramsay shook his head.
"You said Luna's book was missing. Do you often refer to yourself in third person?"
"Do you often badger the victim?" Luna fired back. Cash bit back a smile. It was good to see that Luna still had so much fight in her. Cash could tell from the slight quiver on Ramsay's mouth that he too was amused. He held up a hand, a good-natured grin overtaking his features.
"Okay, fair enough. What happened next?"
"I called Cash, threw on some clothes, and you guys came over."
"Have you checked to see if anything else was taken?"
Ramsay asked. "I only had time to check my purse. Everything was there." Ramsay sat back, stroking his chin.
"So, it would appear that only your songbook was taken?"
"Correct," Luna said succinctly.
"The question is, why would someone break into your room?"
Ramsay's gray eyes were thoughtful.
"Was it to steal the songbook, or was the book an afterthought?"
Luna shrugged. "I have no idea." Ramsay gave Cash a pointed look.
"If someone had wanted to harm Luna, they could have done so when she was in the shower."
Luna trembled. Cash draped an arm around her shoulders.
"We'll need to place a guard outside Luna's door," Ramsay said. "That won't be necessary," Cash countered. "From now on, Luna will be sharing a suite with me."
Luna turned to him with large round eyes. "Is that a good idea?"
"My suite has 2 rooms," Cash explained. "If you're with me, it'll be easier to protect you."
He looked at Ramsay to get his opinion.
"That sounds like a wise move," Ramsay said. "I'll check with the hotel management and see if we can get access to security video of the hall. It will show the person coming and going."
Hope rose in Cash's breast.
"This could be the lucky break we need."
"It could," Ramsay agreed. He looked at Luna.
"It's a good thing you were paying attention. I'm sure the intruder heard the water in the shower turn off and fled, which is why the door was left open."
Ramsay drummed his fingers on his thighs as he turned his focus to Cash.
"The question I've been asking is, who has the most to gain from Ginger's accident and Grace's death?" "It's a great question," Cash muttered. "One I've been asking myself over and over." "Hartley is certainly benefiting now that she's opening for you," Ramsay said.
Cash grunted.
"Not this again." "You say that, but who's to say that Hartley won't be targeted next?" "True," Ramsay conceded. "But it wasn't Hartley's hotel room that was broken into. It was Luna's."
It was all such a tangled mess with no answers. Cash was so ready for it to be over. He turned to Luna, wincing at the vulnerability he saw in her violet eyes.
"It's still not too late to turn and run for the hills."
Luna's eyes sparked as she steeled her jaw. "Well, that's the thing. I'm not really the turn-and-run type." A smile played over Cash's lips.
Man, she was something. "No, but you are the leap-before-you-look type," she chuckled.
"You got me there." Her eyes locked with his. "But I don't plan on going anywhere, so long as you want me here." He tightened his hold on her shoulders, pulling her closer to him.
"I don't just want you here. I need you."
"Good. Then there will be no further talk about me running for the hills." Ramsay cleared his throat, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes.
If y'all don't mind, I'd like to continue with my investigation. If we must, we must, Cash sighed.
Ramsey pinned him with a look.
Who has an axe to grind with you?
Cash tensed.
I'm not sure. I suppose it could be any number of people. Okay, let's list them, Ramsey said.
Cash removed his arm from Luna's shoulders and clasped his hands together.
It could be any of my competitors. Yeah, maybe, Ramsey said doubtfully, but that seems like a stretch. Let's look at the people close to you. Are there any disgruntled employees? Last month I had to fire Pete Staples. He was one of my roadies. The guy was lazy. Where's Pete now? Back in Nashville, I guess.
Ramsey pulled out his phone and began typing.
Pete Staples. Who else?
Cash rubbed a hand over his brow.
I don't know of anyone else. What about Jetty Hollister? Ramsey asked.
Cash jumped slightly. He didn't want to go into this right now, not with Luna present. She turned to him, her eyebrow arching.
She was your band leader.
The wind left Cash's lungs.
Yeah, how did you know that?
A slight smile touched Luna's lips.
People on the tour talk.
Now that it's out in the open, tell me everything about Jetty Hollister,
Ramsey prompted impatiently.
Jetty came highly recommended from Bud Wallace. Cash's jaw tightened. A guy I thought was a close friend. Jetty and I had a relationship.
Cash's gut nodded.
I trusted her, but she played me. Ran off with $400,000.
Ramsey cupped his phone with both hands as he sat up straighter in his seat, stretching his back.
Where's Jetty now? She served some time in jail, but has since been released.
Cash blew out a breath.
I'm not sure where she is now, nor do I care to know.
The words left a sour taste in his mouth.
All right, I can contact my boss and get him to check on Jetty and Bud Wallace, Ramsey said. How are the interviews with all of the personnel going? Cash asked. They're going fine. So far, nothing stands out.
Frustration pricked at Cash.
There has to be a motive, he growled. There always is, Ramsey said practically. We just have to find it. I've got the auditors going over the books to see if anything turns up there. In fact, I should have a report tonight.
Luna placed a hand over Cash's.
I'm sorry for all that you've been through with relationships.
He rocked back.
Thanks, he mumbled. I'm sorry that you had to hear all that sordid mess about Jetty.
It was embarrassing for Cash to admit that he'd been played, especially in front of Luna. She probably thought he was a putz. Her eyes held his.
Tell me about Hartley.
The question floored Cash. He felt heat seeping into his face.
What have you heard?
Her words were soft and penetrating, cutting to the very center of Cash.
That you were in love with her? She broke your heart?
That's true, he said quietly. Her features went rigid, and Cash could tell the words were a blow. To her credit, Luna took it in stride. She touched his arm, her expression imploring.
What happened?
The Cliff Note version, Ramsey said dryly.
A humorless laugh escaped Cash's lips. How was he supposed to sum up his relationship with Hartley in a few words? Words that wouldn't damage his relationship with Luna.
Hartley and I started out together, got discovered around the same time. He hesitated. I fell for Hartley and thought she cared about me the same way. His voice trailed off.
It's okay, Luna said. You can tell me everything.
Cash moistened his lips as he glanced at Ramsey. He thought this conversation would have bored Ramsey, but not so. While Ramsey's expression was neutral, Cash could tell by the way his head was cocked that he was intently listening.
Hartley's dad was an alcoholic. Hartley resented him for it because it wrecked her home life when she was a kid. But then, as it often happens, when the pressures of the business got too much for her, Hartley started drinking. I told her how I felt about her, pleaded with her to get help.
He laughed humorlessly.
I even checked her into rehab and paid for her treatments, but nothing helped.
A remnant of the all-too-familiar agony of those dark days flushed over Cash.
I was prepared to stay by her side until there wasn't a breath left in my body, but when I told Hartley how I felt about her, Well, she said that she didn't feel the same. He forced a smile. Now, here we are. Hartley did finally get clean. She's a recovering alcoholic and has gone on to live her life, as I have mine.
Luna's eyes grew muddled. "Do you still love her?" she uttered. Cash felt like his insides were being filleted and put on display.
No, I don't. He looked Luna in the eye. Originally, when Hartley first wanted to join the tour, I refused.
Luna's lips formed tight lines as she nodded. He rushed on, wanting her to understand.
Then when Grace was killed, well, I had no choice.
He peered into her eyes.
I think a part of me was worried that I might have some residual feelings. Last night, watching Hartley perform, I realized that she no longer has a hold over me.
An ember of hope kindled in Luna's eyes. "Why is that?" Cash trailed his fingers over the curve of her cheek.
"You know why,"
he murmured, his thumb stroking light circles over her skin. Luna rewarded him with a large smile that splashed sunshine to his soul. "That's good to know." A trace of awe came over Cash as he peered into her luminous eyes, framed with thick, dark lashes. He soaked in the delicate lines of her face. He loved her passion and zest for life. It couldn't have been easy for Luna to drop everything and come on tour. Cash was a harsh taskmaster, demanding perfection in every aspect of his concert. Luna had jumped right in, taking the bull by the horns. She had him completely enthralled, to the point where he longed to spend every waking moment with her.
"You're my future,"
he uttered. As the words left his mouth, Cash could have kicked himself for saying them. It was too soon. However, Luna's expression was joyous as she drawled, "That's very good to know." Ramsey stood, placing his phone in his front pocket.
"Well, I'm glad y'all got that worked out."
He smirked at Cash in a way only a brother could.
"Two's company and three's a crowd," he quipped. "I'll go track down the security footage from the hotel. Luna, you need to go over this room with a fine-toothed comb, see if anything else has been taken."
She nodded. Ramsey brought his hands together.
"If we were in the U.S., I might be tempted to get the police involved with the room break-in, but seeing as how we're on foreign soil, it's better if I just deal with this."
He looked at Cash.
"I'll let you know when I get the report back from the auditors."
A brief smile touched his face.
"Good luck with the concert tonight."
The second Ramsey got out the door, Cash pulled Luna into his arms.
"Thank you,"
he uttered. "For what?" she asked dubiously.
"For looking after me like you did the night we first met. For being understanding about my past."
"We all have pasts," she retorted. Curiosity stirred inside him.
"So, Luna Ellison, what skeletons do you have in your closet?"
An impish smile curved her lips. "Oh, wouldn't you like to know?" she teased.
"Yes, I would."
He searched her face.
"Tell me about your first love."
She blinked once, twice.
"I can handle it,"
he added. Amusement danced in her compelling eyes. "Oh, really?" His brows furrowed.
"Well, yeah, I might want to punch through a wall, but I still want to hear it."
She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "You want the truth?"
"Of course."
He braced himself. "Okay, the truth is, I've had lots of boyfriends." He shouldn't have been surprised. She was so enchanting, so thrilling. What did take him by surprise was the tight fist of jealousy that formed in his stomach. He chastised himself for it as he waited for her to continue. Luna was choosing to be here with him. Knowing that should have eased his fears, and yet Cash's history was so tainted when it came to women. A sense of foreboding trickled over him, causing his insides to shrivel. Someone had broken into Luna's room. She was being targeted. Cash had to do everything humanly possible to keep her safe. Should anything happen to her? No, he wouldn't let his thoughts go there. Hopefully Ramsey would learn something from the security video. Life was giving him a chance to start over with an amazing woman who truly cared for him. Not the superstar, but plain old Cash Romeo, the man behind the music. "I've had lots of boyfriends," she repeated, "but I've never been in love with anyone." "Really?" He couldn't stop the Texas-sized grin from stretching over his lips. "I guess this is a first, huh?" he taunted in a low, husky tone as his eyes moved over her face slowly and thoroughly. "Yes," she said simply. He waited for the punchline and then realized there wasn't one. The gravity of her meaning hit him full force. "I'm falling hard for you," he uttered. "Ditto," she whispered as his lips crushed hers. Her mouth was warm and accepting as she clung to him, meeting him measure for measure. Sparks of ecstasy riveted through his veins as his hands moved up her neck and into her thick tresses of hair. They kissed until Cash could no longer form a clear thought. "It just keeps getting better and better," he said a few minutes later, resting his forehead against hers. "Yes, it does," she agreed. His misgivings returned. "Promise me it'll never end." Her hands went up to cup his jaw. "It'll never end," she said fervently as she leaned in for another kiss. Chapter 10. Ava stepped into her dressing room. Her breath hitched when she spotted the large bouquet of colorful flowers. She patted over the plush carpet in her deluxe suite that included a full kitchen, comfortable living room, and bathroom. She leaned over and inhaled appreciatively, the sweet scent of the flowers enveloping her senses. She reached for the card and opened it, a smile curving her lips. "Here's to us and our future. Love, Cash." With a sigh, she leaned back against the counter and pressed the card to her chest. Cash was so thoughtful and romantic. She rubbed her thumb over the smooth petals. A knock sounded at the door. She turned. "Come in." Paulette stuck her head in the door. When she saw the flowers, a large smile filled her face. "Ah, I wonder who those are from." Pleasure warmed through Ava as she grinned. "Yes, I wonder." Paulette ambled in and plopped down on the sofa. She stretched back and propped her feet on the coffee table before pulling her hand through her short hair. "You did great tonight at the concert." "Thanks." "You're a natural." Ava chuckled. "I don't know about that." Paulette's eyes lit with excitement. "Are you coming to the after-party?" "Sure am," Ava chimed. "I wouldn't miss it." "Good, it's a rite of passage. We have to break in all the newbies." Ava's eyes widened. "Should I be worried?" Paulette waved a hand. "Nah, everybody will just give you a toast and then roast you a bit, talking about how pitchy you were or how you came in offbeat during practice. Nothing too painful." "Was I pitchy?" Ava asked self-consciously. She thought she nailed it tonight. "Honey, we're all a little pitchy from time to time, especially during a live concert. It's no big deal." It was a big deal to Ava. She'd have to practice harder. Ava could understand the band members enjoying roasting the newbie, but still, it irked her that Paulette was so quick to point out her deficiencies. Then again, Paulette had come to her aid yesterday, and she was going out of her way to be friendly. Leah and Rochelle, the two other backup singers, had been cordial but standoffish. Ava wanted to make friends with the other women on the tour. Paulette was a good start. She glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. "I should probably get changed. Cash should be here any minute." Paulette stood. "Do you need help undoing your zipper?" "That would be great." She turned her back to Paulette, who slid the zipper down. Ava's phone buzzed on the counter. Before she could answer, Paulette grabbed it. "It's Ava," she announced. Ice ran through Ava's blood. She didn't want anyone on the tour getting wind of her having a sister. Then again, all that was showing on the screen was one word, Ava, with no picture. No one could ascertain anything from that. Before the concert, Ava had called Luna to talk to her about the stolen notebook. Luna was probably returning her call. Paulette held out the phone. "Here you go." Ava took it. She must have hesitated a fraction too long because Paulette said, Don't mind me. Go ahead and take it. I'll see you at the party."
"Okay, thanks," Ava answered as Paulette was walking out the door, but it was too late. She missed the call. She glanced at the clock again. As much as she wanted to talk to Luna, she needed to hurry up and get dressed. She shimmied out of the dress and placed it on a hanger before reaching for a pair of jeans and a knit pullover shirt. She frowned. She'd not been pitchy. According to Cash and Howie, Ava's performance was even better tonight than it had been the night before. A miracle considering how rattled Ava was that someone had broken into her hotel room and stolen Luna's notebook. After taking an assessment, that was the only thing Ava could find missing. It was going to be torture breaking the news to Luna. And not having those songs put Ava in a bind. Howie was already scheming up ways to get Ava and Cash into the studio in between concert venues so they could cut some demos. Without those songs, Ava was sunk. She hoped that maybe Luna had another copy of them somewhere. Luna had a desktop computer, but the thing was ancient. Luna was already planning to write more songs, but that would take time. Another thought occurred to Ava, filling her with dread. Would the person who stole the songs try to pass them off as his or her own? That would be devastating for Luna. Anger simmered inside her. She hoped that Ramsey was able to learn something from the surveillance video. It was unnerving to think that she was actually being targeted, or was she? Maybe the person just wanted the songs. Her thoughts moved to Cash and everything he'd told her about Hartley Raines. Tonight, as Ava watched Hartley perform, all she could think about was how stunningly beautiful and talented Hartley was. It had jolted Ava to hear the emotion in Cash's voice, to know how much he'd loved Hartley. However, when Cash said Hartley no longer had any pull over him because of Ava, well, that just about melted her heart. And then he sealed his intentions with those knock-your-socks-off kisses. The mere thought of his lips on hers still had Ava swooning. She was fluffing her hair and refreshing her makeup when Knuckles rapped at the door. A second later, Cash stuck his head in. "Hey, you ready?" His eyes moved over her with appreciation. "You look fantastic." "Thanks," she hummed. "So do you." He grinned as he stepped into the suite and started posing like a model. He flexed his arms, showcasing his cut muscles. She laughed as she went to his side. He slid his arms around her waist and pulled her close. "Maybe we should skip the party and stay here," he murmured, his mouth moving to her neck. Tingles circled down her spine as her breath caught in her throat. His breath was warm on her neck. His mouth grazed her earlobe, sending thrilling sensations circling through her. She lost all train of thought. There were only his feather-like lips sizzling her skin and simmering a slow-burning fire in her stomach. Her lips parted instinctively as his mouth took hers. He smelled so good, so distinctively masculine. An aching need for him pulsed through her entire body as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him as close as she could. Pounding on the door caused Ava and Cash to jerk apart. The door swung open, and there stood Hartley, her face burning rage, blue eyes shooting wrath. "What the heck?" Cash demanded, still holding onto Ava's waist. Hartley's hand went to her hip, her red hair flying out behind her like flames. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but this can't wait." Her voice rose to a shrill pitch. "Do you have any idea what that no-count brother of yours just accused me of? Do you?" she screamed. Cash released Ava and held up his hands. "Take it easy." "No, I won't take it easy," Hartley seethed, her finger wagging like a battle flag. "He's accusing me of breaking into Luna's room." Ava's jaw went slack as she and Cash looked at one another before Cash turned to Hartley. "Why would Ramsey think that?" he asked carefully. Ramsey stepped in the room, his face a deep shade of crimson, jaw harder than granite. "Because the surveillance footage showed a woman with Hartley's same build entering and leaving Luna's room." Hartley flung her hands into the air. "That's absurd! There are countless women with my build. Did you canvass the hotel and round up everyone who's roughly my size? What about Paulette or Rochelle?" They have a similar build. Are they also suspects?" Ramsey looked at Cash. "The woman in the video was wearing jeans and a hoodie. I couldn't see her face, but I caught a blip of red hair." His eyebrows shot up as he lasered in on Hartley. "Hair the color of yours." Hartley's eyes narrowed to slits. "First you accuse me of hurting Ginger and then killing Grace so that I could take their place on the tour. Now you're accusing me of breaking into Luna's room?" There was a crazed look in her eyes. "What possible motive could I have for all of that?" "Luna's song notebook was stolen," Ramsey answered, leveling a glare. Ava was impressed with how controlled Ramsey's voice was. The only evidence of his anger or frustration was the throbbing vein in his neck. Hartley barked out a laugh. "Great! That's rich!" She looked at Ava. "I did not break into your room, and I did not steal your notebook," she asserted, drawing herself up to her full height. She stared Ava down as if daring her to disagree. Ramsey ran a hand through his hair. "Hartley, you're being unreasonable. I was simply asking you questions. My job is to find out who's trying to sabotage the tour." "Well, it's not me!" she screamed. She looked at Cash as she pointed at Ramsey. "Either he goes or I go." Ramsey swore under his breath. "You've got to be the most unreasonable woman on the planet." A high-pitched cackle sounded in Hartley's throat. "You think I'm unreasonable?" Hartley pointed at herself, her eyes big as saucers. "Did you hear that?" She directed the question at Cash and Ava. "You are unreasonable," Ramsey spouted in disgust. "You're unreasonable." Hartley jabbed a finger into Ramsey's chest. "Cut it out," he growled. Hartley belted out a brittle laugh as she got up in his face. "What's wrong, pretty boy? You afraid of a little roughness?" She began ruffling his hair. Ramsey stepped back and averted his head. "Stop it, Hartley." He caught hold of her hands, manacling them. "I refuse to be subjected to this man's cruel accusations." "Let go of me," she fumed. "I will if you'll stop being a moron," Ramsey growled. "Fine," she snapped. He let go of her hands. An instant later, she slapped him hard across the jaw. Ramsey looked at Cash, his eyes blazing. "This woman is crazy." Cash held up his hands. "All right, guys, we need to sit down and talk this out." "Ha! That'll be the day." Hartley clamped her arms over her chest. Cash turned to Ava. "Do you mind going on to the party? I'll get this worked out and then join you." "Sure." Cash gave Ava a peck on the lips. "See you soon," he promised. Ava was glad to have an excuse to get out of there. Sheesh. Ava considered herself spunky, but Hartley was a spitfire. It was interesting to watch the interaction between her and Ramsey. If Ava didn't know better, she would have thought she was witnessing a lover's spat. Grabbing her phone, Ava left them all in her dressing room as she went to the after-party. Maybe it was a good thing that she was getting the chance to go to the first part of the party alone. That way she could get to know the band members. Ava walked down the long hall toward the room where the party was being held. Who would have known that the arena had a whole network of rooms and tunnels beneath the main area? "Great job tonight," a woman with a badge said as she passed Ava. "Thanks." The hall was buzzing with people. Some of them Ava recognized as sound techs, others were roadies, a few reporters. There was the craft service staff who'd been providing the food during the practices and water and snacks during the concert. It was mind-boggling how many people it took to put on a concert. With a perfunctory nod and greeting to the security guard planted in front of the door, Ava moved past him into the posh, dimly lit room where the party was being held. Murmurs of conversation drifted just above the volume of the music being piped over the speakers. The spacious lounge area was packed with people, relaxing on numerous stylish couches and chairs. There was a full bar with a bartender serving drinks in the far corner. The smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke lingered in the air. Having grown up on a vineyard, Ava was used to attending venues where wine was present. However, this scene was a bit too gritty for her taste. She caught sight of Ben Lyerly, the drummer in the band. He was reclining on a sofa with two scantily dressed women fawning over him. There was a near-empty bottle of whiskey on the coffee table, and Ben was smoking a cigar. On the couch across from Ben, there was a couple Ava didn't recognize making out. She wondered if they were part of Hartley Raines's crew. Paulette, her boyfriend Moody, and the other backup singers were congregated in the corner opposite of the bar. Ava hugged her arms, feeling intensely uncomfortable. She didn't know what she'd expected an after-party to be like, but this was all a bit too much to take in. This didn't seem at all like something Cash would be involved in. A shiver ran down her spine. Maybe there was a side to Cash that she hadn't seen yet. She was about to go back to the dressing room to meet up with Cash when a guy in his early 20s stepped up to Ava. He was holding a glass of wine with one hand and extended the other hand out to her. He had a casual hipster aro with his shoulder-length hair, button-down dress shirt, and jeans.
"Hey, I'm Dustin Burkholder from Country Music Today magazine."
"Hello."
"I'd like to shadow you for a few days, get the inside scoop into what it's like to be on the road with Cash Romeo."
She blinked. Was that a good idea? Ava certainly didn't want to inadvertently do anything to expose herself or Luna. I'll have to give it some thought." He reached into his pocket and fished out a card.
"Give me a call when you're ready."
"Okay, thanks," she said as she moved past him, placing the card in her pocket. Paulette spotted Ava and waved her over. Ava hesitated, caught between her wish to leave and her desire to be amicable. Hadn't she just thought earlier that she needed to get to know the band members? She threaded her way through the tight clusters of people to reach them. Paulette was sitting beside Moody, her arms slung around his shoulders. Leah was behind the couch, leaning against the wall, laughing and talking to one of the roadies. Paulette motioned to Rochelle and Tripp, the bass guitarist, who were sitting on the couch across from her. "Y'all scoot and make room for Luna," she ordered, absently playing with Moody's hair as she spoke.
"Yes, ma'am. Always room for one more,"
Tripp drawled as he and Rochelle moved over. "Thanks," Ava said as she sat down next to Tripp.
"What do you like to drink?"
Paulette asked. "Oh, I'm good," Ava said.
"We know you're good," Rochelle said with an eye roll. "But what do you want to drink?"
She stood.
"I'm getting a white wine. Would you like one?"
Impatience dripped from her voice. "Sure," Ava forced a smile. "That would be great, thanks." Paulette removed her arm from Moody and rose to her feet. "I'll go with you," she said to Rochelle. She glanced around the group.
"Anybody else want something?"
"I'll have another beer, thanks, hon,"
Moody said, giving Paulette an affectionate look. Paulette grinned back at him.
"Me too,"
Tripp added.
"Okay, 2 beers coming right up."
Paulette linked her arm through Rochelle's as the two went in the direction of the bar. Moody took a long swig of his beer and then wiped his mouth on his sleeve.
"You did great tonight."
"Thank you," Ava responded in surprise. She'd been anticipating a roasting rather than a genuine compliment. Moody was a burly guy with a mustache and closely cropped beard. Ava guessed him to be in his early to mid-30s. He seemed like a stand-up guy. She could see why Cash had hired him to be the band leader. He carried himself with an air of authority.
"So what do you think of our band?" Moody asked.
"I think you guys are great," Ava said matter-of-factly. Tripp grinned.
"Thank you, darling."
Casually, he stretched his arm across the back of the couch. Subtly, Ava scooted forward, sitting up straight so that her head wouldn't touch Tripp's arm. A handsome guy, Tripp struck Ava as a player who'd never grown up, the kind who expected women to fall at his feet because he graced them with his attention. Ava was surprised he didn't have several girls surrounding him like Ben had.
"So Cash tells me you're from Alabama?"
Moody drank the last of his beer and crushed the can in his hand before placing it on the coffee table.
"Yep,"
Ava said lightly.
"My folks are from Tuscaloosa. Roll Tide," he boomed. "Ah, man,"
Tripp moaned.
"Don't tell me that. I was just starting to like you."
Moody frowned.
"Are you an Auburn fan?" "I bleed blue and orange,"
Tripp proclaimed proudly, thrusting out his chest. Moody looked at Ava.
"What about you?"
"Definitely Bama,"
she said exuberantly. Football was something that Ava knew a little about.
And as it just so happened, her dad was a huge Alabama fan. A large smile filled Moody's face.
"That's my girl," he purred.
Rochelle and Paulette returned with the drinks. "Here you go," Rochelle chirped as she handed Ava a glass of wine. Paulette handed Trip his beer. He opened it, tipped it up, and downed it in a few gulps.
"Whoa, slow down, cowboy," Rochelle cautioned.
Trip angled toward Ava.
"Where's your man?"
"Cash had to take care of a situation. He'll be here soon," Ava said. Paulette placed her wine glass on the coffee table and snuggled up next to Moody. "Well, if I were you, I'd get comfortable, because he might be a while." A look passed between Moody and Paulette. "What do you mean?" Ava tightened her hold on her glass, wondering what Paulette and Moody knew that she didn't.
"Hartley was on a war path," Paulette explained.
"I figure it'll take a while to settle her down." Moody's eyes widened as he opened the fresh beer Paulette had brought him and took a long drink.
"It'll take something, all right."
"How did y'all know that something was going on with Hartley?" Ava asked, her eyes flitting over the group. A grin slid over Trip's face as he shook his head.
"Hartley went tearing out of her dressing room like a tornado. I'm sure half of Berlin heard her."
Paulette sat up, interest simmering in her eyes as she homed in on Ava. Why was Hartley so upset? Ava shifted in her seat, feeling like a worm dangling on a hook, as they all eyed her expectantly. "Sorry, I'm really not at liberty to say." She flashed an apologetic smile. "If you're going to be one of us, then you'll have to act like it," Paulette sniffed as she reached for her glass of wine. Ava's spine went stiff as she looked straight at Paulette. "While I would like nothing more than to be friends with you guys, I will not be goaded into divulging private information." A startled silence overtook the group. "You don't have to get so defensive," Paulette blustered, taking a drink. Ava caught the faint amusement on Moody's face. Was that a glimmer of admiration in his eyes?
"Well, I think it's admirable that you're not spilling the beans," Trip said.
Paulette gave him the stink eye. Trip angled toward Ava.
"Lonely Moon, that's quite the song," he mused.
"Thanks." Ava took a sip of the wine. It was fruity and light. Not the best Ava had ever had, but a good vintage. She felt eyes on her and looked at Paulette, expecting her to be steaming, but instead, Paulette's expression was contrite. "It's an amazing song," Paulette chimed in, and Ava knew it was her way of trying to make amends. "Thanks," Ava said with an appreciative smile as she settled into her seat, taking another drink.
"I hear you worked at the Muscadine Cafe before joining us," Moody said.
"Yes." Ava raised her glass to her lips, taking a generous swallow.
"I used to play at the Muscadine," Moody said. "Steve's a good guy."
"He is." Thankfully, Ava could talk intelligently about the Muscadine Cafe, as opposed to when Cash's family was asking Ava questions about her supposed childhood in Alabama.
"Steve runs a tight ship."
"That he does. He was a great boss." Ava meant that. Steve had been thrilled for her opportunity at going on tour with Cash, assuring her that should she ever need it, she would always have a job waiting. Of course, that was a testament of Luna's hard work ethic built on years of working at the Muscadine Cafe, not the short period of time Ava was there.
"Is Steve still with Janice?"
Moody asked. "I heard they broke up," Paula inserted. Ava's heart picked up its pace as she took another sip of wine. She tried to think. Steve had mentioned his wife in passing. They had 2 or 3 kids. Ava couldn't remember which. "Yeah, he's still married." Hopefully that answer would suffice. Rochelle leaned forward so she could see Ava. "That's a weird name for a cafe. What in the heck does Muscadine mean?" Paulette made a face. "You don't know what a Muscadine is?"
"She's from Detroit, remember?" Moody said.
"Oh, yeah, that's right." Paulette took a drink of wine. This is so good." "Well, is anyone going to tell me what a Muscadine is?" Rochelle grumbled. "It's a type of grape that only grows in the South," Ava supplied. She'd had no idea what muscadines were when she first started working at the cafe, but had looked it up. Moody leaned back and fished his phone out of his pocket.
"I'd better get this."
He got to his feet and began walking away from them. Paulette drained the rest of her wine. "I think I'll have another." She stood. "Anyone want anything?" She looked at Ava. "You're almost done. Do you want another?" "Nope, one glass is enough for me." Ava finished off the wine and put the empty glass down. She'd learned a long time ago that wine was best enjoyed sparingly.
"I'll take a glass of red wine," Tripp said.
Paulette looked at Rochelle. "Come and help me. We'll get a second round for everyone." "Okay, be right back," Rochelle said. Ava glanced around. Leah had long since trotted off with the guy she'd been cozied up with. Ava didn't like being left alone with Tripp. He, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased with how the situation was playing out. He scooted close and draped an arm around her shoulders.
"So, beautiful, tell me something I don't know about you."
She flinched when his hand went up to touch her cheek. Her eyes narrowed. "What are you doing?" He laughed easily.
"Just getting to know you. There's no crime in that."
"I should go." She moved to stand up, but Tripp caught her arm, pulling her back down. "Hey!" she protested, anger spiking through her. The next thing Ava knew, Tripp pushed her back and was on top of her. His mouth covered hers as he forced his tongue down her throat.
"What the devil?"
"Oh, hey, man," Tripp said with a sheepish laugh as he pulled back and looked up at Cash, who was towering over them, furious. Before Ava could so much as utter a single word, Cash grabbed Tripp and punched him in the jaw. Tripp went sprawling backwards.
"You're fired,"
Cash thundered. Tripp rose to his feet.
"Is that how you want to play this? Well, that's fine with me,"
he sneered as he stalked away. Ava sat up. "Thank you," she said with weak relief as she looked up at Cash. She wanted to rub her mouth till it bled to remove the stain of Tripp. Anger twisted a hard mask over Cash's face.
"How could you?"
Ava's insides turned cold. What? She stammered, rising to her feet. "Surely you don't think—"
"I trusted you,"
Cash roared. He paced back and forth, pushing out a hard laugh as he ran both hands through his hair. Ice twisted around her heart. This isn't what it looked like. Her lungs were contracting so that she could hardly breathe. His eyes held a cold fury.
"I know what I saw."
Tears rose in Ava's eyes. "Tripp attacked me. One minute everyone was here talking. The next minute he was on top of me." She shuddered. "It was disgusting." Cash's head swung back and forth.
"You're not who I thought you were."
Panic raced a cold trail through her as she reached for Cash's arm. "I'm telling the truth." His lips were thinned in disgust, his eyes hard and unyielding. Ava's throat closed as she swallowed. "You can ask Moody, Paulette, Rochelle. They were all right here." Cash raised a brow.
"Oh, really? Then where are they now?"
Her words rushed out in a jumbled heap. "Moody had to take a phone call. Paulette and Rochelle went to get more drinks from the bar." Cash looked that direction.
"Yep, don't see them."
His words came at her like knives, cutting her heart to shreds. Ava's breath froze in her throat. She looked, trying to find them. But like Cash said, they weren't there. "If you'll just ask them," her voice trailed off as she gave him a hard look. "Why are you so quick to assume that I'm guilty?" She straightened, her voice gathering volume. "You know how I feel about you. Do you really think I would leave the dressing room after kissing you, come here, and make out with Tripp? Seriously?" she spat. Pain filled his eyes.
"That's just it. I don't know what to think."
His voice had a hard, sarcastic edge.
"First there's the suspicion of Hartley and the security footage. Then the audit report comes back. Surprise, surprise. I find out that my manager has been stealing from me."
She felt the blood drain from her face. Howie? He'd seemed like such a great guy, so great that Ava was considering hiring him to be her manager. He rushed on.
"Then I come in here to find you making out with Tripp."
"Cash, I wasn't making out with Tripp. Please, you've got to believe me. I care about you." Her voice broke.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me." Ava felt like she was standing beside rushing water, screaming as loud as she could to have her voice heard, but it was useless. He grunted. "I'm sure." She bristled. "What's that supposed to mean?" A spiteful smile fixed over his face. "It means that I now see you for what you are." He gave her a withering look. "Show's over." Tears bubbled in her eyes as she lifted her chin. "You've got it all wrong." "You need to leave." Everything was imploding right before her very eyes. Was it all destined to end as quickly as it began? Deep down, Ava had known what she and Cash had was too good to be true. Real life didn't have happily ever afters. "Are you saying you don't want me on the tour?" "The tour," he growled. "It's always about the tour." His voice rose. "I don't care if you stay on the blasted tour. Leave or go, I don't care. But whatever you do, the two of us are through." Ava's knees wobbled. "You don't mean that," she uttered. He was right in front of her, but she couldn't make him see the truth. "Leave!" he yelled, his eyes turning nearly black. Trembles started in her hands and rattled through her body. "You're making a big mistake," she said quietly. He only glared at her, a cold, heartless glare that froze her heart. She jutted out her chin. "I'm sorry for you, Cash. Sorry that you can't see this for what it is. Sorry that you're so quick to believe that everyone's out to get you." Her voice quivered with fury. "I do care about you, but obviously that's not enough. No amount of money is worth staying on this tour," she spat. "I'm leaving." "That's fine with me," he roared. Without another word, she turned and marched away. Chapter 11. "Would you please sit down? You're making me dizzy," Ramsey complained. Cash threw his hands up. He'd been blazing a trail across the carpet in his dressing suite. "I can't sit down. My head's on fire." During times like this, he wished he could go back to the beginning, back to when he was just Cash Romeo, with no fame or money to muddle everything up. That way he'd know for sure that people wanted him for him. He'd been so sure that Luna actually cared about him. How could he have been so wrong about her? Was his judgment completely skewed? Now he could add Luna to the growing list of all the other people who'd ingratiated themselves into Cash's life, only to take advantage of him. "Sit down, let's talk this through." How could she do it? The image of Luna and Tripp was seared into his brain. His voice wrenched. "Isn't there anyone I can trust?" Ramsey stood and went to his side, placing his hands on his shoulders. "You can trust me," he said calmly. His voice choked. "I was falling for her, was starting to love her," he added silently. His eyes filled with moisture. What a night it had been. First there was the break-in. Then playing mediator between Ramsey and Hartley was emotionally taxing. The three of them had gone down to the hotel management office and viewed the surveillance footage, which frankly was useless. Whoever broke into Luna's room knew how to cover her identity. The only thing they knew at this point was that the culprit was female with red hair. Yes, the person looked somewhat like Hartley, but there was no way to tell who the person was. It could have been anyone. In the end, Cash, Ramsey, and Hartley decided to just let things ride. Cash was grateful because the task of finding another opening act was too daunting for him to contemplate right now. Cash was about to go to the party to meet up with Luna when Ramsey got the report from the auditors, who'd found a discrepancy in the books. 2 years prior, $85,000 was taken from one of the business checking accounts. Howie and Cash were the only ones who had access to it. The money was put back 8 months later. So much money ran through that account that Cash would have never noticed had the auditors not caught it. Cash and Ramsey called Howie in to question him. He admitted to taking the money, explaining that his son Jake had a gambling problem and got in hot water with a casino. Howie was desperate, so he took the money.
To his credit, he paid it back, but it was still a blow to Cash. Howie had been with him since the beginning. He trusted him like he trusted his own dad. Howie broke down, telling Cash how sorry he was. They were going to hurt Jake, he kept saying over and over. I would have given you the money, Cash told him. All you had to do was ask. I should have told you, Howie admitted, but I was too ashamed. Cash didn't want to cut Howie loose, but he needed a manager he could trust implicitly. He wasn't sure what to do. Just as he was reeling from the news of Howie, he'd gone to the party and found Luna in Trip Wilson's arms. Ramsey led Cash over to the couch and sat down beside him. Okay, tell me everything that happened with Luna. Cash put his head in his hands. A second later, he sat back with a groan. This is a mess. Now that the anger had drained, he felt dead and empty inside. He flexed his hand, just now realizing that it was sore from punching Trip. A purple bruise was spreading across his knuckles, but it was worth it. You should put some ice on that, Ramsey suggested. Nah, I'm okay, Cash said absently. All right, let's hear it, Ramsey said, his voice all business. Cash pushed out a heavy breath. I went to the party, asked where Luna was, and someone pointed me in the right direction. He balled his hands into fists. I found Luna with Trip. Ramsey's brows scrunched. You found them doing what? Cash swore as he pounded his fist into the palm of his hand, wincing at the pain. He was on top of her, and they were making out. Who told you where Luna was? One of the roadies said they'd seen Luna when she came in. Which roadie? Paul Keller. I went over and saw them together. He clenched his jaw. I grabbed Trip, socked him, and then fired him. What did Luna have to say? She thanked me for pulling Trip off her, claimed that he'd attacked her, that she was innocent. Luna and I had a few words. She asked if I wanted her to quit the tour. I told her I didn't care about the tour, but that the two of us were through. He scratched out a hard laugh. Luna told me she was sorry, that I couldn't trust anyone, that no amount of money was worth staying on the tour. After that, she stormed off. Ramsey sat back, looking thoughtful. Was anyone else around when Luna and Trip were together? Luna said that Moody, Paulette, and Rochelle had been there a short time earlier. Did you question them? Cash rubbed a hand over his forehead. I saw Moody on my way out of the lounge. He was in the hall on the phone. I never saw Paulette or Rochelle. So the part about Moody being on the phone checked out. Yeah, I guess so. But just because Moody was on the phone doesn't mean that Luna wasn't willingly making out with Trip. Maybe you should try calling Paulette and Rochelle. Get their take on the story. Also, we need to talk to Moody. Ramsey looked at Cash expectantly. Cash raised his eyebrows. You want me to call them now? It's 2 a.m. They're probably still at the party. The best way to get accurate information is to contact them now while it's fresh. Good point. Cash pulled out his phone and called Moody. It went straight to voicemail. Cash hung up. I'll talk to him in the morning. He called Rochelle and got her voicemail also. Next he called Paulette. Thankfully she answered. Hey, Cash began. Put her on speaker, Ramsey directed. Cash did so. Concern coated Paulette's voice as she rushed into a conversation. Hey, are you okay? I heard about what happened with Luna. Cash frowned. How did you know? Some of the people at the party saw the altercation between you and Trip. They were talking about it. Luna claims that you, Rochelle, and Moody were there with Luna and Trip shortly before I arrived. Is that true? There was a slight pause. Yes. Luna said Moody took a phone call and that you and Rochelle went to get more drinks from the bar. That's correct. I looked for y'all at the bar but didn't see you. Oh, yeah, we took a detour to the bathroom first. Cash moistened his lips, sitting up straight. What was the situation between Trip and Luna before you left them? Normal, I guess. We were all just talking. About what? You know, the concert, Luna's new song. We were getting to know her a little better. Were Luna and Trip getting along well? Flirting? He tensed, waiting for the answer. I mean, they were sitting beside one another.
Tripp had his arm over the back of the couch where Luna was sitting, but they were just talking. Cash tightened his hold on the phone.
Are you sure that's all it was?
Paulette let out a nervous laugh. You know Tripp. He flirts with everything that wears a skirt. But Luna was acting normal.
So they weren't touching one another, being overly friendly?
No, not that I could tell. Paulette paused. Hey, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here.
Thanks, Paulette. I've got to go. See you tomorrow.
Cash?
Yes?
For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I can't imagine what you must be going through right now. Like I said, if you need a listening ear, you've got me.
Thanks,
he mumbled as he ended the call and shoved the phone back into his pocket.
Well, that told us nothing.
Ramsey rubbed his jaw, looking thoughtful.
Not necessarily. What?
Cash's brows tugged together.
How long has Paulette been carrying a torch for you?
Cash made a face.
Huh?
Ramsey's voice went high-pitched as he mimicked Paulette.
If you need a listening ear, you've got me.
He shook his head.
Good gravy, you've got 'em coming out your ears.
His eyes flicked with laughter.
And here I thought Jax was the only lover boy in the family.
Cash's brows shot up.
Are you seriously razzing me right now?
Cash had known for some time that Paulette had a crush on him, but that all changed when she got together with Moody.
Just thought I'd lighten the mood, Ramsey chuckled.
Cash rolled his eyes.
Can we please get back on track here? Sure. We're back, he eyed Cash. I think Luna's the victim here.
A ray of hope shot through the dark despair.
Really? Yeah, you heard Paulette. She and Rochelle were there along with Moody. Everything happened just as Luna claimed.
The corners of Cash's lips turned down.
I thought you didn't like Luna. I never said I didn't like Luna. Ramsey's eyebrows slid up. I just wanted you to be cautious before jumping headfirst into a relationship with someone you don't know very well. Too late for that, Cash muttered. I guess I'm a leap before you look sort of guy,
he uttered, thinking of how Luna had described herself that day when they went horseback riding. Talk about 2 peas in a pod. Was Luna innocent? Everything in him wanted her to be. You want my take on the situation? That's why you're here, Cash retorted. I've seen the way Luna looks at you. She's in love with you. Cash jerked. You think so? A goofy grin spread over his lips. Yeah. Ramsey held up a finger. And the background check Daddy had done on her came back clean as a whistle. How did you find out about that? Irritation simmered inside him. Did Daddy tell you? Nope, Ramsey grinned. I saw the report on your computer. Cash's eyes rounded. Were you snooping? Did you not hire me to keep a watch over things? Yeah, Cash said reluctantly, but that didn't give you a license to look through my computer. Ramsey smirked. Pipe down, little brother. I didn't go snooping through your computer files. You left the report up on your screen the other morning when you went to take a call. Oh, Ramsey sighed. Let's evaluate everything that happened today. Yesterday, considering it's now early morning. Luna's room gets broken into and someone, a female, steals her songwriting notebook. You get detained in the meeting we had with Hartley, so you urge Luna to go alone to the party. She does as you instruct. Naturally, Luna would go over and sit with the members of your band. She doesn't know anyone else. Tripp, a notorious playboy, has a bit too much to drink and makes a move on Luna. You're already upset about Hartley and then Howie. You see Tripp and Luna together and overreact. You assume that because Howie stole from you that everyone's out to get you, including Luna. It's the perfect storm. Ramsey held up a finger. Oh, and the most interesting part of all this is where Luna said she wasn't staying on tour. If she'd only been concerned about the fame and money, then she wouldn't be so quick to leave. The words were like a battering ram to Cash's insides. Luna tried to defend herself, but I wouldn't listen. He balled his fist, bringing it to his mouth. I was a jerk. His head swung back and forth. I just saw them together and went nuts. You were having a bad moment. That's totally understandable considering the situation. Cash massaged his pounding temples.
I've been having a streak of bad moments lately, he lamented. We're still no closer to finding out who killed Grace, and here I go and oust Luna.
His gut twisted.
Oh, she must hate me. I'm sure she's ticked, but y'all can work it out.
A grin played over Ramsey's lips.
Just tell her what a jerk you were and beg her forgiveness. Oh, flowers and chocolate work too. Lots of chocolate.
He laughed.
I'm glad you find this funny.
His mind raced.
I should call Luna.
He looked at Ramsey.
Do you think she went back to the hotel? That would be the logical assumption.
A sudden fear seized Cash.
Did we set up a guard in front of her door? No, you wanted Luna to move to your suite, remember? Crap.
His heart began to pound.
If someone is after Luna, then I just made her a sitting duck.
The need to get to Luna was overwhelming. He pulled out his phone and called her. Frustration rose like a tsunami over him when it went to voicemail. He left her a message.
Hey, it's me. I'm so sorry about earlier. I was wrong.
His voice caught.
Call me.
Next, he sent her a text. Cash looked at Ramsey.
We need to get to the hotel. Can you call one of the guards? Have someone check on her? Yep, I'll do that on our way.
A single knock sounded at the door before it opened, and Howie stepped in. His expression was solemn, and he was wringing his hands.
Mind if I come in? It's not a good time.
Cash clipped as he and Ramsey stood.
We were just leaving,
Cash added.
Thought you were going back to the hotel.
I was, but then I got a call from Amy Randall asking if I could pay her the money we owe her.
Who's Amy Randall?
Ramsey asked.
She's over craft services and provides all the food for the tour members,
Cash explained. They were wasting time here. Cash blew out an impatient breath. He felt bad for Howie, could tell from his sunken eyes and sallow complexion that the man was in agony, but Cash couldn't help that.
Howie, after what I learned tonight, I'm not even sure you're going to continue as my manager. I don't think you need to be concerned about craft services.
Howie held up his hands. I understand. I just need to tell you what happened. As repentant and regretful as Howie was, he still wielded an old-school authority that was hard to ignore. Quite frankly, Howie's attitude was more than a little irritating at the moment. Whereas Cash's dad was more of a Clint Eastwood type, Howie, with his lanky, weathered frame, reminded Cash of the Marlboro Man. He'd been with Cash since the beginning, and Cash didn't want to think about what it would be like to navigate this business without him. Just as fried chicken, kudzu, and mosquitoes were staples in the South, Howie was a fixture in the country music industry. Ramsey touched Cash's arm, a signal to let Howie talk. Cash gave a curt nod in response as he tightened his jaw. I met with Amy to get her cash out of the lockbox. I figured with all you've got going right now, that's the least I could do. Howie's voice cinched like a kinked water hose. The lockbox was open and all the money was gone. Fresh anger kindled inside Cash.
How much was in there?
Around 50 grand, Howie said hesitantly. Cash glared at Howie.
Is this some sort of trick?
Deep lines carved the perimeter of Howie's eyes.
No, I would never do anything to hurt you.
Cash could almost smell desperation oozing from the man's pores.
You have to believe me.
There was a slight quiver in his voice. Cash pushed a hand through his hair.
This is too much,
he muttered. Howie was a decade older than Cash. Normally, Cash deferred to Howie on account of his age and his extensive knowledge. However, he was at the end of his rope.
I trusted you, he seethed. You took 80 grand from me before. How do I know you didn't do it again?
Was it hurt or anger hollowing out his insides?
Maybe you're coming in here to cover yourself.
Howie pointed at himself, his voice hoarse.
Cash, it's me we're talking about here. I've been handling everything for you for years. Have I ever taken any of the cash?
Cash studied him for one long moment.
No, you haven't.
He gave him a sharp look.
But you did take money out of the checking account.
Howie had given Cash his start and helped make him the star he was. Heck, Howie was practically family. Cash thought of Howie's wife, Loretta,
loud and jovial Loretta, who was always quick to give a warm smile or a hug. Loretta would be devastated when she realized that Howie took the money. Or did she already know? Cash had jumped the gun with Luna. He needed to think things through before making a knee-jerk decision about Howie. Cash couldn't discount all of the great things Howie had done on account of his one mistake. Still, he needed someone he could trust to manage his business. "To my everlasting shame," Howie continued, "I took the 80 grand out of the checking account, but I paid back every cent," he said earnestly. Cash turned to Ramsey. One of Ramsey's greatest traits was his ability to analyze the situation from all angles. "What do you make of this? Where's the lockbox kept?" Ramsey asked. Howie jutted his thumb. "A couple doors down from here in one of the rooms we've been using for an office." "Who has access to the key?" Ramsey asked. "It's a combination lock," Cash answered. Ramsey lasered in on Howie. "Who knows the combination?" "Just me and Cash." His eyes went glassy with moisture. "I swear to you, Cash, I didn't take the money." In all the years Cash had worked with Howie, he'd never seen the man cry. Not that Howie was crying now, but it looked as though he could break into tears any minute. "Do you have the combination memorized?" Ramsey asked. Cash chimed in first. "I do. I have it written down in my wallet." Howie's eyes rounded. "Wait a minute. This morning I couldn't find my wallet. I always keep it in the same spot when I travel, in the top drawer of the nightstand. Thinking I might have left it at the bar or restaurant, I went down to the front desk to see if anyone had turned it in. Then I went back to my room and turned everything inside out, searching for it. I finally found my wallet on the floor, back behind the nightstand." He barked out a short laugh. "I thought I was losing my mind." "Who was working the front desk?" Ramsey asked. "It was a woman with short brown hair." Howie shook his head. "I can't remember her name." "Okay, it shouldn't be too difficult to check out your story. We can look at the surveillance footage outside your hotel room. Also, we can check with the arena and get their surveillance tape of the office." Howie frowned. "The hard part is that scores of people go in and out of the office on a regular basis. It's the hub for our entire operation. We keep all the personnel files there, the schedules, you name it." "At least it'll give us a pool of people we can question." Ramsey eyed Howie. "Do you know who could have taken the money?" Howie's jaw worked as he shifted on his feet. "Do you know who it could be?" Cash demanded. His nerves were raw and he needed to get to Luna. "Well, if I were a betting man, I'd say it was Trip Wilson." Sympathy touched Howie's features as he looked at Cash. "I heard about what happened at the party. I'm sorry. I thought Luna was the real deal." "She is," Cash asserted. Howie acknowledged the comment with a quick nod. "According to those at the party, Trip was shooting off his mouth saying how he was going to get even with you." Cash's eyes narrowed. "Where's Trip now?" Now that he realized Trip had attacked Luna, he was even more furious with him. "I have no idea." Howie pressed his lips together, rubbing a hand over his jaw. "We'll be hard-pressed to find a replacement who has Trip's skill, but I should be able to pull some strings. Do you want me to make a few calls?" Hope simmered in Howie's eyes as he waited for Cash's response. Cash's mind was spinning like a kite in a tornado. He turned to Ramsey. "What do you think?" Cash could tell from the snap in Ramsey's expression that he instantly got what Cash was asking. Can I trust Howie? Ramsey looked thoughtful. "Better the devil you know than the devil you don't," he said meaningfully. Those were Cash's thoughts, too. He just wanted to hear his brother say it to validate his feelings. "I'm so sorry," Howie piped in, "about everything. If you'll give me another chance, I swear I won't let you down." Cash pushed out a heavy breath. He wanted Howie with him, the way it had always been, but he would need to implement some checks and balances. He could brainstorm with Ramsey about what those might be later. Right now, he needed to get to Luna. "All right." Howie's shoulders sagged with relief. "You won't regret this." "Make sure I don't," Cash warned, giving him a steely look. He turned to Ramsey.
"Where do we go from here?" "You get to the hotel," Ramsey said. "In the meantime, I'll call and have one of the guards check on Luna. Howie, let's me and you go and check the office. Then we'll mosey on down to the front desk and verify your story." "Gotta go," Cash said as he darted past them and out the door. He was in the back of a limo almost to the hotel when he got the call from Ramsey. "Hey," Ramsey said curtly. "I just got news from the guards that Luna's gone." The breath left Cash's lungs. "What?" "Evidently she left the party and went straight to the hotel, where she checked out and left for the airport."
Chapter 12. Ava plopped down on the couch and dialed Luna's number. She removed her shoes as she waited for the video chat to connect. She'd arrived back in Nashville the evening before, exhausted and heartbroken. This morning she dragged herself out of bed at 10 and went to the grocery store to restock the bare refrigerator and cupboards. Not that Ava was in the mood to eat. Hopefully she'd be able to choke something down before heading to the Muscadine Cafe in a few hours. Luna came into view. "How's life in the fast lane?" she chirped with a blithe smile. A lump formed in Ava's throat. "Not so good, I'm afraid." The corners of Luna's lips turned down, her brows creasing. "What's going on?" She looked past Ava. "Are you at my apartment? I thought you'd still be in Germany." The tears pressing against Ava's eyes found their way out, bubbling over the rims and down her cheeks. "Everything's a wreck," she said hoarsely as she swiped at her tears, sniffling. "I'm sorry," she apologized. "Just give me a minute. You'd think as much as I've cried over this that I wouldn't have any tears left. Obviously not," she spouted with a brittle chuckle. "Tell me what happened," Luna prompted. Ava told her about the party, how Trip Wilson attacked her, how Cash punched Trip and fired him. "Oh my," Luna said wide-eyed. "At least Cash defended you." Ava's stomach contracted into a hard ball. "Yeah, that's what I thought too, at first." She began twisting her hair around her index finger. "But then Cash accused me of playing him this entire time." A hard laugh rattled in her throat. "As if I'd ever so much as give that slime bucket Trip a second look, much less make out with him." Her eyes narrowed as the echoes of Cash's hateful words slithered through her, squeezing her heart. Luna shook her head. "I'm so sorry." Ava gulped in a breath. "Me too. Anyway, I left the party, packed my suitcase, hopped the first plane I could, and now I'm back here." She tried to get the words to come out sounding light, but her voice had a false, high-pitched edge to it. "Have you heard from Cash?" "Yeah. He left me a voice message and text saying that he was wrong." More tears slipped from her eyes. Luna brightened. "Okay, that's something. He realized he made a mistake and he's trying to apologize," Ava grunted. "Yeah." "I don't understand. Why don't you let him make up with you?" Ava ran a hand through her hair, turbulent emotions churning in her stomach. Her words rushed out in a ball of fury. "Because there's no point. The two of us wouldn't work anyway." The longing to be with Cash was so strong that she could hardly contain it. "Why wouldn't it work? He's the man of your dreams. You said so yourself." "Cash has had so many people let him down in the past. Hartley Raines, his former band leader, his manager. He has been hurt so much that I don't think he's capable of trusting anyone." She pushed out a hurt laugh. "I did nothing wrong at that party." She jutted out her chin. "And yet Cash was so quick to jump to the conclusion that I'd betrayed him." The words left a bitter taste in her mouth as she swallowed and pushed out the rest. "What do you think would happen if I tried to explain us to Cash?" She gave her sister a pointed look. "That I'm not really Luna. That I didn't write Lonely Moon. That I couldn't write a song if my life depended on it." Her words lost air as she sucked in a breath. "It's a lost cause," she croaked. More wretched tears fell as she wiped them with her palms, attempting to smile. "It was good that it happened early on, before I was too invested."
Luna's eyebrow shot up. Don't kid yourself. You're invested. You're in love with him," she asserted. Ava's heart wrenched. "Yeah, stupid me. I fell for the wrong guy." Her brows darted together. "Maybe I should have just stayed in Sonoma and married Hudson like my parents wanted me to," she grumbled. "Hudson's handsome and kind. I could have grown to love him. Heck, who knows? Maybe he could have even eventually grown to love me." Her comments were met with a stilted silence. "What?" she asked dully. "I hate to see you this way," Luna said. Ava grunted. "Well, I hate it too." She pushed a hand through her hair. "I don't know where to go from here. Maybe the two of us should just switch back and get on with our lives." "No," Luna blurted. Ava jerked, not used to Luna being so forceful. "You don't want to switch back? I thought you were uncomfortable with all the pretense." "I am uncomfortable with it, but I'm not ready to switch back yet," Luna said, squaring her jaw. Ava's own problems went to the wayside for a second as a new revelation occurred to her. "You like being me." Luna's face went cherry red. "So what if I do?" she huffed. Ava's head swiveled back and forth. "How could you like that stuffy world with all the rules and constraints? Doesn't my mother drive you nutty? All her social gatherings, the endless shopping, parties, it's all fluff." "Don't be so hard on Mom. It's just her way of connecting with the world," Luna said defensively. Ava raised her eyebrows. "You talk about her like she's your mom." Ava felt a twinge of jealousy that Luna was getting along so splendidly with Mom, but mostly she was just baffled. She looked at her twin, marveling at how they were identical in appearance, and yet they were so different. "It's just easier to call her Mom," Luna said casually. "After all, I am pretending to be you." She stared into the camera. "That's what you wanted, is it not?" There was a definite edge in Luna's voice. She'd been so passive about everything that it was kind of nice to see her developing an opinion. "Yes, it's what I wanted." An incredulous laugh bubbled in Ava's throat. "Aren't we the pair? You're happy with my life. I was happy with yours, until I got my heart stomped." Tears clouded her vision as she blinked. "This is all my fault," she said miserably. "I got us into this. I'm sorry." Luna tilted her head. "Sorry for what? I agreed to it." "All this time I've only been thinking about myself. I wanted us to switch because I hated my life," she swallowed. "I thought that if I could be someone else, well, you, then I could start over, have the freedom to become the person I was born to be." She bit her lower lip. "Surprise, surprise. As it turns out, I'm the problem. I tarnish everything I touch," she said miserably. "Stop beating yourself up. You can't help what happened with Cash. He's damaged goods." Ava's head shot up. "Yes, he's damaged, but he's still the best guy I've ever had the privilege of meeting," she snipped. Amusement flicked in Luna's eyes. "See," she said gently, "all is not lost." Ava's jaw tightened. "What do you mean?" A smile tugged at her lips. "Listen to yourself. I make one little comment about Cash, and you're defending him." "I guess I am," Ava admitted, hugging her arms. She looked at her sister, going back to the point she'd wanted to make earlier. "I've been selfish," her voice trembled. "I should have thought more about how this would affect you instead of being so consumed with myself." "Yeah, you have been a little selfish," she jerked. "You didn't have to be so quick to agree." Luna laughed. "I'm just calling it as it is, but it's okay. I understand where you were coming from. I would probably act the same way if I were in your shoes." Ava pulled a face. "How can you be so good and understanding, so perfect?" She rolled her eyes. "I'm sure Mom and Dad love you. You're the daughter they always wish they had." She shook her head. "They got the wrong twin all those years ago." "Trust me," Luna said dryly. "I'm not perfect, not by a long shot." Ava's hands began moving as she rushed on. "I hated my life in Sonoma." Sure, the vineyard is beautiful and I enjoyed all the perks of affluence, she bunched her brows. But I didn't like knowing that my parents' happiness rests on my shoulders. I don't like being told who to marry. I mean, Hudson's great as a friend, but he's not Cash, Luna filled in. No, he's not. Cash is one of a kind. An image of Cash and those penetrating jade eyes flashed through her mind. She felt a memory of the simmering warmth that flowed through her veins when his lips were on hers. She'd felt so protected in his strong arms, so alive. Even though it was hectic and short, the time spent with Cash had been the best of Ava's life. She thought she'd finally found her soulmate. A ball of emotion rose in her throat as she swallowed it back down. I'm sorry, she quipped out a laugh, her hands splaying around her neck. I'm a disaster. Luna's voice cut the distance between them. Okay, enough wallowing in self-pity. All is not lost. It certainly feels that way, Ava said, a bleak despair pressing around her. We have a deal for Lonely Moon. That's right, we do, Ava said hesitantly, not sure where this was going. It's a start. We'll build on that. There are at least a dozen more songs in my notebook that are easily as good as Lonely Moon, if not better. Ava moistened her lips. About that. There's something I need to tell you. She'd been dreading this moment since Luna's notebook got stolen. Luna eyed her with concern. What? More tears welled in Ava's eyes. The notebook's gone. Luna gasped. How? She sputtered. Someone broke into my hotel room and took it. Luna's hand went over her mouth. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Ava began, seeing Luna's distraught expression shredded her insides. Do you have another record of the songs? Tears rose in Luna's eyes. No, she squeaked. She rubbed a hand across her forehead. This is bad. Yes, Ava uttered. Luna's voice cracked. Do you know who took it? Is there any way we can get it back? I'm not sure. Cash's brother, Ramsey, is investigating, trying to find out who took it. She balled her fist. I'm so sorry. Ava could only imagine how devastated Luna was right now. A glum silence settled between them. I put my life into those songs, Luna uttered. Ava felt like a dagger was being pushed through her heart. I'm so sorry, she said again, hating how empty the words sounded. Luna looked down. Her cheeks were stained with red, her jaw working. Ava could tell she was fighting hard to contain her emotions. Even in the midst of this crisis, it was still a bit eerie to see her mirror image, to feel so connected to someone she hadn't even known existed until a short while ago. Ava wished she had the words to ease Luna's pain, but there were none. As tempted as she was to say something to fill the silence, she sensed that she needed to give Luna space to deal with the blow. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Luna looked straight into the camera as she squared her jaw. We have a plan, and we need to stick to it. We can't let this setback be our undoing. The fierce determination in Luna's eyes ignited Ava's resolve. You're right. We have to fight this. She nibbled on her lower lip, clenching her hands. But how? I'll recreate as many of the songs as I can from memory. You need to get your tiff with Cash resolved so that you can go back on tour. Ava shrank back. I don't know that I can do that. Luna lifted her chin. If I can rewrite the songs, you can make up with Cash. We need the money from the tour as well as the money from the songs. Mom and Dad, your Mom and Dad, need all the help they can get. Amazement swept through Ava. You would use your earnings to help my Mom and Dad? You bet, Luna asserted, eyes sparkling with resolve. Ava sat back in her seat, drumming her fingers on the table. Why would you do that? Saving the vineyard isn't your fight. Several emotions flickered over Luna's face at once, but Ava couldn't get a read on them. You're my sister, Luna said firmly. Your fight is my fight." Tenderness welled in Ava's chest. "Thank you," she breathed. Luna's eyes glistened. "You're welcome." The two shared a smile. Ava took in a deep breath. "On a happier note, I got my job, your job back. I start tonight." Luna's face fell. "I thought the plan was for you to go back on tour." Ava's heart began tapping out a fast beat. "Yeah, I'll work on that, but in the meantime, it'll be good to have the extra income." Seeing the look of doubt on Luna's face, knowing the earnings from the cafe were a drop in the bucket, she went on to explain. "I called Steve earlier this morning and told him I was back. He said it was good timing because Lynette called in sick for tonight. I'm picking up her shift." She picked at her nails. "The truth is, I just need something to keep my mind occupied." "Call Cash and talk to him," Luna urged. Ava let out a heavy breath. "I will. I'm sure if you talk to Cash, he'll let you go back on the tour." "Cash didn't boot me off the tour. I quit." Luna's eyes rounded. "You quit?" Accusation flickered in her eyes. "Why would you do that, knowing how desperately we need the money?" "Because I was hurt, mad, stupid." She threw her hands into the air. "I goofed, okay?" "Fix it," Luna commanded. "I'll see what I can do," Ava said evasively. "Ava, look at me." Ava fixed her eyes into the camera. "You've got this. Just keep your eye on the prize." Luna was right. Ava did need to fix the situation, but it would be hard to swallow her pride. It wasn't just the pride that was getting in the way. It was her broken heart. Ava desperately wanted to be with Cash, but how could she? The relationship was doomed to fail. "What's rolling around in your head?" If Cash got so bent out of shape about the Trip Wilson thing, which was totally not my fault, how's he going to react when he learns that I've been lying to him about my identity? Luna held up her hands. "One step at a time." "That's easy for you to say," Ava said tartly. Fire sparked in Luna's eyes. "Are you seriously going there? Whose songbook got stolen? Who's given up her share of the earnings to help your family's vineyard?" "You don't have to," Ava blurted. "I know. I don't want any accolades over it. I just want you to step up to the plate and do your part." She gave Ava a challenging look. "Can you do that for me?" A grin tugged at Ava's lips. Luna's eyes narrowed. "What?" "Better watch it, sis," she teased. "You're starting to sound more and more like me every day." Before Luna could respond, she inserted, "Okay, I promise. I'll step up to the plate." "Work it out with Cash and get back on the tour," Luna ordered. "Yes, I will," Ava snipped. She'd do as promised, even though it would kill her to be around Cash on a daily basis, but not truly be with him. "Call him as soon as we get off this video chat." "Pipe down. I said I'd call him, and I will," Ava grumbled. "I just need another day to mull it over," Luna laughed. "Stew over it is more like it." They talked for a few more minutes before ending the chat. Tomorrow, Ava would need to call Cash. She had no idea what she'd say to him. Other than the one voice message and text, she'd not heard anything from Cash. Was it wrong to want him to grovel a little? Her heart seized. Maybe Cash no longer wanted to work things out. He could be relieved Ava was gone. Around and around her mind went. One minute, the need to see Cash was so fierce she could scarcely contain it. The next, she was telling herself that it would be better if she never saw him again. Ava could just go home and marry Hudson. Then the vineyard would be saved. Her parents would be happy. Ava would learn to live with disappointment. And Luna, well, she wasn't sure where Luna would fit into the picture. Luna was certainly becoming invested in Ava's parents. Maybe Luna should just marry Hudson and keep pretending to be Ava. No, then Ava wouldn't be able to see her parents. She didn't want to be estranged from them for the rest of her life. And as much as she was enjoying her newfound freedom, she didn't want to continue being Luna forever. She sighed.
As for making amends with Cash, well, at least she had a day to think it over. Right now, she needed to take a shower and get ready for work. Ava could only pray it would be a busy night at the cafe, so the work would crowd out the loud voices in her head. Chapter 13. Thankfully, Ava's prayer was answered. It was a super busy night at the Muscadine Cafe. The Jaspers, a popular group, were performing. Every seat in the house was filled. From the time Ava put on her work apron, she'd been running full force. It was strange being back here where it all began. Every time she glanced toward the stage, she kept thinking about when she and Cash had performed. She was at the bar grabbing drinks and a bowl of peanuts to take to some customers when someone touched her arm. "Hey you, how you holding up?" Ava turned to see Mitzi, one of the other servers. In her early 20s, Mitzi was peppy and outspoken. "Hey," she said in response, a friendly smile spreading over her lips. Ava liked Mitzi because she was super capable and worked hard. "I was surprised to see you back here. I figured you were on the fast track, shooting up to the stars." Her hand fanned dramatically through the air as she gazed heavenward. Ava smirked. "Yeah, I thought so too, but unfortunately I collided with one too many meteorites along the way." Mitzi perched a hand on her hip as her head swung back and forth. "I'm sorry, darling. I hope things will start to look up soon." "Me too," Ava agreed heartily. Mitzi gave her a timid look. "Hey, I'm sorry to do this to you, but would you mind covering a table for me?" I'm kind of slammed," Ava hedged. "I'll trade with you. How's that?" "Okay," she said reluctantly. "What's going on?" Mitzi stepped close to Ava and pointed to the table directly across the room from where they were standing. "See that rascal in the black hoodie, hunched over and nursing his whiskey?" "Yeah." "He's my ex-boyfriend," Mitzi continued with a sour expression. All Ava could see was the back of the guy. What was it with guys in black hoodies? That had been Cash's mode of disguise when he'd come into the cafe. "Let me guess, he's also wearing sunglasses?" she said dryly. Mitzi looked puzzled. "No," she shook her head. "I don't get it." "Never mind," Ava said, waving her hand. Mitzi picked up the platter loaded down with beer mugs and the bowl of peanuts. "Where was this going?" Ava motioned to the group of 7 men sitting at a table in the center of the room. "All righty," she sang. "I'll take care of it." She moved a couple steps, then stopped and glanced back over her shoulder. "Oh, Roscoe wants another whiskey." Ava wrinkled her nose, laughter rising in her throat. "Your ex is named Roscoe?" "Yep," she laughed. "I know, a crappy name for a crappy guy. What can I say?" Her eyes glittered with mischief. "He's a good kisser when he's sober." "Okay," Ava chuckled to herself. She motioned at Sam, the bartender. "1 whiskey for Roscoe?" "Coming right up," he said. She tapped her feet, keeping time with the upbeat song the Jaspers were playing. No wonder they were popular. They were good. Not even in the same ballpark as Cash and his band, but better than most of the bands Ava had heard perform here. A couple seconds later, Ava was on her way to deliver the whiskey. The music, the blur of lively conversation and laughter was just the medicine Ava needed to forget her own problems for a few hours. A man held up his hand to flag her. "Miss!" She paused in her tracks before making a beeline over to the table where a man and his wife were sitting. "Yes?" "Can we get our check, please?" he asked. She flashed a professional smile. "Sure thing." She continued on to the table where Roscoe was sitting. As she neared the table, her pulse bumped up several notches. Something about the way the guy was sitting reminded her of Cash, and he was a similar build. Her heart leapt with an unreasonable hope. Was Cash here? Had he come for her? She stepped up to the table and placed the drink down. "Here you go," she said. The man looked up, a surly frown dipping his lips. "Where's Mitzi?" he grumbled. Disappointment sank like glue in her stomach. She swallowed, forcing a smile. "She asked me to take over your table." "Figures." He downed the last of the glass he was holding before reaching for the one Ava had just put down. "Keep 'em coming,"
he growled. Nodding, she moved away to get the other table's check. It was unsettling and discouraging how bummed Ava was that Roscoe wasn't Cash. Wretched tears welled. She blinked to fight them back. Out of respect for Luna and love for Ava's parents, she'd work things out with Cash enough to get back on the tour, but that was the end of it. As far as she was concerned, the two of them were through. Her heart sat like a lump of coal in her chest as she went about her work. Robotically, she smiled as she waited on customers, but her heart was no longer in it. Whereas the music had been lively and uplifting before, it was now starting to grate on her nerves. As the evening wore on, the Jaspers finished their set. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," the lead singer said as he acknowledged the claps with a bow. He smiled broadly as he scoped the crowd. "Now, folks, I have a special treat for you. Luna Ellison, come up here," he boomed. Ava was at the bar, getting more drinks. Hearing her name, she slowly turned. "Come on up here, little lady," he encouraged. Ava felt all eyes in the room zoom to her. Was Cash here? Was he behind this? Again, hope fluttered inside her. Or maybe Steve had put the Jaspers up to this. Steve had been bursting with pride, going on all evening about how one of his servers had gotten discovered. Several times he'd introduced Ava to customers. Yes, Steve was probably behind this. Her heart crashed back down to earth. Sheesh, she felt like her emotions were on a roller coaster tonight. Steve had been so good to Ava. The least she could do was perform. Pasting a smile over her face, she made her way up to the stage, making sure to keep her shoulders straight. The lead singer, she didn't even know his name, slipped his arm around Ava's shoulders. "Y'all may not know this, but this lady has been touring with the one and only Cash Romeo." Loud applause broke out. The man let go of Ava's shoulders and turned to her. "I understand that you and Cash have a new song that y'all performed a few days ago in Germany. Would you sing that for us tonight?" Ava's heart skipped a beat. I would, but Cash is the one who plays the song on the guitar." The lead singer folded his arms over his chest and frowned, his handlebar mustache drooping nearly to his chin. "Oh, that's too bad," he lamented, stroking his mustache. Boos drifted up from the audience. "I'll be happy to sing something else," Ava offered. She caught sight of Steve, who was at the bar, grinning from ear to ear like a proud older brother. The man shook his head, stroking his chin. "No, it needs to be that song," he winked. "I think me and the guys can start you out." "But," Ava protested. He circled his finger in the air as the band began playing the intro. All the while, Ava's mind was spinning, trying to figure out how they knew the song. She stepped up to the microphone and began singing. It was odd to sing the entire song by herself. Normally Cash started out, and she joined in on the chorus. Singing this song made her yearning for Cash even more acute. When she was nearing the chorus, her voice cracked with emotion as tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She clasped her hands, willing herself to continue into the chorus. Her head snapped up as she heard the lilt of a familiar baritone voice singing loud and clear, "Lonely moon, forever in my room." At first, Ava thought her eyes might be deceiving her, for there was Cash, striding through the room, strumming his guitar as he sang. He weaved through the tables, coming her direction. Surprised laughter gurgled in her throat as she stumbled over the lyrics, but then kept going. Their voices joined together in perfect harmony as he sauntered across the stage and stood beside her. "Always there, always plays fair, my lonely moon, I won't leave you so soon." The instant the song ended, the crowd was on its feet, clapping profusely. Cash turned to her. His handsome face was tempered with regret as he searched her face. "I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me?" His voice caught. "Please say yes, because I've been absolutely miserable without you." He gave her a longing look. "I need you." A giggle tickled her throat. "I'm glad you've been miserable." He looked shocked. "Really? A smile broke over her lips.
Really?
Forget that she'd wanted to make him grovel. Forget that she'd thought earlier how they were doomed for failure. Her feet seemed to have a will of their own as she closed the distance between them and flung her arms around his neck.
Because I've been miserable too.
She looked up into his piercing green eyes, swearing that she could catch a glimpse of forever.
I need you too, she said as their lips joined.
There might have been more applause, a few wolf calls, but Ava was oblivious. All that mattered to Ava was that Cash had come for her. Yes, there were more hurdles to jump, more conversations to be had, but she couldn't deny how right it felt to be in his arms. Surely that meant that somehow, some way, everything would be okay. A few hours later, Ava and Cash were sitting together on the sofa in Cash's den. After singing several songs together at the Muscadine Cafe, Ava and Cash went to her apartment where she gathered her things. Then they went to Cash's place, where they planned to stay until Thursday morning, at which point they'd leave for their next concert in Atlanta, Georgia, where they would start their tour of the U.S. Even though Ava felt like she'd be perfectly safe at her apartment, Cash insisted that she stay with him at his home. Ava shifted to face him.
Okay, tell me what happened with Howie,
she began. Initially, she'd been so overjoyed by the fact that Cash had come for her that she'd been content to just live in the moment. Now that things were settling down, Ava felt like it was a good time to clear the air between them. Howie seemed like a good segue into the conversation. He took in a deep breath.
You know how Ramsey got the auditors to go over the books?
She nodded.
They discovered that a couple years ago, Howie took $80,000 out of one of the checking accounts.
Howie seems like such a great guy. I can't believe he would do something like that.
Howie paid the money back 8 months later. Put it right back into the account without a single word.
Why did he take money?
His son has a gambling problem. He got in hot water with one of the casinos. Howie was desperate.
Sympathy stirred in Ava's breast.
Wow, poor Howie.
She looked at Cash. Poor you. I know this has been rough. His lips pulled into taut lines.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? She could tell how conflicted Cash was about the situation.
Howie's still with me. I couldn't cut him loose.
The relief Ava felt was nearly palpable.
That's good,
she breathed. He looked at her in surprise.
Is it?
She smiled.
Yes, I think so. Howie's a good guy. It sounds like he was backed against a wall and wasn't sure what to do about it.
He could have come to me with the problem. I would have given him the money,
he grumbled. An overwhelming feeling of gratitude rose inside Ava. Gratitude that this incredible man had come into her life. Gratitude that he had a forgiving heart. Hope percolated inside her. If Cash could overlook Howie's indiscretion, then just maybe he could forgive Ava when she told him the truth about herself.
Why are you smiling?
Cash asked with a perplexed expression.
I'm smiling because I'm happy.
A lopsided grin tugged at his lips.
Happy?
Happy to be with you, she said exuberantly. Despite all of the uncertainty and obstacles we're facing, I'm glad we're in this together.
Me too.
He rewarded her with a dazzling smile that sparked heat down to her toes. Her hand slipped behind his neck as she began massaging it.
That feels good,
he murmured.
Here, sit down on the floor and I'll give you a back and neck massage.
Yes, ma'am,
he drawled with a boyish grin. He moved to the floor as Ava positioned herself behind him and began the massage. His shoulders, arms, and back were so muscular and ripped. Running her hands over him was thrilling. So, she began playfully as she leaned in and spoke in his ear, how did you get all of your fabulous muscles? He grunted out a short laugh, but she could tell he was pleased that she'd noticed.
I guess it started with having a daddy by the name of Cash Romeo.
She was intrigued. Really?
Yep. Maintaining a daily fitness routine is just something we've always done. It's a great stress reliever,
he chuckled.
And according to Daddy, a lot cheaper than therapy.
She laughed. For him or for you?
Exactly.
Your dad's a character. I like him, she said decisively. Cash's shoulders were tight with tension. She had to apply extra pressure as she tried to knead out the knots. She felt for him and everything he'd been going through. Are we going to visit your family tomorrow? She asked eagerly. She felt his surprise in his body language.
Would you like to?
I would. I enjoy spending time with your family. She slipped her arms around him. Maybe we can go horseback riding again, recreate our first kiss. She nipped at his earlobe before planting a string of light kisses along his neck. Sheesh, even Cash's neck was masculine. He smelled faintly of musk and a fresh, clean scent that she was coming to recognize as him.
That's nice,
he hummed in a low, husky tone that reverberated through her chest. It is, she purred, desire wrapping a warm, protective circle around her. He pinwheeled his head around, his hand cupping her jaw. His emerald eyes moved over her face as if absorbing every detail. To be looked at that way was heaven, like she was the most magnificent thing on the planet. His lips took hers in an explosion of current as she melted into him, giving herself fully to the kiss. She was sated with the intoxication of him. Being here with Cash felt so right. A part of her wanted to come clean this very instant about who she really was, so that she'd no longer have the deception hanging over her head. Then again, maybe it was better not to rock the boat. In this moment, things with Cash were fantastic, but a few short hours ago, everything was in tatters. Cash had given Howie a second chance, which forecasted well for Ava. However, Cash and Howie had a long history together. She and Cash were only just now starting their relationship. The smart thing to do was to leave things status quo. She continued with the massage, her mind working faster than her hands. Whatever happened with Hartley? Was it her on the video footage?
It was impossible to tell. Whoever it was has a similar build to Hartley, but the person knew how to conceal her identity from the cameras.
Except for the red hair?
Yep, a lock of it slipped from the black hoodie. On the day your songbook was stolen, the same person also broke into Howie's room several hours earlier and took the lockbox combination from his wallet.
Her hands paused on his shoulders. What? Did the person take anything out of the lockbox?
Roughly $50,000.
Her breath caught. That's crazy. It rankled her that someone had stolen Luna's songbook, and now there was the money. She got up off the couch and moved to sit on the floor beside Cash. She chewed on her inner cheek as her mind sifted through all the information Cash had told her. You don't think Hartley took the songbook and the money, do you? He blew out a frustrated breath.
At this point, I'm not sure what to think.
He paused, looking thoughtful.
No, he said a minute later. I don't think it was Hartley.
I'm sure that's a relief to Ramsey.
What do you mean?
He angled to face her. She chuckled. Ramsey has a thing for Hartley. I'm sure he's glad that you don't suspect her of foul play. His eyes widened.
You think Ramsey and Hartley have a thing going?
His voice trailed off as he shook his head.
No, that can't be right,
he mused. Ava's insides tightened as she looked him in the eye. Would it bother you if they were together? A ghost of a grin peeked over his lips.
Are you worried that I might be bothered?
She gave him a light shove as she laughed. Yes, I am, she shot back. His eyes danced.
Good.
Huh, she harumphed. A large smile spread over his lips.
It just shows you care.
She arched an eyebrow, not letting him off the hook. You still didn't answer my question. Would it bother you if Ramsey and Hartley were together? Amusement simmered gold flecks in his mesmerizing eyes, reminding her of sunlight kissing a field of succulent green clover.
What you're really asking is if I'm over Hartley?
She lifted her chin, silently willing him to be straight with her. Are you? He leaned close, his breath tickling her face as he murmured,
Isn't it obvious where my affections lie?"
She grinned with pleasure as she cupped his face. "You're certainly charming," he chuckled.
"Thank you."
He made a face.
"I think."
He grew serious.
"To answer your question, yeah, it does bother me to think of my brother hooking up with one of my exes."
His eyes held hers.
"But that doesn't mean I'm still carrying a torch for Hartley."
The sincerity of his expression put her at ease. "I can understand where you're coming from." She didn't relish the thought of Luna with any of her exes. She shrugged. "Maybe I'm wrong about Hartley and Ramsey." She pursed her lips. "It's just watching them go at it the other night. Well, I sensed something was there." She smiled. "At any rate, it's not important." Her mind went back to the stolen money. "Do you know who took the money?"
"We suspect it was Tripp."
She jerked. "Really?" He nodded. "So Tripp attacked me and then left with the money?"
"That's the theory."
"Does anyone know where he is?"
"No. Ramsey contacted his employer, Sutton Smith, who has endless resources. Ramsey's hoping that one of Sutton's guys can track Tripp down."
It was so strange. Tripp and I were just sitting on the couch like normal. All of a sudden, it was like a switch flipped. He came on to me. I tried to leave, but he caught my arm. The next second, he jumped on top of me and started kissing me. She shuddered. It was disgusting. Fury burned in Cash's eyes.
"I should have done more than give him one punch."
Ava needed to ask her next question, but was hesitant to do so, knowing it would be a tense conversation. She kept the tone of her voice light. "I meant to ask, what made you realize that I was telling the truth about Tripp?" She watched him carefully as she waited for a reply. His expression grew agonized.
"Again, I'm so sorry for doubting you. Most of the way I reacted was due to circumstance."
Her brows tugged together. "How so?"
"Well, I had to break up the brawl between Hartley and Ramsey. On the heels of that, I got the news about Howie. I was fuming when I went into the lounge. Then when I saw you and Tripp,"
his head moved back and forth,
"I lost it."
She placed a hand on his arm. A faint smile touched his lips.
"Sorry."
She leaned close and rested her forehead against his. "It's okay," she soothed. Then it occurred to her that he'd still not answered her question. She pulled back. "What made you change your mind about me?" He sat back and rubbed his neck, giving her a sheepish expression.
"Don't be mad,"
he implored. She went rigid. "Mad about what?"
"Ramsey told me that there was no way you'd go for Tripp. He said he'd seen the way you look at me, how we are when we're together."
She flinched like she'd been slapped. "Well, thank goodness one of you Romeos has enough sense to recognize the truth." Giving him a hard look, she moved to stand, but he caught her arm.
"I'm sorry."
He searched her face.
"I was a moron."
"Yes, you were," she spat. Her eyes narrowed. "If Ramsey hadn't painted you a clear picture, would you have come around?" A brittle laugh scratched through her throat. "I was flying so high, ecstatic that you came for me." Her eyes grew moist. "Surprise, surprise, it was your brother who put you up to it." His jaw fell.
"That's not true. I came for you because I love you."
His eyes flew open wide as he realized what he'd said. Her breath caught. "You love me?" Her anger instantly changed to elation.
"I guess the cat's out of the bag."
A tender smile curved his lips as he touched her face.
"Yes, I do."
A giggle rose in her throat. "That's good to know."
"Why is that?"
he taunted softly. "Because I love you too," she whispered, her lips moving to his. Chapter 14.
"That was some show."
Howie beamed at Ava and Cash.
"Y'all are dynamite together." "It was all her,"
Cash said as he hung his arm around Ava's shoulders and pulled her close.
"I won't argue with you there."
Howie smirked as he shared a laugh with Ava.
The live track of Lonely Moon is rising in the charts. It's now at number 7. If I could just get you two into the studio, we'd be unstoppable." "All in good time,"
Cash said smoothly. For Cash, having a song rise to the top was probably routine business, but Ava was thrilled with the news about Lonely Moon and couldn't wait to tell Luna.
"Look who I found lurking around trying to sneak past security," Ramsey said.
Cash looked past Howie, a huge smile filling his face.
"Hey, I didn't realize y'all were coming to the concert."
He left Ava's side and went to the two guys standing beside Ramsey, embracing them in tight hugs. Ava recognized Jackson, but had never before seen the younger guy. Going by the startling resemblance he bore to Cash, she guessed it was his youngest brother Mason. Cash looked back at Ava, motioning for her to join them. She stepped up. "Hey, Jackson," she said as they hugged. She'd seen Jackson a couple days ago when she and Cash went to the ranch.
"You did great,"
Jackson said. He threw Cash a taunting grin.
"You even made this guy look good."
He went to give Cash a light punch in the stomach, but Cash deflected it as the two scuffled.
"Boys,"
the younger guy scoffed with a superior look. His blue eyes sparkled as he eyed Ava with obvious interest. Cash and Jackson immediately turned on him. Jackson caught him in a headlock as Cash ruffled his hair.
"Hey,"
the guy grumbled.
"don't mess with the hair."
Ramsey hooted.
"Can't mess with the masterpiece."
His tone was mocking. The guy extricated himself from Jackson's grasp as he smoothed his hands over his hair.
"You just wish you had hair like mine."
Cash, Ramsey, and Jackson looked at one another and started sniggering.
"Cut it out,"
the guy sulked. Ava couldn't help but grin. Yep, her assessment had been right on the money. It was Mason, the baby. Mason homed in on Ava as he flashed a disarming smile.
"I'm Mason," he announced.
Luna, she corrected, heat seeping into her cheeks. Crikey, she'd almost made a huge slip. Luckily, no one seemed to notice.
"Your beauty rivals that of the moon and stars," Mason said smoothly.
"Thanks." She squelched the laughter bubbling in her throat. Was Mason being serious? Someone needed to teach him the difference between being charming versus hokey. He reached for her hand and brought it to his lips with flair as he planted a kiss on her skin. Ava looked at Cash. Amusement danced in his eyes as he shook his head.
"All right, lover boy, enough of the theatrics. Get your own woman,"
he said as he pushed Mason out of the way.
"He would if he could," Ramsey jabbed.
Jackson belted out a string of hearty belly laughs. Mason threw him a scowl, but that only made Jackson laugh harder. It was fun watching Cash with his brothers. Ava could now claim to have met all of the siblings except for Noah, a.k.a. the elusively famous Nolan Vance. She couldn't speak for Noah, but the rest were big cut-ups. Even Ramsey, who had struck Ava as so serious initially. He still could be severe when he was in his investigator mode. But with his brothers, he was like a big kid. Ever since Ava realized that Ramsey had stood up for her about the Trip Wilson thing, she felt more endeared to him.
"I'm starving. Let's get something to eat,"
Mason said.
Jackson spoke first.
"I'm game."
He and Mason looked expectantly at Cash and Ramsey.
"You want to get something to eat with my brothers?"
Cash asked Ava. She could tell he wanted to. "Sure," she crinkled her nose. "Will there be any restaurants open this late?"
"I'm sure we can find some greasy diner or pizza joint."
Jackson cocked his head, looking at Ava.
"Have you ever eaten at the Varsity?"
"No." A large grin broke over Mason's face.
"You're in for a treat, pretty lady."
Cash rolled his eyes.
"Take it down a notch, bro. You're starting to get annoying."
"Yeah, don't be annoying," Ramsey taunted as he gave Mason a soft slap on the face. Mason instantly rushed at him to slap back, but Ramsey neatly sidestepped his attempt and deftly turned him, pinning his arm behind his back.
"Ouch!"
Mason howled.
"Pretty sweet skills, bro,"
Jackson said admiringly.
"You'll have to show me some of your moves."
Cash looked at Ava.
"We need to get changed. Can y'all hang tight for a few minutes?"
They nodded.
"Sure."
When they reached Ava's dressing room door, Cash swept her into his arms.
Thanks for putting up with all of my brother's shenanigans."
"I think they're great."
"I think you're great,"
he responded with a large grin. His eyes moved over her, blazing a trail of heat.
"Mason was right, by the way. Your beauty does rival the moon and stars."
She blinked, genuinely touched. "Thanks." Why did the words sound so enthralling coming out of Cash's mouth? His lips brushed hers.
"Don't be long."
"I won't," she promised, her feet barely touching the floor as she went into her dressing room. She'd just gotten changed when someone knocked on the door. The room was shaped with the door off to the side in a foyer area. "Come in," she chimed, assuming it was Cash. Paulette stepped around the corner.
"Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here to see you." Paulette frowned. "She says you're an imposter."
Ava's blood ran chill. Before she could articulate a response, a heavy-set older woman with a cap of white hair stepped around Paulette. Blessed recognition lit Ava's mind.
"Grandma Peach,"
she stammered, forcing a smile. Luna had shown Ava lots of pictures of her grandmother. Grandma Peach lived in Huntsville. Had she driven to Atlanta to attend the concert? If so, why didn't she call Luna's phone, which Ava was using, and let her know? Grandma Peach straightened to her full height, her cheeks turning fire-engine red.
"I don't know who you think you are, but you're not my granddaughter."
Ava looked at Paulette, whose eyes were the size of dinner plates. "Do you mind leaving us alone?" Ava asked with as much dignity as she could muster.
"Sure. I'm just going to dart to the restroom right quick, and then I'll let myself out."
Paulette made a face.
"The public restrooms in this arena are so gross."
Ava nodded as Paulette hurried in that direction. "Did you attend the concert?" Ava asked, trying to sound kind and polite, but Grandma Peach wasn't having any of it. Ava could almost see steam shooting out of the woman's ears. She motioned to the couch and chairs ensemble in the center of the suite. "Would you like to sit down?" Lifting her chin in the air, Grandma Peach marched over and sat down in one of the chairs. Ava tenuously went over and took a seat on the couch across from her. Luna had spoken so fondly of Grandma Peach. Ava pictured her as a sweet, cooking, baking grandmother. This woman was nothing like that. Well-dressed in a fuchsia pantsuit and shiny brown penny loafers, she was the type who could wrestle a tiger to the ground, put it in a cage, and throw away the key without getting a single hair out of place. Grandma Peach watched her every move with hot, suspicious eyes.
"Who are you, and what have you done with my granddaughter?"
the older woman demanded, clutching the arms of the chair. Ava's heart hammered against her rib cage as she swallowed. "What makes you think I'm not me?" she asked, forcing her tone to sound light. Grandma Peach's eyebrows shot clear up into her bangs.
"You're not. You think I don't know my own granddaughter? After her mother, my daughter passed away. I raised her. Luna would never get up in front of an arena full of people and perform."
She motioned with her hand.
"And you're different. She's more sedate and reserved. You're a ball of energy."
Ava faked a laugh as she crossed her legs, wrapping her hands around her knees. "You're such a kidder," she said loudly for Paulette's benefit, in case she was catching strains of the conversation.
"I don't know what your game is, Missy, but I'm not buying it."
She fixed such a scorching glare on Ava that Ava could almost feel the burn across her skin. Her pulse was pounding so profusely she could scarcely get a good breath. According to what Luna said, everyone in Northern Cal, including Ava's parents, had no problem believing Luna was Ava. How could this woman be so perceptive? Did she have some sort of sixth sense? It was uncanny. The door to the suite closed. Now that Paulette was gone, they could actually talk.
"You have roughly 2 seconds to start talking, otherwise I'm going to the police."
An incredulous laugh rose in Ava's throat. "There will be no need for that," she inserted quickly. She glanced toward the foyer. Cash would be here any minute. She had to get this contained before he showed up. Otherwise, Ava was toast. She looked Grandma Peach in the eye. "You're right," she said tonelessly. "I'm not Luna. I'm her twin sister, Ava." She breathed out a sigh. It felt good to admit that out loud. Grandma Peach's jaw dropped.
"Luna has a twin sister?"
"Yes."
"I suppose it is possible, considering the adoption."
Her eyes cut into Ava's.
"All right, if what you're saying is true, then prove it."
Ava's hands went into the air. "Is my existence not proof enough?" Grandma Peach just glared at her.
"Where is my granddaughter?"
"In Northern California, pretending to be me." The older woman's eyes bugged.
"Y'all switched places?"
"Yep, we did." Her head swiveled back and forth.
"How did y'all connect? Did you grow up knowing that Luna was your sister?"
Ava spread her hands. "I had no idea. Our birth mother contacted us." There was a slight tremble in Grandma Peach's hand as it went up to touch her flawless hair.
"This is something. Where's your birth mother now?"
Her words came out fast and breathy. "She died," Ava said flatly, "of lung cancer."
"Oh."
Grandma Peach began blinking fast.
"Is Luna okay?"
Her eyes hardened.
"I can't believe she would do this and not tell me."
"Luna didn't want to worry you," Ava said kindly.
"Well, of course I was worried."
Her voice rose as she threw Ava a hard look.
"When I heard all the commotion about your rise to fame, and I saw the video of you performing, I didn't know what was going on." Her voice quivered. "It scared me to death."
"I'm sorry we worried you."
"But the song, Lonely Moon, Luna wrote that."
She shot Ava an accusing look. "Yes, she did. Luna and I are working as a team. She writes the songs, I perform them. We split the profits 50-50. Startled laughter issued from Grandma Peach's throat.
"I guess that would work," she chuckled. "Luna's an incredible songwriter, but she could never perform the way you do."
It wasn't a statement of admiration, merely of fact. "We make a great team." Grandma Peach squared her jaw, jiggling the loose skin on her neck.
"Okay, Missy, if everything you say is true, then I want to speak to my granddaughter."
"Sure." Ava rose. "Let me get my phone. I'll see if we can do a video chat with her." Ava's immediate compliance soothed Grandma Peach's feathers. She was studying Ava with kinder eyes, still wary, but the bulk of the hostility was gone. Ava sat back down in the chair and dialed Luna's number. "Please answer," she silently pled. It was a blessing that Cash hadn't already come in to get her. Chills ran down her spine. What if he came in while Grandma Peach was on the video chat with Luna? She went hot all over, then cold. The call connected. A second later, Luna's face popped up on the screen. "Hey, is everything okay?" Luna asked, her voice tight with worry. "It's not like you to call this late, your time, especially on a concert day." "I'm doing okay," Ava assured her. "Hey, listen, Grandma Peach came to my concert. She's here with me." Luna's eyes bugged. "She is?" "Yep, and she saw right through our ruse. She's demanding that I let you speak to her." "Okay," Luna said with a deer-in-the-headlights look. Ava went and sat down beside Grandma Peach as she handed her the phone. When the older woman saw Luna, tears bubbled in her eyes. "It's you," she breathed. "Hey, Grandma," Luna began in an affectionate tone. "Your hair's red," Grandma Peach exclaimed. Luna touched her hair as a shaky laugh left her throat. "Yeah, Ava keeps her hair red." Grandma Peach glanced at Ava before focusing back on the screen. "I can't believe you would just up and go to California without telling me." Her voice sounded hurt. "I'm sorry, Grandma. You were busy taking care of Faye, and then when she passed, well, I didn't want to add stress to your troubles." "Well, you did," she retorted. "When I saw the video of you, or your sister, singing, I knew something was going on." "Grandma, did you drive all the way from Huntsville to Atlanta for the concert?" "Sure did," she answered with a touch of stubborn pride. "I hope you got a hotel. You don't see well enough to drive at night." Don't worry about me. It's you I worry about." She looked at Ava with reproving eyes. "You and your sister." She shook her head as if still trying to process everything. "Why in the world would y'all want to switch places?" "We both needed a change in our lives. It seemed like a good idea." Luna's voice trailed off. "It was my idea," Ava inserted. While she appreciated Luna not ratting her out, Ava needed to own up to what she'd done. Grandma Peach looked at Ava. "Was your life so bad in California that you wanted to switch places?" "Yes," Ava blurted at the same time Luna said, "No." Grandma Peach looked back and forth between Luna's image on the screen and Ava. "Which is it?" Silence descended over them, with both Ava and Luna waiting for the other to explain. Ava balled her hands. "My parents, adopted parents, own a vineyard in Sonoma. It's beautiful. Most people think I have a charmed life." Emotion balled in her throat as she swallowed. "But it's not true. I felt like my life was being planned out for me. My parents want to dictate every facet of my life, right down to the man I'll marry." She ground her jaw. "I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to break out of the mold." She looked at Grandma Peach, silently pleading for understanding. Grandma Peach looked at Luna. "How about you? Was your life so terrible?" There was an underlying edge of hurt in her tone. "No," Luna asserted. "Uh-huh," Grandma Peach grunted, giving Luna a hard look. "Okay," Luna admitted. "I needed a change, too. I felt like I was so insignificant that no matter how hard I wanted to break out of my shell, I couldn't." "How do you feel now that you've assumed your sister's life?" Grandma Peach asked, a bite in her voice. "Things are good," Luna answered carefully. "Does Ava's family know about the switch?" Grandma Peach asked. Ava rushed to answer. "It's just my parents. I'm an only child." She blinked. "Well, I thought I was until meeting Luna." "No," Luna answered. "They don't know." Grandma Peach's eyes filled with concern. "What are y'all gonna do? You can't pretend to be each other forever." Ava rubbed a hand over her forehead, the full weight of the situation settling over her like a block of cement. "I know," she said quietly. "We're hoping to get ourselves in a good position with the music," Luna piped in. "Ava got us a contract for Lonely Moon. The record label wants to hear more of my songs. Once Ava can prove herself as a viable artist, she might even get the opportunity to have a solo artist career." Her voice gathered enthusiasm. "My entire life I've wanted to get my songs discovered." She gulped and then cleared her throat. "Mom would have wanted that too." Moisture gathered in Grandma Peach's eyes. "Yes, she would have." She swallowed as she shifted, sitting up straighter in her seat. "I'm glad things are working out for y'all. I really am." Reproof glittered in her eyes. "But no good can come from deception. The good book says they shall know the truth, and the truth shall set them free." Luna pushed out an impatient breath. "We know, Grandma," she said dutifully. "But when life hands you an opportunity like this, well, you just have to grab hold of it." Grandma Peach looked at Ava. "How about you and Cash Romeo?" She studied Ava with perceptive eyes. "That exchange I witnessed between y'all at the concert was more than just an act." "Yes," Ava admitted. "I love him." "I knew it!" Luna chortled. "Does he think you're Luna too?" Grandma Peach pinned Ava with a stern look. Ava felt like the biggest louse on the planet. "Yes," she squeaked. "Girls, y'all have to come forward and tell the truth," Grandma Peach encouraged. "We're working on that," Luna assured her. "I promise." A few long, tense beats passed. "Okay," Grandma Peach finally said. "I hope y'all know what you're doing." Her eyes softened as she looked at Ava. "I can't believe there are two of you." She reached for Ava's hand, squeezing it as a matronly smile curved her lips. She chuckled. "The world will never be the same again." The conversation drifted to chit-chat, mostly between Grandma Peach and Luna. Faye,
Ava learned, was Grandma Peach's older sister who'd recently passed away. Ava looked toward the foyer, wondering what was taking Cash so long. He'd seemed eager to grab something to eat with his brothers. No sooner had the thought flitted through Ava's mind when Cash stepped into the room.
"Hello," he boomed. "Sorry I'm late. I got held up by Howie. He's trying to book us a date so we can do a recording of Lonely Moon at the studio."
He stopped in his tracks when he saw Grandma Peach. Panic raced through Ava's veins as she realized Luna was still on the call. With a swift motion, she grabbed the phone from Grandma Peach's hands and ended the video chat. Cash wore a puzzled expression as he looked at Grandma Peach.
"Hello."
She and Ava stood. Ava plastered on a bright smile. "This is my Grandma Peach," she said grandly. "She surprised me by coming to the concert." Ava held her breath, waiting to see how the older woman would react.
"Hello,"
Grandma Peach said as she graced Cash with a dignified smile. A large grin broke over Cash's face as he stepped up to Grandma Peach.
"It's wonderful to meet you,"
he said, enfolding her in a tight hug. Grandma Peach laughed.
"That was quite the welcome. It's nice to meet you, too."
Her eyes streaked with mischief as she looked at Ava.
"I've heard so many wonderful things about you." "Thank you."
Cash glowed with pleasure as he stepped next to Ava and slid an arm around her shoulders.
"You're from Huntsville, Alabama, right?"
"I am." Grandma Peach looked impressed that he knew that.
"Did you come in just for the concert?"
"Yes, and to see my granddaughter." Ava caught the faint note of irony in her voice.
"My brothers came to the concert, too. Luna and I are going to grab something to eat with them. Would you like to join us?"
"No, it's way past my bedtime. I'm going to head back to my hotel." She looked at Ava. "It was great seeing you, dear." "You too." She surprised Ava by reaching out and pulling her into a hug.
"Remember what I said,"
she whispered into Ava's ear.
"The truth will set you free."
Ava nodded as she pulled back. Grandma Peach patted her cheek.
"You take care of yourself."
"I will." She retrieved her purse from the couch and slid the strap over her shoulder. "I'll be in touch," Grandma Peach promised, giving Ava a subtle look that said she'd be keeping tabs on the situation. After they said their goodbyes and Grandma Peach left, Cash tipped his head thoughtfully.
"Were y'all video chatting with someone when I came in?"
Ava's stomach tightened. Her brain scrambled to come up with a reasonable explanation. Yeah, we were talking to one of my cousins. Grandma Peach wanted me to show her my dressing room."
"Ah, that's cool."
His eyes flicked over her.
"You ready?"
"Yep," she chimed.
"Let's do it."
Ava felt the swell of relief that comes from having a near miss with disaster. Grandma Peach was right. Ava and Luna couldn't go on as they were forever. Ava got the distinct feeling that the net was closing in tighter. She just needed to figure out how and when to tell Cash. And she'd hope with all of her heart that when that time came, Cash would be as forgiving with her as he was with Howie. Chapter 15. Ava studied her reflection in the mirror as she lifted her hair, trying to decide if she wanted to wear it up or down. Up, she decided. With a few deft movements, she swept it into an updo, fastening it with bobby pins. She glanced at her phone. Cash would be back in several hours, and then the two of them were going to dinner. Excitement thrummed a brisk pace through her veins as she went to her suitcase to grab something to wear. Today had been blissful, and it would only get better with the approaching evening. After jetting back to Nashville the night before, Ava and Cash slept in until 9. Cash in his room and Ava in the guest area that contained a spacious sitting area, bedroom, and bathroom. They shared a leisurely breakfast of scrambled eggs, toast, juice, and fruit before Cash went downstairs to his home gym in the basement to get a workout. At which point Ava lounged on the couch and did something she'd not had time to do in ages, read her Kindle. She selected a romance novel by one of her favorite authors, Cami Checkett's. Ava and Cash then went horseback riding at the ranch. Cash's brothers talked him into going target shooting with them afterwards. Ava decided to come back to Cash's house and get ready for the evening. She selected a deep purple blouse that would bring out the color of her eyes. She'd paired it with her favorite designer jeans and wedge heels. She was standing in front of the mirror, holding the blouse to her chest, when her phone buzzed. She reached for it. Her heart about stopped when she read the text. "This is Hartley. I know who you are. Meet me at your apartment to talk at 5 p.m. If you don't show, I'll go to the press." Ava swallowed, a wave of dizziness tumbling over her. Her brain reeled. How did Hartley find out? Why was she doing this? Was it to protect Cash? Or was Hartley the one behind the accident and murder? A tight fist encircled Ava's chest as she sat down on the edge of the bed, trying to figure out what to do. Should she beat Hartley to the punch and tell Cash the truth? Even if she told Cash, that wouldn't stop Hartley from going to the press. She couldn't let that happen. It would be devastating, not only for Ava and Luna, but also for Cash. The last thing Cash needed right now was more bad press. She swallowed the tightness in her throat as she typed back a reply. "Why are you doing this?" Her heart pounded out a ragged beat as she waited for a response. It seemed to take forever for it to come. And then finally, "Because I care about Cash and I hate liars." Ava pulled at the collar of her shirt, feeling like a noose was tightening around her neck. Her hands shaking, she called Luna. Tears sprang to her eyes when it went to voicemail. "Hey, it's me," she swallowed. "Something has come up. I need you to call me ASAP." She looked at the clock on her phone. It was 4:20 p.m. Cash wouldn't be back until a little after 6. She could meet with Hartley and then come back. But how would she handle Hartley? She had no idea what Hartley's motives were. She began texting. "Why do you want to meet with me? Why not go directly to Cash and tell him what you know?" "Because I want to give you a chance to explain yourself before I blow the lid off this." Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. Hartley seemed like a decently reasonable person when she wasn't on a warpath. Ava could explain that she intended to tell Cash the truth. She'd need to do it soon, tonight. Apprehension trickled down her spine. She had no idea what she was getting into with Hartley. Was Hartley a murderer? Was she luring Ava to her apartment to get rid of her? A high-pitched chortle gurgled in her throat as she balled her fist. Ava had to get a hold of herself and not let her imagination run wild. Hartley was a superstar. She had nothing to gain by killing people. Well, she had benefited from Grace Queenland's death, but why would Hartley want to harm Ava? Ava texted Hartley back, saying she'd be there. Dark thoughts and fears swarmed through Ava's head as she hastily got dressed, pulling on a t-shirt and plain jeans. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out a plan. Cash had placed a guard at the front gate of his mansion. Would the guard follow Ava to the apartment? That might not necessarily be a bad thing. Of course, then the guard would see Hartley visiting the apartment and would report that to Cash. Now that Ava was planning on telling Cash the truth, it wouldn't matter if Cash knew that Hartley had visited the apartment. She just needed to get to Hartley before she went to the press. She chewed on her lower lip. Should she try and call Hartley? That would save her a trip to the apartment. No, that could backfire, prompt Hartley to contact the press now. Ava called an Uber and wrote Cash a note as she waited for her ride to arrive. "I had to run out for a quick errand to grab something from my apartment. I'll be back soon. I love you." She didn't sign it, not wanting to see the name written out. Ava didn't need another reminder of her treachery. Just when she'd relaxed, thinking everything would turn out okay, it was all unraveling. Ava wasn't sure the guard would even let the Uber through, so she jogged down to the gate. Surprise registered on the man's face when he saw her. He punched in a code on the keypad as the gates swung open. "Miss Ellison, is everything okay?" She forced a smile. "Yes, I just need to run and get something from my apartment. I called an Uber." "I can go with you,"
he offered. "Make sure you stay safe."
"That's okay," she said casually. "I won't be gone long. I'm sure Cash would want you to stay and keep watch over his house." Indecision trickled over his expression.
"I think he'd rather me make sure you stay safe." She laughed lightly. "Oh, I'll be fine. I'm going right there and back." He frowned. I think I'd better go along, just in case." The Uber pulled up. Quickly, Ava opened the door and got in. "I'll be back soon," she said breezily before closing the door. She got to Luna's apartment shortly before 5. Ava locked the door and began pacing back and forth across the floor. She'd tried calling Luna a couple more times, but to no avail. At 5 o'clock on the dot, a knock sounded at the door. Even though Ava was expecting Hartley, her body still jumped. Sucking in a breath, she rubbed her sweaty palms on her jeans. Her heart in her throat, she went to answer the door. The first thing Ava saw was a black hoodie with red hair peeking out beneath it. It was a hot day, much too hot for a hoodie. She looked into the woman's face, confusion rattling through her. "Paulette? Is that you? Why are you wearing a wig? What are you doing here?" Ava's breath froze in her throat when she saw the gun in Paulette's hand, pointed straight at her. Cash sat back in his seat and stretched his legs underneath the table as he took a long swig of his root beer. He'd enjoyed spending time with Luna and then doing a little target shooting with Jackson, Ramsey, and Mason. Of course, Ramsey put them all to shame with his special forces skills, but at least he had the good grace to act humble about it. Mason, on the other hand, didn't make any bones about earning the second-best shooting score. As soon as the brothers got back into the house at the ranch, Jackson said he had to go take care of a few work-related things. Mason went into the den with Daddy to watch a ball game. Cash and Ramsey went to the kitchen to grab some snacks and drinks. Ramsey opened a bag of salt and vinegar chips and plopped down in a chair across from Cash. "I'd like some of those," Cash said. He went to grab the bag, but Ramsey was faster. "Get your own chips," he said, holding the bag out of Cash's reach. "Hey," Cash protested. "That was the last bag in the pantry." "Too bad," Ramsey chimed as he shoved his hand into the bag. He'd just stuffed his face with a handful of chips when his phone rang. He placed the chips on the table to fish his phone out of his pocket. Cash took that opportunity to snatch the bag. "It's Sutton," Ramsey said, his expression immediately going serious. "Hello?" No longer interested in the chips, Cash watched his brother intently. They'd been waiting to get some information about Trip Wilson. Hopefully one of Sutton's men had found Trip and were able to question him. "Thanks," Ramsey clipped as he ended the call. "Was that about Trip?" Cash prompted. "Sutton's guy found Trip in Minnesota. They took him in for questioning. Trip didn't take the money from the lockbox." Disappointment lodged thick in Cash's throat as he swallowed. He'd been hoping to get some answers from Trip, thought he might be key to unraveling the mystery. "So where does that leave us?" "It wasn't Trip who took the money, but Paulette." Cash's jaw dropped. "Huh? There's more. Paulette stole the money. She used it to pay Trip off." Cash's brows furrowed. "For what?" Ramsey leaned forward, punching the table with his index finger as he spoke. "Paulette paid Trip to attack Luna." Cash's nostrils flared as he balled his fist. "Why would she do that? According to Trip, Paulette has had her sights set on you for quite some time. She wanted Luna out of the picture." A shiver ran through Cash. "Do you think Paulette caused Ginger's accident and killed Grace?" "I'd say there's a good chance she did." He made a face. "But that doesn't make any sense. I was never romantically involved with either Ginger or Grace." It sickened him to think that Paulette could have murdered anyone. Paulette was one of those people who went about pleasantly doing her job. He'd considered Paulette a friend. During the turmoil with Hartley, Paulette had been a listening ear, giving him encouragement and support. "I thought Paulette and Moody were an item." "That's the word I heard, but Paulette could have been using Moody as a cover." "Yeah, I suppose." Ramsey tipped his head. You know what? It makes sense that Paulette was the one behind the trip incident. That night you called Paulette, there was no noise in the background."
For a second, Cash wondered how Ramsey knew that, and then remembered that he'd put the call on speaker.
"If Paulette had been at the party, there would have been background noise. She answered right away and was eager to help you, almost as if she were waiting to get a phone call."
Cash rubbed his jaw.
"Do you think Paulette was the one who broke into Luna and Howie's rooms? She has a similar build to Hartley, but she's not a redhead."
Ramsey drummed his fingers on the table, his face a mask of concentration.
"Maybe Paulette wants us to think it was Hartley who'd broken into the rooms." "You mean she's framing Hartley?"
Ramsey's features tightened.
"Before Luna came along, the only woman you truly cared about was Hartley. There was also Jetty."
He waved a hand of dismissal.
"Jetty was officially out of the picture when she double-crossed you."
"True," Cash conceded. Ramsey held up a finger.
"And you never loved Jetty. Not like you loved Hartley or Luna. She was more of an infatuation thing."
Cash nodded in acknowledgement.
"If anyone knew how you felt about Hartley, it was Paulette. Maybe Paulette's trying to frame Hartley for Grace's murder, officially get her out of the picture."
The corners of Cash's lips turned down.
"I'm no longer in love with Hartley. I love Luna."
His mind connected the dots, a chilling realization overtaking him with enough force that it nearly choked off his breath.
"Do you think Paulette's after Luna?"
Before Ramsey could respond, Cash's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket.
"Hello?"
he said curtly.
"Mr. Romeo, this is Scott Maynard."
Cash tensed.
"Is everything okay?"
Scott was guarding the front gate to his house.
"I wanted to let you know that Miss Ellison left in an Uber a few minutes ago."
His spine straightened.
"What?"
he blurted.
"Why?"
Cash's heart picked up its pace. He met Ramsey's eyes as he spoke. Scott continued.
"She said that she needed to get something from her apartment and that she'd be right back. I offered to go with her, but she said she'd be fine on her own."
He paused.
Mr. Romeo?"
"Yes?"
"Something about the situation seemed off."
Cash's jaw tightened.
"How so?" "Miss Ellison tried to act like everything was cool, but she was edgy, worried, maybe."
A chill of foreboding cloaked over Cash.
"Thanks for the update,"
he said, ending the call.
"What's going on?"
Ramsey prompted. Cash told Ramsey everything Scott had just said. The second he finished, Ramsey asked,
"Did you miss a call from Luna? You know how spotty cell service is in some parts of the ranch."
"That's true." Maybe he was getting worked up over nothing. Cash scrolled through his phone. Nothing. He punched in Luna's number and placed the phone to his ear.
"Answer,"
he urged silently. It went to voicemail. He left a quick message.
"It's Cash. Call me."
Apprehension twisted his gut. He looked at Ramsey.
"Should we go to Luna's apartment?"
Ramsey nodded, his expression bleak.
"Yeah, we should hurry."
Chapter 16.
"Back up,"
Paulette ordered as she pushed her way into the apartment, closing the door behind her.
"Keep your hands up where I can see them."
Fear lodged a cold, hard cylinder in Ava's throat.
"Why are you doing this?"
She didn't want to die, not here, not like this. Tears pressed against her eyes as she willed them back, commanding herself to get a grip. Her heart was drumming so fast she felt like it might punch a hole through her chest.
"Sit down,"
Paulette barked. A sneer twisted over her face, giving her a maniacal, unhinged appearance that spread a bleak desperation through Ava. Ava shuffled back, sitting down on the couch. She looked at her purse resting on the kitchen table. If she could manage to get to her phone... Paulette perched herself on the arm of the chair across from the couch. Ava swallowed hard, willing herself to remain calm. "You caused Ginger Blakely's accident and then killed Grace Queenland. Why?" Rage contorted Paulette's features.
"That should have been me on stage."
she screamed, her face turning an ugly crimson. Ava blinked, realizing with sinking discouragement that Paulette was crazy, and crazy people couldn't be reasoned with. Still, she felt the need to keep Paulette talking. If only she could figure out a way to get to her phone. Or maybe she should just rush at Paulette and try to fight for the gun. It took all the fortitude Ava could muster to keep her voice casual as she spoke. "So you were hoping that if Cash didn't have an opening act, then maybe he would get you to fill in, right?" Paulette snorted, tossing her head back. "Don't patronize me," she hissed. Hadn't Paulette just said that it should have been her on stage? She wasn't making any sense. "I'm just trying to understand why you hurt Ginger and killed Grace." Fear was lacing her insides up tight, making it hard to breathe. A silent prayer wrenched through her mind. She couldn't stand the thought of never seeing Cash again, her parents, Luna. Ava had so much to live for. "Please help me," she prayed. Demented, high-pitched laughter gurgled in Paulette's throat. "All right, you want to play? Fine. I'll tell you. I wanted Hartley to open for Cash." "Why? You, of all people, know the history she and Cash share. You told me so yourself." Hatred burned in Paulette's eyes. "Yes, I do. That's why I want Hartley to pay. Death is too good for her. She needs to suffer, to rot away in prison." Tears glittered in her eyes. "Who do you think was there for Cash when Hartley broke his heart?" "Me," she said hoarsely. "I had to watch him suffer." Her expression grew childlike and plaintive as she cocked her head, looking past Ava at some unknown thing in the distance. "I wanted so much to help him, to soothe away his pain." Her voice trembled. "Can't he see that I would do anything for him?" Her face hardened as she focused again on Ava. "Hartley hurt Cash, and now I'm gonna hurt her." A mirthless smile wound over her lips. "And in the end, Cash will realize everything I've done for him." Ava flinched when her phone rang. "I should get that. It's probably Cash, wondering where I am." Paulette's voice cracked like a whip. "Don't you dare." Paulette was off her rocker. Did she actually believe Cash would be grateful for all of her atrocities? With the red wig and feral eyes, Paulette seemed more animal than human. Ava's stomach roiled, acid rising in her throat. "Where do I fit into the picture?" Paulette threw her a malevolent glare. "I gave you a chance to leave, but no, you didn't take it. Well, too bad for you," she laughed glibly. Ava's eyes narrowed, anger crowding out her fear for one small moment. "What chance?" She grunted out a laugh. "Trip! You set me up," Ava muttered, balling her fists. She thought it was odd that Trip just full-on attacked her the minute Cash walked up. Resentment coiled like a viper around Paulette's voice. "Did you really think you could just step in and take everything? Cash doesn't love you," she spat. "You're a flash in the pan. You're not even the person you were pretending to be, are you, Ava?" She taunted with a triumphant grin. It all came together in a hard snap. "That night when Grandma Peach came into my dressing room, you said you had to go to the restroom, and then I heard the door close. But you never left." Paulette laughed. Well, you're not as simple-minded as you look. Imagine my surprise when I learned that perfect little Luna isn't so perfect after all." Ava jutted out her chin. "Why did you steal the songbook?" She grunted. "Isn't it obvious?" "No." Time was running out. Ava could feel it. She had to do something. Her only chance would be to charge head-on into Paulette. She offered another prayer, this time asking for strength and stamina to do what needed to be done. Paulette sneered. "You're so dense. You got a text from Hartley asking you to come to the apartment."
Did the text actually come from Hartley's phone?
"Of course. What do you take me for?" she snorted. "I stole Hartley's phone last night after the concert."
She pushed out an impatient breath.
"Let's see, where was I? Oh, yeah. You meet Hartley here. You quarrel. Hartley shoots you. The police get an anonymous tip to search Hartley's home, where they find the songbook and the gun."
A cruel smile twisted over Paulette's lips.
"Oh, and they also find a bottle of muscle relaxers, the same kind Hartley switched with Ginger's medication. It's a nice touch, don't you think?"
Ava's phone rang again. Paulette glanced at it. Everything in Ava screamed that it was time to make her move. She sprang to her feet and rushed full force at Paulette. She heard the shot. At the same time, a white-hot poker jabbed through her shoulder. She fell back to the floor, her hand going to her shoulder, where wet, sticky blood was flowing out. Intense agony rattled her as her entire body started trembling. She sputtered, trying to get a breath, but the pain was too razor-sharp. It burned through her like fire. White lights were exploding around the edges of her eyes.
"That was a stupid move," Paulette shouted. "Say good night," she screeched, aiming the gun at Ava's head.
Ava heard a door being thrown open, and then Paulette went sprawling across the floor.
"Put the gun down," a voice ordered. "Now!"
A woman started sobbing.
"But I love you,"
the voice was pleading.
"Please, everything I did for you, for us." "Drop the gun."
A second shot split the air, and then there was silence. Ava was drifting. She felt arms cradle her, a man crying, his voice desperate.
"She's losing too much blood. I think the bullet hit an artery."
Ava was swimming in a sea of thick red syrup.
"Cash,"
she sputtered, trying to fight against the darkness.
"I'm here,"
she heard him say as the blackness closed in. The first sounds that Ava became aware of were voices floating around her like buoyant bubbles that popped with a delicate zing. No, it wasn't the voices that were floating. Rather, she was floating, high above the earth, weightless, free, not a care in the world. An image of a handsome, powerful man with messy dark hair, a reckless smile, and eyes that glittered like a treasure trove of emeralds flitted through her mind. Then a song filled her heart, a beautiful, glorious song that had yet to be written and yet to be sung, entered her heart like a pinprick before it spread, filling her entire body. A single thought whispered through her soul, Cash. She couldn't leave him. A magnet pulled her back down to earth with a jolt. Ava's eyes fluttered like butterfly wings, trying to break free of a glob of sticky glue. The butterfly fought, finally breaking free. She opened her eyes. "She's awake," a man said. The voice had a pleasant baritone pitch, the type of voice she'd never grow tired of hearing. Slowly her vision took shape as she looked around the room. She felt the light pressure of a hand touching hers. Then she saw the face hovering over her. Two very notable green eyes were looking at her with such tenderness that it caused a smile to touch her lips. "Cash," she murmured in contentment. "I was flying away, but you found me." "Hey!" His eyes filled with tears that ran rivulets down his face as he caressed her cheek. "I was afraid I'd lost you." Confusion circled through her. What happened?" Whereas she'd been so free and weightless before, she was now contained, or rather constrained. It occurred to her that she was lying in a bed hooked up to monitors. She tried to sit up but groaned when a stabbing pain shot through her right shoulder. "Don't move," he cautioned. A hot, stuffy panic suffused over her. "Where am I?" "In the hospital." Her breath came faster. "What happened to me?" She searched her brain. It all came rushing back. "Paulette shot me." The terror of the experience rushed back.
The hot, stabbing pain, the sickening, helpless feeling of sticky blood pouring out of her. The pop of the gunshot, Paulette's pleadings. She grabbed Cash's hand. "Is Paulette dead?" He nodded, his expression grim. "She turned the gun on herself." "You and Ramsey saved me," she mused, trying to piece it together. Gently he pushed her hair back from her forehead. "You lost a lot of blood." His voice choked. "They had to rush you into surgery to remove the bullet and repair your nicked artery." Ava had no memory of the surgery. "How long have I been out of it?" "About 20 hours, give or take." Her mind raced. "Has news of this reached the media?" The corners of his mouth turned down. "I'm afraid so. It goes with the territory of being connected to me." "Oh no, Luna! She must be going out of her mind." Cash's eyes grew troubled. "You're Luna," he said, the way one speaks to a child who's slow to understand. "Huh?" For a second, Ava didn't understand. Then surprised laughter gurgled in her throat. She felt instantly guilty, especially when she saw the concern on Cash's expression. "You're Luna, and I'm Cash," he said slowly. A smile played on her lips. "So that's your name," she mused. "Huh. I don't know that it fits you. You look more like a Joe or Chris, something with less fanfare than Cash." His eyes widened before a relieved smile overtook his lips. "Ha, I see what you're doing. You're getting me back from when we first met and I was making wisecracks about your name." "Yep." She was glad he instantly got the reference. She took in a breath, wincing at how even that little movement affected her wound. It was time to tell Cash the truth. Would he be able to forgive her? She didn't want to lose him. She peered into his eyes. "You know I love you, right?" A smile lightened his features. "I love you too." His voice grew throaty with emotion. "Please don't ever leave me again." "I won't," she said with conviction, "so long as you'll have me." "Always." He beamed with such adoration that it made her heart sing. Hopefully, Cash would still feel the same way when he learned the truth. A horde of nurses rushed in and began checking her vitals. Fear tugged at Ava as she looked across the room at Cash, who was standing back so the nurses could do their jobs. "Don't leave me." "No chance of that," he assured her. When the nurses were gone and it was just the two of them, Cash moved back to her side. Weariness was starting to overtake Ava. "We need to talk," she said hoarsely. "There will be plenty of time later," he assured her. Her eyelids were growing heavy, but she forced them open. "No," she countered. "I need to tell you the truth now before I lose my nerve." He chuckled. "If it's about the adoption, I already know." "What?" He gave her a sheepish look. "Don't be ticked, but I had a background check done on you right after we first met. I know you were adopted. Is that what you want to tell me?" A chill raced over her. "How did the check come back?" He grinned. "Are you worried?" "A little," she admitted. He laughed. "Clean as a whistle." She forced a smile. "Just remember above all that I love you," her voice caught. "When I thought I was going to die, well, it was you who kept me here." He caught hold of her hands, planting a kiss on her fingertips. Tears wet his eyes. "I felt so helpless watching you. All I could do was pray." He cleared his throat and began again. "I begged the Lord to bring you back to me." A beautiful, unencumbered smile curved his lips. "And he did." There was really no way to do this except jump right in. Her brain was growing foggy, the needs of her weary body overtaking her willpower. "Okay, here it is. I'm not Luna." He let out a nervous laugh. "Not that again." She looked him in the eye. "I'm not. Luna is my identical twin sister. I'm Ava." "You're serious?" "Yes, I'm afraid I am," she said sadly. Her heart dropped when he removed his hands from hers. "I don't understand." "We switched places before you and I even met." He ran a hand through his hair.
You lied to me. It wasn't intentional. You met me as Luna. Also, I owed it to my sister to keep up the ruse.
A thick silence descended over them.
Say something, please, she implored.
When he didn't, she rushed in with an explanation.
Cash, I never meant to hurt you. Because I was adopted, as was Luna, the two of us didn't know the other existed until our birth mother brought us together. I needed a new life, so I suggested that we switch places.
He brought his fingers together, steepling them under his chin.
Wow, he uttered. You sure know how to throw a guy for a loop. I'm so sorry. Tears misted her eyes. I've wanted to tell you so many times. Why didn't you?
She grunted out a soft laugh.
You've been burned so many times before. Look how you acted when Tripp attacked me.
He winced.
I know.
His jaw worked.
Okay, so you have a different name. Big whoop.
He gave her a hopeful look.
You're still you, the woman I fell in love with.
His brows drew together.
Where are you from? You pegged it right from the beginning. California.
A lopsided grin lifted a corner of his mouth.
I knew it.
He cocked his head.
Was your life in California so bad?
She took another deep breath. This time she was prepared for the blip of pain the movement caused.
My parents own a vineyard. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, it's beautiful.
A wry grin pulled at her lips.
You'll love it. It reminds me a little of the ranch.
Understanding flicked in his eyes.
No wonder you're so great at riding horses.
Her eyebrows slid up.
Oh, I can do more than just ride. Really?
Yep, she said proudly.
Several different kinds of jumps, banks, bounces, combinations.
It was encouraging that Cash was taking this so well. She was eager to tell him everything about herself.
Why did you switch places with your sister?
She sighed as she clutched the sheet, her hand winding around it.
My parents' vineyard is struggling financially. They wanted me to marry the son of one of the other prominent families that owns a vineyard in Sonoma. The idea was that if we join forces and create a dynasty, then the vineyard can be saved. Meaning that my future husband would be willing to give the vineyard a very large and much-needed cash infusion.
The look of horror on Cash's face mirrored her own feelings on the subject.
So your parents were going to sell you to someone?
He muttered, his eyes hardening.
I don't think they meant it that way. Hudson and I grew up together. My parents thought he would be the perfect fit for me.
She gave Cash a meaningful look.
But they were wrong.
He took in a long breath.
So will your sister marry the guy?
No, she giggled. I would never expect her to do that.
The switch was only supposed to be temporary until I figured out a way to help my parents. Something I could do that didn't include getting married, she added darkly. I plan to put my earnings from the songs and my performances on the tour into the vineyard. Luna's in agreement. We're going in together.
He looked thoughtful.
So Luna has another form of income?
What do you mean?
Well, you said she was going in with you. I take it Luna didn't earn a lot working at the Muscadine Cafe. I'm assuming that's where she worked before you all switched places.
Oh, yeah, that.
What do you mean?
Here's where it gets tricky, she swallowed.
I'm not the songwriter.
His eyes widened.
What?
Luna's the one who wrote the songs.
His face fell. I'm sorry. So the songbook was Luna's?
Yep.
He rubbed his jaw. Wow. We found it, by the way. Actually, the police found it in Paulette's apartment.
Gratitude welled in Ava's chest. Luna will be so excited.
This is a lot to take in, Cash breathed. I can't believe you're not Luna.
Hurt cloaked his features.
I'm still me,
she said, searching his face. Her heart began to pound as she forced the words from her lips.
So, where does that leave us?
She felt like her life was hanging in the balance as she waited for him to respond. When he remained silent, she rushed on.
Look, if you don't want to be with me, I'll understand.
Tears rose in her eyes as she blinked.
I never meant to hurt you. Everything just happened so fast, and then I didn't know how to tell you." He caught hold of her hand, his jaw hardening.
"Let's get one thing straight. I love you."
Tears brimmed in her eyes. "Really?" she squeaked.
"Really," he asserted.
An intense fire burned in his eyes.
"I want you with me no matter what your name is."
A playful grin stole over his lips.
"I told you you didn't look like a Luna," he smirked.
Laughter rose in her throat. "Well, you were right. My name is Ava."
"Ava,"
he mused as he assessed her.
"I like it. What's your last name?"
"Giles."
"Ava Giles. It has a nice, classy ring to it."
A large smile filled her face. "Thank you," she uttered. He looked puzzled.
"For what?"
"For coming into my life. For being you." He raised up from his seat and leaned closer to her, so that his face was a fraction away from hers. He went teary-eyed.
"You are my other half," he uttered fiercely. "I almost lost you."
His voice caught.
"But I can assure you that I won't be losing you again. I love you, Ava Giles."
His lips took hers in a tender kiss that stoked a familiar and delicious warmth through her.
"Who the heck is Ava Giles?"
Ramsey demanded as he stepped into the room. Simultaneous laughter burst out between Ava and Cash as they rested their foreheads against one another.
"What did I miss?"
Ramsey asked dubiously.
"Nothing that I can't catch you up on,"
Cash quipped as he pulled back and winked at Ava. Ramsey turned to Ava.
"How you doing?"
Ava shared a long look with Cash, feeling like her heart might burst with joy. "All things considered, I feel very blessed." Epilogue. Luna's heels made clicking sounds against the polished stone floor as she walked briskly in through the large double doors on the entrance of the hospital. Subconsciously, she pulled the scarf closer around her face and touched the stem of her large sunglasses as she stepped up to the reception desk. "Excuse me," she began. "Can you tell me what room Luna Ellison is in?" "What is your name?" "Ava Giles." The receptionist began typing on her keyboard. She paused, blinking. "I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to give out that information. It's being held private." Frustration welled inside of Luna. "Please," she uttered. "I need to see her. She's my sister." The girl's eyes widened. Okay. Hold on 1 minute. Let me just check with security." This was a bad idea. Luna shouldn't have come. And yet how could she stay away? She'd gotten the voice message from Ava telling her that something had come up and that they needed to talk ASAP. Then she saw the subsequent missed calls from Ava. Unfortunately, Luna didn't realize Ava had called until several hours later because she was at the spa with Beverly, Ava's mom. Luna had tried calling Ava's phone repeatedly, but to no avail. Then, when she went online and read the news about the shooting, she panicked and hopped a plane. She'd not told anyone that she was leaving. Her only thought had been to get to Ava. She should have realized that security would be heightened at the hospital. Ava was now a celebrity, and she'd been shot. It was stupid of Luna to come, so very stupid. She wasn't thinking clearly. She was too sick with worry over her sister. "This was a mistake," she uttered as she stepped back and turned to walk away. "Ma'am," the girl prompted, "I'm going to need you to wait here." Luna's feet flew into action. "Ma'am," the girl called, but Luna only walked faster. "Security," the girl said loudly. Before Luna could escape, a uniformed guard approached her.
"Ma'am, I need to have a word with you."
Her every instinct was to break away in a sprint, but in these heels she wouldn't make it 10 steps before the man tackled her to the ground. Numbly she nodded, trembles running through her legs.
"Can you come this way, please?"
he asked briskly as he led her to a small office.
"Have a seat,"
he said in a neutral tone. She did as he instructed, her mind racing with all sorts of explanations she could give. Wait a minute. She'd given the receptionist a name and then added the association of sister. Luna had muddled everything up. Then again, maybe none of this mattered. Was Ava even alive? The news report that Luna saw online had listed Ava in critical condition. But hours had passed since then. All the report said was that Luna had been shot by Paulette Reeves, one of Cash's backup singers, and that the shooting was linked to Ginger Blakely's accident and Grace Queenland's death. Ava should have never gone on the tour. The sisters had known it was a risk, that Ava could become a target. Now their worst fears were coming to pass. Luna assumed the guard would try and question her, but he didn't.
"Hang tight. I'll be back shortly,"
he said as he left the room. Luna's mind whirled. Should she just get up and leave? It might be her only chance to escape. Her stomach was turning somersaults as she stood. Clutching her purse, she went to the door and opened it. Seeing the coast was clear, she darted out and was heading down the hall back to the front entrance of the hospital.
"Luna, stop!"
She halted in her tracks, realizing that someone was calling her by name. Hesitantly, she turned around, startled to see none other than Cash Romeo trotting towards her. She had the unreasonable urge to turn and run, but what good would that do? He obviously knew who she was.
"Hey,"
he began with a cautious smile. He pointed.
"You can remove the sunglasses and scarf."
She eyed him for one long moment, then tremulously did as he instructed. When her face was revealed, she caught the flicker of shock on his expression.
"Wow, it's uncanny how much you and Ava look alike," he pointed. "Different hair, but wow."
An incredulous laugh gurgled in her throat. "You know?"
"Ava told me."
"Is she okay?" she croaked.
"Yes, she's fine."
Tears sprang to her eyes, a swell of relief rising over her.
"Would you like to see her?"
"I would." He motioned with his head.
"This way."
They walked side by side. Luna wasn't sure what to say, so she remained silent. With his striking good looks and charisma, it wasn't hard to see why Ava had fallen so hard and fast for Cash Romeo. Cash gave her a sidelong glance.
"Can I just say that you're one heck of a songwriter?"
Heat fanned Luna's cheeks. "Thanks. I guess Ava did tell you everything." Luna was perplexed. She and Ava had agreed to keep things under wraps. Why had she told Cash everything? Was it because of the shooting? Luna's heart squeezed. What would this mean for her? Would the whole world soon know that she wasn't Ava Giles? She thought of Ava's parents, Todd and Beverly. No longer would they look at her through eyes of love. Hudson, her heart squeezed. He would be disappointed, maybe even hate her. Cash opened the door to Ava's hospital room and ushered her inside. When she stepped into the room, she was met with a huge smile from Ava. "Hey," Ava said. Luna stepped up to her sister, tears blurring her vision. "Hey." Ava's right shoulder was bandaged, and she looked a little pale, but she was doing so much better than Luna expected. Ava grasped her hand. "I'm glad you're here." "I saw the news report online and caught the first plane I could." She searched her sister's face. "Are you okay?" Ava offered a resilient smile. "I'm doing well," she chuckled dryly. "I'm super sore, as you can imagine, and I'll have to go through physical therapy to strengthen my damaged muscles and regain motion. But all in all, I'm doing great." Her voice swung up as she gave Cash an intimate smile. Luna followed Ava's trail of vision to Cash, who'd moved to the opposite side of the bed from where Luna was standing. Luna looked back at Ava. "What happened?" "I'll tell you all about it. First, I want to hear about you. How are you doing?" "I'm okay." Even as she spoke the words, tears misted Luna's eyes. "What's wrong?" Ava asked, concern ringing in her voice. "You told him about us." Luna heard the accusation in her own voice as she glanced at Cash. Ava gave her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, but I felt like he needed to hear the truth." "What about our plan to save the vineyard?" Luna felt betrayed. "Nothing has changed. We'll move forward just as we talked about."
Luna's jaw grew slack. But now that Cash knows, the whole world will know.
Not necessarily, Cash chimed in.
What do you mean? Luna asked carefully, hope sprouting in her breast. Ava looked at Cash, silent information passing between them. Cash and I both agree that it's in all of our best interest to keep things as they are.
Really?
Luna stammered. That's great.
We think so, Cash said. You keep writing the songs, Ava and I will record them.
I'll keep touring with Cash, Ava inserted. As soon as I'm physically able, that is. When we accumulate enough money to help Mom and Dad, we can eventually tell them the truth. She looked at Cash with mild irritation. He tried to just give me the money for the vineyard, but that won't do. Cash rolled his eyes.
I don't know why you won't just take the money.
Fire flashed in Ava's eyes as she jutted out her chin. Because I refused to start out our relationship that way, that's why, she retorted.
We're getting married anyway,
Cash argued. Luna's jaw hit the floor. She looked at Ava, who was just as startled.
Eventually, Cash added with a sly grin. I figured since you're a leap-before-you-look sort of girl, I'd slip that in there.
Color brushed Ava's cheeks as the two shared a look filled with so much affection and tenderness that it made Luna feel like a third wheel. I'm not that much of a leap-before-you-look sort of girl, she countered, but the pleased, buoyant grin on her face spoke otherwise.
Your sister's impossible,
Cash grinned, keeping his eyes fixed on Ava. Luna was elated and relieved that things had worked out so well for Ava, despite her harrowing brush with death. This was the best-case scenario, more than Luna could have ever hoped for as she rushed to the hospital to be with Ava. At the same time, Luna couldn't help but feel an ache of longing. She wanted to find what Ava had found, a place where she belonged, with a man who loved her utterly and completely, holding nothing back, the way Cash obviously loved Ava. But who couldn't love Ava? Luna was in awe of the energy and vitality her sister radiated. If only Luna could be half as spunky. She felt so blah and ordinary in comparison. Ava fixed a bright smile on Luna. I figure we have just shy of a year before the vultures start closing in on the vineyard.
That sounds about right,
Luna agreed. We'll use that time to turn the ship around. You keep being me, and I'll keep being you. Ava searched her face. If that's okay with you. Luna couldn't have contained the pleased smile that spread over her lips if she tried.
That's fine with me.
She felt like she'd been given a great gift, the gift to live in the dream a little longer. The Romeo family romance series continues with Luna's story, One Tiny Lie, is now available on Amazon. Closing credits. This has been One Little Switch, Romeo Family Romance, Book 3, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini, copyright 2020 by Jennifer Youngblood, production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.